let's get on with it. All right. Scene 2. Have a shower. Scotty, my man. Hey, Callie. How's it going? Welcome. Why you so handsome today? Well, I mean, I literally just had a shower and took my face off. So you missed, like, the sexy stream. Because this is what I looked like half an hour ago. So that's what you missed, Callie. Saw the sexy stream, you slept for 10 hours, then played Pretty Derby. Oh, you bastard, you did see it. I didn't sleep for 10 hours, I slept from 9 till 3. It was like less than 6 hours, and that was just when I didn't even sleep for that long. That was just how long I was in bed for. If you can call that bed, that pool. But hey, it was fucking entertaining, I'll tell you that. But no, my chest hurt from the pressure of having the fucking chest piece on. So, I had to take that off, because, like, the top was just too tight. Super unfortunate. But now it's over sexy time. Or I guess it's over female sexy time. Now it's male sexy time. Yeah. I have to poop? Oh, well, there you go, bro. Always good. Get it out of you. It's gotta go somewhere, right? Scotty, I don't think I'll make it. Shit. Literally. No! Don't literally shit your pants, Callie. That would not be good. That would not be good, bro. We don't need any of that. You know what I do need? I need to fucking pick me up. I'm fucking chocolate. Got this ball on the road. But how goes the writing, Callie? Have you written any more chapters? I'm burnt out on a coffee in 3 to 4 days. Damn, bro. My thing is I struggle with struggle with staying awake on my days off, because when I work I usually have an energy drink at work, so it's usually like halfway through the day, like 6 o'clock hits and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so fucking tired. We're gonna sleep like a big baby tonight, guys. Shit. It's gonna be insane. Guess writing 2.5 books in a year is a bad idea. No, you just, it's whatever you can pace out, right? So, like, maybe after your 10th book, right? I'm sure you could definitely get there. But that's why I try not to set goals like that. Like, my goal is to have this book published by the time I'm 60. I've got another 26 years to get the book together. So, you know, when I'm like 58, then I'll start panicking when I don't even have the manuscript written yet, you know? Hmm. Hmm. All right. All right, so finished that scene, and like we said, we're gonna do video in between each scene just to give it a little bit, you know, spread it out a little bit so we have more to do, because that's what we're doing. We're maximizing the content, right? There's gotta be something here. Before I had an idea in my head of what I wanted, but I can't find anything. Oh wait, what about... I think I got one. Alright, here we go. Or you could just not load. Kyle Hill.
Less than a year after 2 cores of radioactive metal killed hundreds of thousands of Japanese in the waning days of World War II, another pit of plutonium, also intended to explode like a rising sun over Japan, would kill again. First, it would claim the life of young American physicist Harry Daghlian Jr. Then it would end the ride of so-called nuclear cowboy Lewis Slotin. Both men died during criticality experiments gone awry. They tickled the dragon's tail, as Richard Feynman put it, and paid the price. In both instances, however, these 2 men had the presence of mind to immediately disassemble their deadly mistakes. But what if they hadn't? What if this demon core stayed in a catastrophically critical arrangement? Would it stay deadly forever? Would it explode like a nuclear bomb? We actually have some ideas about this counterfactual, because it's happened before.
Oh, shit.
This is the true story of the criticality accident in Sarov, Russia.
Half-Life Histories. I love Half-Life Histories. If you don't know, Kyle Hill does a bunch of stuff that does, he's a, like, science educator. He does things to do with, like, nuclear, like, he's a huge advocate for nuclear energy. Does a lot of stuff with that, like video games and, like, world building and, like, critiquing of, like,
the point at which a nuclear
how
chain
realistic
reaction
is the thing.
During nuclear fission, it's when each split atom produces just enough neutrons to split at least one additional atom on average. For an operating nuclear reactor, criticality is a good thing. It's where you want to be. However, reactors want a certain kind of critical. During a fission event, two types of neutrons are produced. Over 99% of them are so-called prompt neutrons, the neutrons produced from the splitting of the atom itself. The second kind of neutron comes from what's left over after the fission, from fission products that emit neutrons much later, sometimes minutes after the reaction. These are the delayed neutrons, and even though they account for only a tiny fraction of the neutrons flying around a nuclear reactor's core, it's these that allow nuclear engineers to control it. If a reactor core is built to only go critical with the help of delayed neutrons, particles that can take minutes to appear, it means that relatively slow mechanical systems like control rods have enough time to adjust criticality. Nuclear reactors are therefore delayed critical assemblies, because prompt critical nuclear reactions happen in just nanoseconds and can't be controlled in the same way, unless you want a catastrophic release of energy. Nuclear weapons are engineered to be prompt critical, meaning that they use the first neutrons from fission to create as many fission events as possible before the material literally blows itself apart. That's why nuclear weapons engineering is more than just the nuclear material. The timescale for prompt neutrons is so small that a bomb has to create a suitable environment for the nuclear material where an uncontrolled exponential growth of neutrons and energy can actually occur. In a bomb like was dropped on Nagasaki, that was achieved by using conventional explosives to precisely compress a subcritical sphere of plutonium into a prompt critical mass. If the implosion isn't perfectly spherical, material could be ejected or not undergo fission at all, and that means a much less powerful explosion. A lot of good engineering goes into these terrible weapons.
Yep.
Implosion or impact isn't the only way to create prompt criticality. In 1945 and 46, Harry Daghlian Jr. and Louis Slotin were seeing how close they could get to the tipping point by placing neutron reflectors around a 6.2 kilogram sphere of plutonium. This, in effect, was like having more fissile material in a smaller space. Neutrons that would be ordinarily lost to space are instead reflected back into the material and are able to create a chain reaction that otherwise wouldn't happen. Daghlian Jr. did this with tungsten carbide bricks. Slotin did it with half spheres of beryllium. When their hands slipped on the days they became dead men walking, the plutonium core went prompt critical almost instantly. They saw a flash of blue light and felt a wave of heat. They would both die of complications from acute radiation poisoning, in the same hospital, attended to by the same nurse. These were his...
Damn. Okay, well, we'll just pause this for the ad break. Oh, my back. Scoozy.
History's most famous criticality accidents. The fact that it was the very same sphere of plutonium, the Demon Core, in the very same experiment, is why this story is so infamous. It's perfect sci-fi. It's human hubris meets physics, the irresistible allure of Pandora's box. But it could have been worse. What if both men didn't immediately fix their errors when they removed the reflectors that initiated prompt criticality? What if instead they both had the totally reasonable reaction of just running out of the room as quickly as possible? What would the Demon Core have done? How would you stop it? How would you fight an awoken dragon spewing blue fire in the next room? On June 17th, 1997, 41-year-old Alexander Zakharov was putting together a criticality experiment assembly as he had done many times before. He was working in Sarov, Russia, the sister city to Los Alamos, and the town where Russia made its first atomic bomb. The assembly was a highly enriched uranium core surrounded by neutron reflectors, much like the Demon Core. This setup was a little bit more controlled than a screwdriver, however. The top reflector was fixed in place, and the core and bottom reflector could be moved up and down remotely. According to the International Atomic Energy Agency, the operator had successfully performed hundreds of criticality experiments, but like Harry Daghlian Jr. decades before, on this day, he decided to work alone, in violation of safety procedures. The top reflector slipped. There was a flash of light, a wave of heat, and apparently enough energy from prompt criticality to eject the bottom of the apparatus downwards into the bottom of the stand. Alexander left the room quickly, closed the doors, and found his superiors. All the while, the assembly sat quiet and still critical in the center of the experiment hall. The first estimation of Alexander's full-body dose was 10 grays. 50% chance of death, even with medical care, starts at around 2 grays.
Yeah.
His hands may have been hit with 1,600. A critical core is not necessarily a nuclear bomb. That's why criticality testing is possible in the first place. It's a way to study fission reactions as they might occur in a nuclear reactor. In fact, when a core like that in Sarov is made critical by precisely positioning the core between reflectors, it's very much like a small nuclear reactor, and it regulates itself. The chain reactions inside create heat, and that heat causes the materials of the assembly to expand, and this changes the geometry of the experiment, lowering reactivity. You can see this in the spikes of neutrons as the setup physically expands and contracts. Eventually, the core stabilizes to some constant state of neutron emission through surfaces, or flux. The worst-case scenario for a setup like this is that criticality is quickly surpassed, and the chain reaction goes exponential. Now the heat generated is enough not to just expand material, but melt it. A melted core would create a serious amount of radiation and radioactive contamination, but turning a nuclear sphere into a nuclear puddle would also be enough of a change in geometry that the chain reaction would stop. It's another kind of failsafe that Sarov planned for, with walls of concrete several meters thick. So, a criticality accident is not a nuclear warhead in potentia. That requires taking a subcritical core to supercritical in fractions of a second, and the experiments at Sarov and at Los Alamos in the 1940s simply weren't set up like implosions or guns. Less than 1 hour after the accident, Alexander Zakharov was in a hospital, vomiting. His hands were swollen and turning red. By the third day, now in a specialized hospital in Moscow, doctors could hear a bubbling sound in his lungs. Cells in his bone marrow were dead. Zakharov died from apparent heart failure just 66 hours after exposure to the critical core in Sarov. At the same time, the core was still there, in that room, pulsing with a neutron flux no one knew how to get near. Because of the precise geometries and materials needed, it should be easy enough to stop a critical core. Both Harry Daghlian Jr. and Louis Slotin were able to do so by simply slapping away the offending reflector that killed them. But for an event like that in 1997, where no one is there to make the ultimate sacrifice, there's a catch. Anything you approach the constantly fissioning core with, machine, person, robot, actually increases the reactivity of the core. Human bodies aren't the best neutron reflectors, but they are sizable enough and reflect some. And that's enough to add to the chain reaction you want to stop. Specialists in Sarov therefore had a puzzle to solve even after Alexander Zakharov's death. How do you affect the core remotely, without using anything large for shielding? Plasma cutter? Controlled explosion? Ultimately, Sarov scientists use a robot with a suction cup to separate the assembly, even though it caused the neutron flux to spike 300%. By the time the core was finally moved and was emitting nothing above background radiation on June 24, 1997, it had been lethally critical for over a week. Thus ended Sarov's third criticality accident. The radiological accident in Sarov, Russia is a near direct answer to what would have happened if the Demon Core was never stopped. It's possible there could have been a rapid release of energy large enough to blow the assembly apart, ending the reaction. But it wouldn't be a nuclear explosion. Or it could have melted down, also ending the reaction. Or, as actually happened in 1997, it could have sat there at some deadly equilibrium of heat and neutron flux while Los Alamos scientists figured out what to do next. Given that neither Daghlian Jr. or Slotin's locations were heavily shielded like Sarov's, it stands to reason that history's most infamous criticality accident could have been a lot worse. The Demon Core could have irradiated a lot more people, and for longer, had Daghlian and Slotin not immediately fixed their final mistakes. I'm well aware that in telling you these stories, it likely changes your visceral response to nuclear physics and engineering. Yes, the tale of the Demon Core is an ominous one. It's unsettling, almost supernatural. But these stories are also relatively rare. It needs to be pointed out that while nuclear accidents are flashy, the nuclear industry as a whole is extremely safe. Adding up all the fatalities from radiological accidents in the nuclear industry's entire history, and you get an undisputed minimum number of around 150. In the United States alone, it was estimated that between 2014 and 2019, there were around 100 deaths in the oil and gas industry per year. Think about all the scary stories you've heard about the Demon Core, the Elephant's Foot, Chernobyl, Fukushima. Realize that all of those accidents, all of them, in total, are eclipsed by a little more than a single year of oil and gas industry accidents.
Yep.
We've decided as a society to ignore this comparison, but the future of clean energy depends on us not doing so. Our ignorance here, however, isn't entirely our fault. The nuclear industry has what I call a black box problem, where the public broadly understands what goes into and comes out of a nuclear plant, but everything on the inside seems intentionally obscure and mysterious. I butted up against this problem firsthand when walking around the Chernobyl exclusion zone. It was my first nuclear trip. We were embedded with a group of scientists, engineers, and first responders learning on the ground in Chernobyl. I told one of them, a criticality specialist, about my video on the Demon Core, the very first video in this series. She asked me,
"So, what do you think happened to it?"
"The core itself?" I asked. I said the public story is that it had either been used in a nuclear bomb test or was reintegrated into the US stockpile.
Oh, is that what the public thinks happened?
She declined to say another word about it. Until next time.
True. Oh, yes, yeah, go check out Kyle Hill, guys. He's great. Does tons of stuff with, like, science and specifically nuclear energy and stuff like that. Really cool stuff. Alright, so now we're on to scene 3, the video call. This is where the dialogue comes in. This is going to be, like, the worst part. The hardest part, guys! The dialogue. Fuck, my nose is going crazy. It's bullshit. Just like literally like fucking stormed for like 3 minutes, blew all of the shit into my room, and now my nose is freaking out. So annoying. Alright. Talk, did you see the videos? What videos, Callie? Videos of what? Oh, the shit posting videos?
Yo, this is Dexport. How may I help you?
Hi, yeah, my internet suddenly stopped working. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I need it fixed ASAP.
Dang, I'm sorry to hear that. It happened to me in the middle of playing Elden Ring last night.
Oh, you're a gamer too?
Yeah, you know, I'm a casual gamer. I play a little bit of Dark Souls and Mario Kart whenever I get the chance.
Yeah, it's just hard to find time to play nowadays when you got work, a wife, kids.
Yeah, that's the grown-up life.
Exactly.
I know how you feel, bro. But don't worry, my name is Greg. We're gonna get you through this, okay?
You got it.
Alright, so what I want you to do is open up a browser, and I want you to type the number.
Okay, tell me your game of the year this year.
Okay,
3, 2, 1, Expedition 33.
Exactly. And once it's finished downloading, just click OK, and that should do it.
Oh, wow, well, look at that. It's back up.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and close this ticket for you. Is there anything else you need from me, bro?
Nah, I think I'm good, but I just want to say that it feels good to talk to an actual person for once and not one of those automated operators.
Oh, but I am.
Ooh, what?
I'm an AI customer service rep.
But that doesn't make any sense. You sound like a human being.
It's the new update to improve our customer experience. I mean, if you prefer.
For me to talk like this, please press 1.
So Greg is not even real?
Technically, I'm modeled after a real Greg who used to work here 3 years ago, but unfortunately, he was laid off after I took over. Well, if you have no other questions and enjoyed this experience.
That's so funny. That's so relevant to the story. Did you post that because of this story, Callie? No, you posted that yesterday. I never saw this, but this story is about a woman falling in love with her phone AI. How did you do that before I even had the idea of this story? That's fucked up, dude. I'm psychic. I guess so. Holy shit. We're on the same. Great minds think alike, I guess. Right? The idea is he's kind of going like this. He's like, "Hey, how's it going?" Kind of trying to be like, you know, showing that he has a humorous side, and that he's not all about being super serious, and he's not like, you know, not about, you know, professional presentation. You know, he's like, this how I look, this how I am, you deal with it, you know, like, we don't go with good kind of thing, right? Trying to think of how this should go. Oh my god. Whew. I returned from Chicken Land. Welcome back. How was it, Wombat? Was it a good time? Seem more masculine than an hour ago. Yeah, I had to go have a shower and take that shit off because fuck, my chest was hurting from that being pressed against it because it was so fucking tight. It's the longest I've worn that thing for, man. I don't even know what word I'm trying to use here, man. pod. Sure. Ah, there we are. Connoisseur. It's allergies. We had like a little bit of a rainstorm here, and it blew all the fucking pollen and shit into my fucking room, so I shoved Kleenex up my nose so my nose doesn't leak everywhere. But it's just fucking allergies. Super annoying. Oh yeah, at least my eyeballs itch. It is Unideal. I mean, I guess at that point I would rather have my nose leak than my eyes itch. It's like annoying, but like it doesn't really. God, I couldn't imagine eyes itching. I remember I had this friend, his older sister, when she had allergies, it was like literally her entire face would like fluff up and her eyes would like swell and shit. It was like, holy fuck, dude. Now that's fucking allergies. Ad break! Goddamn ads! Fuck ads! No one wants ads. Ads are bullshit! Bullshit! I was like, there's nothing wrong with that sentence because of that. 17 hours, Chitika Mushroom. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, this is the 24-hour stream, 1-year anniversary stream. Unfortunately, we had to take off our face and go back to normal because the top that I was wearing was just so tight. It was fucking starting to hurt my chest. But I could only find one in extra small. Thanks. Yeah. It's a good time. How are you today? We're writing a spicy story about a woman who accidentally falls in love with an AI phone. But in the story, it's going to be kind of presented as if he's real. And then you find out at the end that, yeah, he's actually just an AI on the phone. And she's kind of delusional. ChatGPT is my hear me out. True. Can we name this woman Chitiki? Can be my autobiography. I mean, her name's Jillian. But yeah, I mean, we could, if you want, we could change her name to Chitiki. I'm Jillian, it's okay. It's my other persona. There you go, that's perfect. I love it. Now, for real, in 2025, the story probably isn't even fiction. Yep, so true. I mean, there's so many fucking AI chatbots out there. But the idea of the story is basically that she got drunk, she was out partying with her friends, her boyfriend broke up with her like 4 months ago, and she's only had like long distance relationships. So, because she lives in the middle of like nowhere, so she kind of has to like go out of her way to do stuff. Her friend suggested to download this app that's all about like people that are close to you. And that's all she remembers. But the friend was making a joke that the reason why was because it was like an AI app for like AI boyfriends. So she like woke up with a hangover, got a message from this guy, and now is talking to this guy that she thinks is real, but it's actually an AI bot. And then when she talks to her friend about it and her friend confronts her about it, it's gonna be kind of this weird type of conversation, and she's basically gonna deny it. And then you meet the guy like shopping, but it's actually her pretending that she's meeting him. So it's like her perspective towards the world and the way the world actually is completely side-shifted. But it's because she's like, you know, she can't confront the fact that he's not real. And she's been like dragged into this emotional connection with him. And she can't get away from it. So she'd rather play the delusion than give in to the reality. Do you publish and post these stories you write on stream? Yes, I do. This sounds so cool. Yeah, I post pretty much everything on my YouTube. So far, we're like, basically I'm a werewoman, so on the full moon, I turn into a woman and we write spicy stories. And, these ones I don't put on. How seasoned are your feet, it talks? Very much so, Callie. I mean, you can just easily here, I'll show you. There, see? They're perfect. Yeah, just a little taste. Seasoned with lapis lazuli. Yes. Very much so. Sadly, you know, I haven't painted my toenails in a while. We did our fingernails yesterday. Green is better. Something like this. Or like this. No, like this. That's like this. I guess, okay. It looks like a lot lighter on camera. It looks like it in real life, not on camera. But yeah, I guess so. What was I gonna do? Yeah, all my stories are on my story YouTube. So we have this one's Cryogen, this one's Nepotism Unleashed, Dentist Disaster, Shadow of the Hearth, Puddle's Secret, Ample Faith. Yeah, we got a lot of stories on here. But, you know, we've been experimenting with basically like the idea of thumbnails and stuff like that and what to do with the thumbnails. I've joined the YouTube fam. Nice. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I got a bunch of different YouTubes because we got the Attack Stories, we got my main YouTube that I upload if you want to see me writing anything, because this has, like, if you just search writing. We have, like, a lot of other stuff comes up, but we have the writing of... Do I have it in a playlist? Dentist Disaster and Cryogen. Not really. I should make more playlists.
Welcome.
Because I guess it's kind of hard to find the writings of... Writing a Nepotism, 1, 2, editing of, and then video editing Cryogen. So we got a ton of stuff on there. But yeah, always good to see. Because that's basically what I'm doing, is just like building a library, right? So I want to have all the process, so I can go back and look at like how I used to write stories and how I write stories now, compare like how I've improved, maybe things that I've missed that, you know, I used to do that I've dropped off that I should pick up again, kind of thing. Sweet Cheeks, did you do a house tour? No, Eggy, I have not done the house tour yet. We missed the opportunity, so it's probably going to be in a couple of hours. I figure it's better because a lot of people, when I said I was going to do it, were like, oh, that's like 2 o'clock in the morning for me. Like Muffin and Sinister and Blessed. So I figure it's probably better to do it like around like 9 o'clock or so. Oh, I'll make the full 24. I've already had my sleep and stuff. Like, we're super good to go. And we might even like keep going and treat it as if we're just going into the next stream. So when 12:30 hits, we might still do another like 3 or 4 hours. But we'll see how it goes. You know. We just But as long as that thing says 24 fucking hours, I can officially say I've done the 24-hour stream. It was just like what happened yesterday was it took me way too long to get everything set up. So I was originally going to get everything set up by like 5 and then sleep till like the stream started, or until I had to get like ready, which would be like 10 o'clock, so I had like 5-hour nap. That never happened, so I'd already been up for 11 hours before the stream even started. So, and I went to sleep at like 9 o'clock, so that was like the 8.5, 9 hour mark, so that was already like 20 hours. I was already up for 20 hours, so I was like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I'm just gonna go sleep in the pool, because that's kind of content I wanted to create too, is sleeping content, because that would be fucking hilarious. So I put the pool on the bed and I slept in the fucking pool. That was a good time. Now I've done everything, you know, it's like expanding the scope of what I do as a streamer. Super important to, you know, tick all those boxes. Not be afraid to get out of your shell. But anyways, we're back, we're here, it's on, doesn't matter. We got this. Who knew? Other than this fucking allergies in my goddamn nose. Super annoying. Alright. I hate being around the bush. Small talk, get the juicy spot. I can believe this is fate. But try enough things enough times. Coincidence becomes the norm. I'm in like that sneeze limbo where I have to like, I feel like I have to sneeze, but I can't fucking sneeze. No, why, Eggy? I mean, my nose, like, the allergies fucking suck, but that'll go away once, like, everything calms down. It's just from the wind and the rain and everything just, like, blowing everything from the field into my fucking room. So once, like, the air conditioning and everything circles out and takes all the shit out of the air, I'll be good. Rather than that, I know, I feel great. I felt like shit when I was wearing the fucking top because it was, like, pressing on my chest. But, like, it was, like, harder to breathe because it was, like, compressing. It was like wearing a fucking corset. But yeah, no, now we're just fucking chilling, bro. I'm, like, deep in this story. I fucking, you know, I'm like, I want to have a deep conversation here. I don't know how the fuck you have a deep conversation like this. Dialogue is still a fucking struggle for me. But hey, this is just a first draft. We don't need to get too complicated about it, you know? We're just spitting shit on paper right now. Yeah! 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 See what I mean? Oh! Ooh, yeah! Ooh, ah! Yeesh! Yeesh, oosh, and ash! Oh my god. Oh, it's like every breath is like... It's like there's like something... There's a little gremlin inside of my nose that's going like this, and he's like... He's like tickling the hairs and shit. It's like, oh my god, just leave me alone, bro. Ah! God damn. Ugh. It gets worse and worse every fucking year. Okay. Nafisa, welcome, welcome. How's it going? How are you? Are you a writer, a reader, a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy sharing ideas and imagining worlds? Because that's what we do here, most of the time. We are currently writing the spicy story of a woman falling in love with her phone AI because she doesn't quite know. I'm a novel writer. Ooh, that is cool. What are you writing? My novel, the main novel, the main project I'm working on is a Final Fantasy inspired story about the duality of existence and how good people do bad things and bad people do good things, and do those things counteract your, do bad people get ignore the good things that they do, and do good people ignore the bad things that you do, We're about to have an ad break up in here, but feel free to jump in the Discord if you want me to read anything that you have. And there's the ad. Fuck ads! Boo! Ads! Ads are bullshit. Finished 3 novels, 1 emotional and 2 dark romance. Ooh. If you want to go into the Discord, there is the Writers Unleashed. If you want to post any of your, promote any of your stuff, feel free to do that. That is the channel for it. Alright, we gotta take a tote. Yeah. Nose. Alright, we are back. Yeah, if you want to post in the Writers Unleashed community anything that you have posted online, anything you want to promote, if you want me to read something, you can pop it into the public stories there. As my nose is fucking leaking everywhere. I dropped my novel link here, you gonna read it? If you want me to, I will read a chapter. And I can read a chapter a day. I am currently reading Fire and Flame from, or Frost and Flame, random, interesting story I found on Royal Road. Frost and the Flame. It's a gay romance, but it's like a slow burn in this really fantastical world. And I think since the last chapter, I think I figured out who the main 2 characters who are gonna fall in love. And it's like this, oh my god, the story setup just seems so fucking awesome. And I'm hoping they fucking fall in love. That would be epic. Oh, I hit my nose so much. I guess I'm gonna take my nose off and just like wash it out and put it back on. Wow, we'll really appreciate it if you do. So which one should I drop first? The dark romance or emotional? Dark romance, 100% dark romance. Love that shit. Grim, dark, fantasy, anything like that is super, super good. We love that. Super fucked up. Like, we have a one story called The Carnival of Carnage, and it's in the timeline of the idea of the book is, like, to show moral dilemmas. Like, the idea of chicken soup for the teenage soul, but more like, for, like, mature minds. Like, one of the stories is, like, guy buys special type of sunglasses, if you know how UV light works. They're like UV sunglasses. He sees a guy. It's a super racist town, and he sees a black guy, beats the guy to death. Someone slaps the glasses off his face, and it turns out it's his son. And it was just he was wearing sunscreen, and with the UV glasses on, he looked black. And just in a rage moment of how the fuck did a black guy get in here and killed his own kid. And it's just the idea of how, you know, your prejudices can more mold your own reality and shit like that. Same with, like, the last one we wrote was Nepotism Unleashed, where basically it's the idea Hunter Biden crashes the Air Force One into the Burj Khalifa and starts World War III because people think that it's terrorism, and it's like a nepotism in government and how the media portrays things. So kind of those types of stories. The one before that was dentist disaster. Don't chew gum after the dentist. Kid chews his own tongue off. But yeah, public stories would be where if you want me to read it. So then I'll read it on stream for public stories. And the Writers Unleashed is everyone just for their own promotion. So you can just kind of put whatever you want in here. Of like anything that you post online or anything like that. It's actually on Wattpad. I've heard of that before, but I've never been there. Wattpad. Okay, now I have one. Okay, we're here. Where is it? What is it? Post a link to it and we will figure it out. Now I have a new site that I can use. Never used this before. What's the name of the story, Brew? This is pretty interesting. Bound by dark obsession. Can you post a link of it? I can't find it. I searched your profile and nothing came up. So if you just want to drop a link, that would be super helpful. I don't know about this, but this is supposed to say like how comfortable she is now. Like just after this small little bit of a conversation, she's gone from like being kind of stiff to being like, yeah, we can do this and we can do that and it'd be this and that, you know. She's like, oh, now I'm like comfortable enough kind of. And she's like, why am I feeling so comfortable with this guy after so quickly, you know, kind of thing. That's what she's like, not prepared for this. You can search for Fisa? Why can't you just drop a link, bro? It's so much easier if you just drop a link. Like, you're the one who has it. Yeah, that's gonna... Like, just this one? It says 0 stories. See, this is why it's just easier for you to drop a link, bro. Just drop your profile link in the chat or in the Discord. Like, should we skip straight to quantum mechanics, or should we do some sort of conspiracy thing? Something to get her attention. I think we just go, like, balls deep with it. Like, the escalation of it should be extreme. Because he's always trying to find the top point, right? Then you go too far and you bring it back down. But you don't want to just keep pussyfooting around. She's already said that she prefers, like, real talk to just, like, random small talk. So, like, having an actual conversation about something. Cute Muffin! Yo, yo, how's it going, bro? How are you? Welcome back. Yes, we're still fucking live, bro. We're still fucking here. We're still going. Going fucking hard. Hell yeah, brother. Thing is, I'm terrible at finding my own leg. Well, you go like here. I'll show you how to do it. You go like this. You pull up your Wattpad. You go to your account. You go to My Profile, and then you just take the link and you drop it in. That's all I need, bro. That's literally all I need. And then from there, I can navigate. I just need your profile. Go to the website, log in, click on your thing, go to your profile, boom. That's how you do it, brewskis. Brewski dooski daisy does. Just watched Across the Spider-Verse and it ended with a disgustingly big cliffhanger, and guess when the next film is planned for? 2 years. Damn. Bound by the obsession, a forbidden love story. Alright. Okay, I just started to stream. Have fun. Alright, Muffin. Fuck you. Enjoy your stream, good sir. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, oh, can you not copy and paste this bullshit? Is there a dark mode for this? This shit burns my eyes. Like, can you not copy this? That's super annoying. Do you know how to turn this into dark mode? Cause this fucking burns my eyes, bro. So let's go to profile. Click on the settings cog. Select dark mode. Where the fuck is dark mode? I don't see dark mode anywhere. Oh man. It's so bright. What? It should be illegal to have that. That story seems to have AI generated. It points. It uses formatting like desire, which is how AI's format. Is snow? Which story would that be? And does it really matter if it's a if it's good? You know? Does the way that it was made define what it is, or does the content itself define what it is? I just think it should be illegal for things to have white fucking backgrounds, man. It just burns my eyes. This is too bright. I don't know. That would be my assumption. Now I really have to read this story. Okay, I could copy this, though. Bound by dark obsession, novel description, Raven Blackwood has spent her entire life running from her past, from her mistakes, and most of all from him, the man who once shattered her world and left her heart bleeding. But no matter how far she goes, there's one truth she can never escape. Dante Valenti always gets what he wants. Dante is not just a man, he is an obsession, a force of nature wrapped in a tailored black suit and whispered promises of sin. He is ruthless, possessive, and utterly unforgiving. When he finds Raven again after years apart, he doesn't ask for explanation. He doesn't need them. She is his. She's always been. But Raven is no longer the broken girl he once controlled. She has secrets now, ones that could destroy them both. Dante pulls her back into his world of dark desires and dangerous power plays. She fights to keep her walls up. But every heated glance, every stolen touch reminds her of the passion they once shared. When an unseen enemy threatens to tear them apart, Raven is forced to make an impossible choice: surrender the man who ruined her, or risk everything to escape him forever. But Dante doesn't just want her body, he wants her soul, and this time he won't let go. A dark, obsessive romance filled with dangerous love, twisted passion, and a hero refuses to be denied. For mature readers only. Alright. Alright. Let's fucking see what this shit's all about, boys. I'll fight through it. City pulsed like a living thing, its neon veins casting an eerie glow on the wet pavement. Raven Blackwood tightened the coat around her frame as she walked briskly through the streets, her heels clicking against the ground in rhythmic defiance. The past was behind her. She had left it buried 6 years ago, or so she thought. She felt it before she saw it, that prickle of awareness creeping down her spine, a ghostly whisper of a presence she knew all too well. The kind of presence that made her skin hum, her breath catch, and her instinct scream one thing: run! But running was never been an option with him. She turned the corner, heart pounding. She wasn't fast enough. A shadow detached from the darkness, a towering figure stepping directly into her path. Raven sucked in a sharp breath, every muscle in her body coiling tight. Dante Valenti. He looked exactly the same, yet entirely different. His features were sharp as she remembered. Chiseled jaw, high cheekbones, lips carved for sin. But his dark eyes, once smoldering embers, were now full of something lethal, something colder. A slow smirk sped across his lips. Going somewhere, little bird? Raven swallowed the lump in her throat, fighting to steady her breath. Not with you. Dante chuckled, a sound that sent a shiver down her spine. Oh, Raven, you should know by now. I don't take no for an answer. She took a step back. And I don't belong to you. His smile disappeared in an instant. He closed the space between them, his hand curling around her waist, not tight enough to hurt, but firm enough to make a statement. That's where you're wrong, he murmured. Raven yanked her arm free, her pulse hammering. You don't own me, Dante. Not anymore. He tilted his head, studying her like a puzzle he had every intention of solving. We both know that's a lie. His voice was deep, rich, and coated in the kind of arrogance that made her want to slap him or kiss him. She hated that about him, hated that no matter how much she resented him, her body still responded to his presence like it was wired to him. You left, she said, her voice colder now. You walked away from me, remember? The dark flickered in his gaze. I never walked away, Raven. I let you go. A cruel laugh escaped her lips. That's the same thing, Dante exhaled, running a hand through his raven black hair. You still don't understand, do you? I let you go because I had no choice. Raven folds her arms, masking the tremor in her fingers. And now you suddenly do? His jaw clenched and something unreadable crossed his face. Yes. She should have walked away then. She should have turned her back, disappearing into the night, and never looked back. But she didn't. Because deep down, a part of her had always known Dante Valenti wasn't finished with her. And she wasn't finished with him. The past is never buried. They stood there for a long moment, the city moving around them, oblivious to the storm brewing between them. Raven was the first to break the silence. You can't just show up after all these years and expect me to what? Dante cut in smoothly. Forget. Her lips pressed into a tight line. He took a step closer, lowering his voice into something softer, more dangerous. Tell me, Raven, have you forgotten the way I touched you? Heat flashed through her, betrayal mixing with something far more dangerous, desire. Have you forgotten the way you used to scream my name? He continued, his voice like silken steel. Because I haven't. Raven's breath hitched, but she refused to let him see her unravel. I forgot everything about you, she lied. Dante smirked. Liar. God, she hated him. She turned to leave, but he was faster. His hand shot out, grabbing her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. You can run, little bird, he whispered, but you'll never be free of me. Come on, sneeze, motherfucking sneeze! So bullshit. Okay. It's gone. We lost it. Woo! Her heartbeat thundered, her skin burning where he touched her. Is that a threat? Dante's thumb brushed over her lower lip, slow, deliberate. No, Raven, it's a promise. And before she could stop herself, before she could think of all the reasons she shouldn't, she kissed him. Or maybe he kissed her. It didn't matter. The moment their lips met, the world around them shattered. It was heat, fury, and something dangerously close to longing. His hands were in her hair, his body pressed against hers, the sheer dominance of his presence overwhelming her senses. But just as quickly as it began, Raven shoved her away, her breath ragged. Dante licked his lips, looking far too satisfied. I hate you, she whispered. His dark eyes gleamed. Good. That means I still matter. She clenched her fists, her body betraying her. Stay away from me, Dante. A slow smile spread across his face. Never. A game they couldn't stop playing. Raven barely made it home before collapsing onto her couch, her head spinning. Dante was back. And worse, he still had the power to ruin her. She touched her lips, cursing herself for giving in even for a second. But deep down, she knew the truth. This wasn't over. It had never been over. And this time, she wasn't sure she wanted to escape. Ooh. I mean, it definitely gives a certain vibe, that's for sure. And I totally understand that passion beyond reason, desire that clouds the mind, like a blood boiling that overwhelms your defenses. It's a scary thing. but it's true. You know? So, so do you think that was AI? I don't know. Yeah, I have allergies. I've got Kleenex literally shoved up my nose. Cause it just keeps running and running. It's cause there was like a little bit of a storm here, blew all the fucking pollen. Cause there was like a bunch of wind, blew all the pollen from the field behind my house into my room. So it's like, fucking is what it is. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Doesn't stop me from powering through. Let's just bring up one of our old spicy stories. Let's see what you guys think about one of our spicy stories. The Long Night. The door slammed with a shudder that made my whole body shake. Have we woken up the whole town? A sly hissed into her ear as she pressed against. Man, just within the first little bit, man, I didn't like... This is terribly edited. I think that's supposed to say slyly. And that's just supposed to say bye. Well, that's a great way to start off. Slightly hissed into her ear as she pressed against my back. Head and ass pressed against the firm door. Felt like I was being squeezed. I could feel the strain as the air was leaving my body. My pet, if I do this right, you won't remember, but they will. Praviska bit my earlobe, pulling it softly as her teeth dragged across the skin. The crystal tear earring glimmered as she infused it with her magic. I could feel the power flowing through me, pressing into my essence, clouding my mind as my heart began to beat from the heat in my veins. She pulled back slightly, letting a breath in. I gasped, pressing my face against her shoulder. The flood of adrenaline to my body caused stars to sparkle in my eyes. Or was it lack of oxygen? I cared little for the consequences, only the lust was present in my mind. I spread my legs as I ran my foot along Praviska's sturdy leg. It's so big, I stammered. My toes probing its length, seeking the tip. The erosion of fear into longing clasped its nails into my flesh, bearing Jesus, this is so bad. My flesh bearing. And clasped its nails into my flesh, bearing down the path I had only dreamed of. She thrust her hips forward, dangling her piece, showing it off. She was having too much fun. Tingle of her piercings, rubbing against my nipples, erected them. I moaned softly as I gripped her back with my nails and slid them across her skin. You're gonna have to try harder, she whispered in my ear. My nails didn't make a scratch on her tanned, thick skin. I smiled as I bit her lower lip, pulling my arms around her, pressing ourselves together as if the world itself was a tear asunder. 2-hour embrace. It was ready now, I was sure of it. It was pressing against my inner thighs so wide it couldn't reach the top, just sitting there lingering, my juices stammering to leak from their post. Grind myself against it, feeling it throb and grow even more. Spread my legs, attempting to push it higher. You want it so bad, don't you? You have to wait, darling. I want you to earn it. She put her hand on my head, lowering me down. The vessel of lust pressed against my thighs, and the pressure forced it up onto my stitch, the juices mixing as it lapped up my crisp deluge, pressing it up and dragging across her phallus, feeling it sending shivers through my body. I screamed as I clenched, the flow overpowering. Can I let it out, mistress? Please, it's going to leak. Yes, dear. Drench me. I released, the feeling flooding through me, the liquid pouring out, covering us both. Praviska pressed her hand against me, the flow sprang across both our bodies, the warmth compelling, the smell overt but lingering. Her growth was soaked, the sputtering of its pulsing veins as it slapped across my body, catching sticky wetness and lurching off and back again. It was heavy and full and so enticing. I bit my lip as it continued up my body across my tits. I opened my mouth, preparing. Was this even possible? As if reading my mind, Fraviska answered, "You'll have to try real hard. I was going to keep it soft to help you, but I guess that isn't an option anymore. Here, I'll help you out." I gulped as she pressed her fingers over my nose, not giving me an opportunity of a full breath. The slickness, the smell, I wanted it so bad. To taste myself, to know it made this happen. I curled my lips over my teeth as it entered, the tip pressing my jaw apart. I tried to widen more, but it was futile. No, it's not. Well, it doesn't matter if it is. At least not in my opinion. It's whether the content is good or not. Who the fuck cares if AI made it? Use your teeth if you have to get it in. I can handle it. She pressed it in, and I pulled my lips back, extending my mouth just enough for it to press in, lurching against the back of my throat. My head hit the door hard, the pain coming from both sides, but it was countered by the true joy of having such a lovely piece inside me. Even if I was struggling to breathe, it made the experience feel more helpless, just the way I like it. Like a rag doll, the weight nothing to this finely built specimen of perfection. The instincts to please a woman, the mind to understand them. I was in heaven, and if this kept up, maybe for real. His word comment spoil my early morning. Well, who cares? You shouldn't take what people say, especially random people on the internet, very seriously. I mean, people can say whatever the fuck they want, man. I got banned on Reddit for AI stories, even though my stories aren't AI. So yeah, it is what it is. People are fucking retarded. Vriska pulled herself back and grabbed my neck, pressing hard as I tried to breathe in. Not yet, pet. Let it take you to the edge. My eyes were spinning stars of darkness. I gasped as she released me. The pulsing in my head began to abate. I coughed, slobbering all over my chest. Good, I can use that. She pressed her hands against my breasts and swept her cock between them. Lick the tip, bitch, she said as she slapped my face hard. A tear curled in the corner of my eye. I obeyed and opened my mouth, pressing my tongue out. She thrust across my skin, pinching my nipples and pressing my desire, folding over her, encompassing the device of pleasure. I could feel it throbbing against me, my helpless tiny body a speck in the majesty of this spectacle. I probed it, the taste of her pre-cum lingering on me as it struck. I twirled my tongue, pressing against each side, caressing it. Friska grabbed my hair as she pulled back from me. I crawled across the floor as she led me to the bed. She sat down on the bed and pulled me across her lap, placing her protrusion under my stomach, pressed against me as she flexed it, showing her strength and domination over me. Slap, 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 clap, clap, clap. She struck my bare skin with her hand, the harsh sound echoing in the room. I gasped and cried out as she continued. My skin felt like it was on fire. The heat was consuming me. Good girl. If you keep this up, I might reward you. Please, mistress, I'm begging. Please, more. Show me how much I belong to you. How I'm not my own. I'm nothing. That's right, pet. She pulled my head back and yanking my hair, spitting in my face and rubbing it all over. I smiled as I felt violated by the one who could send such pleasure without even the effect of true flesh. Mama's got a present for you, you good girl. Can you beg for it? I'm a dirty whore, Mommy. Show me how to behave properly. Show me the ways of a true woman. I need you to feel you. Please, I'm a dog in heat, strutting my ass in the air, ready to be taken. Please, take me. Show me how worthless and small I am, mistress. I'm your pet. Do with me as you please. She smiled that dark smile, the one that told you it was over. You had pressed for the true face. Now it will take yours. She threw me onto the bed, grabbing my ankles. She pressed my feet against her breasts. I tickled her piercings with my toes, the small crystals sparkling as I infused them with my magic, sending back to her as she condensed my pleasure into it. Still live. Is this the longest live? I was out at 12 hours. Yeah, Zoink, this is the longest I've been live since the 11-hour mark. I don't know, we're at 18 hours and 39 minutes, guys. Only 6 more hours to go. I can feel her cock pulsing, ready to explode. I gripped it with my hand, barely able to fold around it. I thrust my hips forward, closing the gap. The rush of finally being touched, pressed, prodded, handled. It was too much. Mistress, I'm going to spout! I screamed as her presence pressed against my clit, pushing it upwards and holding it erect. Let it out, baby girl. I released again, pissing everywhere. The stream catching the bed, the ground for Visca, me. It was glorious. I breathed heavily, my parts clenching and dripping. Magnificent. Visca pulled my leg to her face and licking across my toes, savoring the flavor, the salty sweetness causing her to overcome the barrier holding her back. She was in a fervor now. Nothing mattered but the goal. I spread my legs, grabbing her penis and pressing it against my slit. The feeling overwhelming me. My head was pulsing. My vision slit. My vision full of stars. Damn, that's a hell of a song there, Zoink. There's no pain, it was just ecstasy. Pressure pressing against me, my juices. Oh wait, where are we? Yeah, juices long. This has prepared the muscles and skin for the transition. I squirmed, trying to escape instinctually. Where do you think you're going? She pressed her hand against my throat again. That smile on her face, the lust in her eyes. Our mouths collided with a burst of motion. My eyes closed, trying to savor every feeling. She thrust inside me, both up and down, my body limp in her grasp as it was sundered. A ripple of pleasure shot through me. May I come, mistress? I need to come. Please, mistress, help me. Not yet, pet. Earn it. I'm a hopeless, useless tool. I can only get off from mistress using me, abusing me, taking me, polluting me with your essence, creating a need that you refuse to... You refuse to fill. Keep me on the edge, ready to crash. Please, mistress, let the dam flow. Release me before I explode. I need your approval. It would not disobey, mistress. I clung to the thought of choking in the pain of my body, using it to hold me back, pulling from the edge, keeping me into a filled state. She thrust harder, deeper, removing her mouth from mine as she pressed it against my cheek, pitting her teeth between my nipple. She bared down. I screamed and clenched my fingers, my nails pressing hard into Visca's back, the pressure building as I struggled to hold on to her. They pierced. I could feel a cool flow. I pulled as hard as I could. She threw her head back and howled a hiss of pleasure. Yes, you're going to get it now, bitch. She slapped me in the face a few times before throwing me over onto my stomach. She put her full weight on me, pressing me into the bed. She licked the back of my neck and ran her tongue down my ear. You can come this time if you can hold it in for 1 minute. She thrust into me again, using me as the bed to maneuver the momentum to carry her in and out as I flopped helplessly, the pleasure raiding my body. My mind all but lost of thought. Only the thought of the pain and the pleasure of my mistress. I counted as I could feel the burn entering my body. The shakes began to take me. Come, she commanded. I unleashed myself from the thoughts, letting only the feel of her body against mine fill my being. Alright. We were one in soul and flesh. I curled my nails into her skin and felt the heat explode in my savaged pussy. The juices squirted across my leg, bouncing off our legs, splashing across my face. She continued to pound me as my eyes rolled into the back of my head, the last of my energy spent. How did she keep this up? I could never know. Bitch, get ready! Visca grabbed my chin with her hand. She removed her cock from me, pushing herself up onto my body to sit on top of my breasts. I reached out vigorously, clasping her shaft, pressing the tip into my mouth, feeling the warmth of the juices mixing, the pulsing as it held back. Then the moment of pure bliss. It released. I choked as I tried to swallow. The short snort enough to cause my downfall. The liquid expunged from my nose. I spat out the contents from my mouth and pressed my head back against the pillow, taking a deep breath and continuing to cough hard. The spasm stopped as I calmed myself. I had done it again. The spill hitting the back of my throat set me off. As if timed with my breath, it shot straight up my nose. You look so cute when you're struggling. This stream has been up for 17 hours 58 minutes. How many hours are you planning to stream? 8. It's 24-hour stream. It's the it's a 1 year anniversary of me streaming. So it's a 24-hour stream. So yeah. What'd you think of my smut story? My Fuda smut story? Zoink is a little bit weird, and he's from Hong Kong, so ignore a little bit of things that might be a little bit of language barrier for him. English is not his first language. Stretch it out, boys. Stretch it out. Oh my god. Fuck my nose, man. It's making my goddamn eyes water. You actually 1 month there, Zoink. 1 month of putting up with your shit? Man, I must be pretty fucking tolerant. I mean, that's not what the stats say, Zoink. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what time is, so I couldn't tell you. Is it unfollowed, don't you remember? No, I don't remember, Zoink. No, I never banned you, Zoink. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I ban you, bro? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. TTS links? I'm so confused, bro. What are you talking about, Zoink? Guys, I think this guy's a little bit, woo, you know what I mean? I don't think he quite knows what's going on. That's what I mean by language barrier, guys. I don't think he quite understands. Look at the ban system. I don't know what that is. Sorry, Zoink. Like, I leave that to the moderators. I usually don't do anything. Because I don't give a fuck. Unless, like, you're breaking TOS. Then I have to ban you. Let's see how many bans you banned me. No idea, Zoink. That's beyond my capabilities. Bye, I want to sleep now. Alright, sounds good, Nafisa. Have a great day. Have a great night. Take care. Enjoy your sleep. You banned this account, don't you remember? And Hatake? Oh, I forgot about Hatake. No, I don't remember any of this, Zoink. I think maybe you're talking about an alternate reality? Did you bump your head or something? You did remember Wiggling and Time Station. No, I don't know those, Zoink. What are those? Wiggling sounds fucking hilarious, though. Cute Muffin's streaming right now. I don't think he's actually here. I think he's just, like, you know, lurking. You're probably the only one here, Zoink. I'm the worst streamer in the world. Don't you know that? Why would anyone be here? Why would anyone be in the stream? That wouldn't make any sense, Zoink. They'd have to be crazy.
Johnson Jessic is now following. Thank you for following Johnson Jessic.
Johnson Jessic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, bro. How's it going? How are you?
Me used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
Not that interesting. Are you smoking?
Are you a purveyor of stories, Johnson Jessic? Do you love
When did you start smoking?
spreading ideas, sharing ideas, and evolving ideas? Do you love imagining great grand worlds and small tiny pieces of detail that come together to create such grand stories, such as are what we write? Are you a purveyor, creator, or such? Thank you again for the follow. Really appreciate it, bro. Welcome to Stram.
Good, you can rest now, babe.
True. Or no, now it is going on. It is going on now. No, it is not good. It is not good, guys. What are we going to do now? I don't know. It is no. You can do what you want, but I don't know what I want, so that will cause great need in there. It does not go where you want. That was the last guy. He pressed the redeem button. Please do not redeem, sir. Do not redeem. That is a no. If you redeem, then we cannot go through the process of getting you the money. But if you want the money immediately, we can definitely do that, and we will go very much so there, where you can give me the last 3 digits on your credit cards, good sir, and your social insurance number, and we will go ahead and do the payments through your banking system. Thank you very much, good sir. You are a very good. Do not redeem. That is not what that means. It is takes all the power away from me, so you cannot do it, and you will not get rewarded. So did you press? Already pressed. Oh no, sir. No, that is not.
Go back
No.
to normal, bitch. This shit ass accent is killing me.
True. We gotta grind some more, though, guys. Gotta grind some more. Remember, Zoink, that we're smoking Amnesia. This is Strawberry Amnesia. I don't remember anything since I started smoking this, and I'm like, damn, we're almost halfway through this ounce. I thought I just bought this yesterday. What day is it? What's going on? Why am I streaming at 7:40? Oh yeah, that's right. 24-hour motherfucking stream! Let's go. If only my nose wasn't exploding right now. That would be wonderful. Why do allergies have to be a thing? They're not fair. They're not real. I think this is supposed to be here. Whoops. She conceded. 2 is in what? Oh my god, it's so annoying. Oh, time! All right. All possibilities exist. Yo, why is it 9:45 p.m.? Feels like 1 p.m. It's 7:45 for me, so you're 2 hours ahead, Callie. That is crazy that it's already 7 o'clock. Or 8 o'clock. Dude, that's insane. I think that's fine. And it's kind of like this, we go from the dialogue into kind of this summary of how she feels about it. And the decision was that she laid bare her shortcomings. And that she, like, checks herself, but she's like, nah, I'm better off like this. So I think that works. But I need to grab some food and stuff, so what we're going to do is we're going to put on the races, boys. While I eat, we will train this bitch, and hopefully the game doesn't crash, because it was freaking out, and we had connection issues earlier. Spotlight Scout available now. New support cards. So there was an update. So there's a banner now? Scout. Expired exchange points have been converted to clovers. Clovers are collected automatically or sent to presents at max capacity. special.
達成。確認を忘れずにな。マルゼンさん、なんでドライブに誘ってくれるんだろう。前の時も渋滞になったのに。キャラじ。
So that's the banner? Yeah. Okay. So guys, I have enough to scout. Let's do this. Here we go. Winners win, boys. Winners fucking win. Oh, fuck yeah. Come on. Yes. Yes. Winners fucking win. 2 rainbow, 2 gold. Oh, fuck yeah. Miano Top Gun. Ooh. Did we just get her? Dude, did we just get the banner? Emperor's Path. Symbol Rudolph. Oh! That's her! That's her! Biwa Hayahide! We got her! Holy fucking shit, boys! We fucking got her! Oh my god! El Condor Pasa. Holy fuck. I can't believe it. We fucking got her. Fuck Rice Shower. I have 5 out of 15 of these shoes. Obtained in career. $45 shoes? $90. Not quite sure what this is. Still not really sure how to play, but we should be doing careers, right? Nice. Oh, we were already in progress. Let's resume. Because we got cut off. In the middle of a race.
抜けるような青空の下、中山レース場、芝1800スプリングステークス15人の馬娘たちが挑みます。現在1番人気はミホノブルボン、人気と実力を兼ね備えたダイワスターレット、今日は3番人気です。さあ2番人気はこの子ライスシャワー、実力は1番人気にも引けを取りません。私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。ゲートイン完了、出走の準備が整いました。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。先行争いはアルゼンスキー、ミホノブルボン、4番ライスシャワー、第2コーナー、やはりミホノブルボン続きました。アルゼンスキー、ミホノブルボン、アルゼンスキー、2人の競り合いは続いている。2人がレースを作りそうですね。ミホノブルボン快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはミホノブルボン、このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはアルゼンスキー、4番、3番手、4番手には1番 並んでくる第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。依然としてミホノブルボン、続いてマルゼンスキー、その後ろに4番手に1番。
We're taking the pace so that we might have a chance at the end here.
さらには桜爆心王、そしてそのうち12番、その後14番、外にはガイバスターレット、そしてそのうちから行ったのは3番、後から6番、9番、並んできた。あとは7番。
Here we go. We just need our ultimate to activate.
先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
ミホノブルボン、彼女の客室には合っていますね。
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち込まれたライスシャワー。前を狙っていると最終コーナーを曲がって。
Come on, third. Let's go, Rice Shower. Third. Yes. Second. Oh no, I'm just gonna be third. Damn, I was so close. In third.
お姉様見ててくれた？
Goal complete. 3 turns to reach goal. Damn. We're in a good mood. We're in inspiration. Go! Nice. We need to rest. Recreation. What? Bullshit. One turn left.
最後までしっかり走るね。
Slightly increase acceleration, position toward the front, final corner, or after. Okay, I'll be right back. Once I start this.
すべての馬娘が目指す頂点、日本ダービー。歴史に定石を残すのは誰だ。このレース最も人気を集めているのはミホノブルボン、1番人気です。この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子、東海帝王、注目のライスシャワー、5枠10番での出走。
私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはミホノブルボン、サイレンス鈴鹿、アイネス風神。さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのはミホノブルボン、サイレンス鈴鹿、並びかけてきた激しい先頭争い。1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かうサイレンス鈴鹿、快調に飛ばして行きます。長丁場のこのレースですが、ミホノブルボン早くも先頭に躍り出た。さあ先頭に立ったのはサイレンス鈴鹿、早くも激しい競り合い。外を通りましてアイネス風神、内には8番、少し後ろから5番、この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。現在1番手はミホノブルボン、続きましたサイレンス鈴鹿、さらに5番、それを見るように8番アイネス風神、並んでくる2馬身離れて東海帝王、1馬身離れてライスシャワー、その後ろに3番、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ16馬身。依然としてミホノブルボン、続いてサイレンス鈴鹿、3番手アイネス風神、少し離れて8番5番5番手、後ろ東海帝王、そしてその後方にはライスシャワー、内から3番、その外並んで9番、その後3、4馬身開いて12番、1馬身差15番、あとは11番、そしてその外から行ったのはメジロライアン、内を回って1番ウオッカ追走、そしてその内から行ったのは6番、残り 1000m を通過、後方2番手にエイシングフラッシュ、7番最後方からのレースになりました。意気揚々と先頭を行きますミホノブルボン、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが、
大欅を越え4コーナー、
Apparently I have an accurate time.
これは直線勝負になるか。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。
There's a little food downstairs.
ここから先頭を捉えることは出てくるのか。ライスシャワ
We got like a broccoli chicken casserole. Nihon Bowler Bourbon! '17th! Oh my god. End career. Okay. Now we have someone who can actually do something. This character should be good, right? Sorry, you're going to the glue factory. The rest are just that. Okay, whatever that gets me. Sure. Oh, damn. Alright. Career. Wait. Is she even that good? She's the banner. Inspiration right off the bat? Nice.
先ほどある仮説が思考は明瞭、体のキレもよし、調子の良さは保証するよ。よし。今の私ならば始めようか。繰り返すことが重要になるのは理論の検討もトレーニングも同じ。気を抜かずに努力しよう。よし。
I feel like I'm getting ripped off.
先ほどある仮説が浮かんだね。トレーニングに組み込んで検証してみてもいいだろうか。思考は楽しみだな。論理的かつ法よし。
Oh yeah.
トレーナー君、今のうちに指導方針を始めようか。
Skills. Performance. I guess.
すべてこの
Alright, let's see if she's going to the fucking glue factory or not.
Sate, 美しい青空が広がる阪神レース場。ターフも絶好の両馬場になりました。
各馬娘の構想が期待できます。
虎視眈々と上位を狙っています。3番人気は9番、2番人気を紹介しましょう。8番、さあ今日の主役はこの馬娘を置いて他にいない。1番人気岩早秀。
私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは4番、7番岩早秀。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気岩早秀、4番快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭は4番単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて、2番手は岩早秀、3番手に7番、4番手には8番、内から1番、4馬身離れて2番、さらには9番、内を回って6番、そして3番。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。4番、どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが、
各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
互いに足を溜めている展開。果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは
検証を重ね磨き上げた これが私の方程式だ。
ビワハヤヒデ、ここで抜け出した。さあ、打ち方先頭を飾るのは4番ビワハヤヒデ。花を進む。さあ、誰が最初に仕掛けるのか。ビワハヤヒデ、先頭はビワハヤヒデ。これは強い。さあ、最終
ビワハヤヒデ
直線コースに入ったビワハヤヒデ。強い、強すぎる。完全に抜け出した。残り200。先頭はビワハヤヒデ。変わらないビワハヤヒデ。足色は衰えないビワハヤヒデ。リードは4馬身。2番手争いは8番7番。
ナイス。
ビワハヤヒデゴールイン。圧巻の走りでレースを制した。メイクデビューを制しました。ビワハヤヒデの完勝でした。2着は8番、3着に入ったのは7番。
予想的中だな。すまないトレーナー君。
New training partner.
論理的かつよし。論理的か。
Lots of skill points on this one. Man, they really want to pump in speed.
君にメニューの
Get some stamina.
了解した。論理的かつ始めようか。よし。
Nice, we got the success. That's huge.
始めようか。先ほどある。よし。すべてはこの日のため。
No idea what skills are good or not. Alright, here we go.
注目の1番人気13番ビワハヤ
ヒ。さて行こうか。
クラシックへの登竜門朝日杯フューチュリティステークス。ここから道は始まる。3番人気はこの子です。アイネス風神。この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子グラスワンダー。さあ今日の主役はこの馬娘を置いて他にいない。本日の1番人気ビワハヤヒデ。
私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー、ミホノブルボン、アイネス風神。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ビワハヤヒデ。ビワハヤヒデ落ち着かない様子。
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。
さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのはマルゼンスキー。早くも激しい競り合い。ミホノブルボン並んでくる。外を通りましてアイネス風神、一馬審査、9番10番追走、そしてその内を回って2番2馬審査岩早秀、その外並んで15番少し後ろから12番8番並びかけてきた。外目をついて14番内からグラスワンダー、そして1番少し離れて7番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
先頭は見合ったままこのまま直線での争いになるのか。集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
岩早秀まだ抑えたままだ。岩早秀前を狙っているぞ。さあ外から先頭を疑うのはまるで
Alright, apparently this character sucks.
リードを開いていくミホノブルボン。さあこれから坂、2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。最後は2人のつばせり合いだ。抜け出したのはミホノブルボンだが後続も追いすがる。
I'm not even gonna get into the second race.
譲らないか先頭。
The fuck is this?
しかしその差はわずか。ミホノブルボン今ゴールイン。勝ったのはミホノブルボン。
I was like 9.
この子こそ来年のクラシックの台風の目となっていくのか。2着マルゼンスキー、3着アイネス風神。
What a fucking
導いた回は謝る。
9. I don't believe it. The hell did we do wrong?
1番人気15番岩早秀。
I gotta figure out how you're supposed to actually build these characters. I have no fucking idea. I'm number 1 favorite, so I should fucking win, right?
朝日杯フューチュリティステークス、ここから道は始まる。虎視眈々と上位を狙っています。3番人気はアイネス風神。この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子グラスワンダー。スタンドに押しかけたファンの期待を一身に背負って本日の1番人気岩早秀。
私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはアイネス風神、マルゼンスキー。12番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気岩早秀、先頭を行ったのはマルゼンスキー。続いてアイネス風神、早くも激しい競り合い。さらに14番、さらに内から12番1馬身離れてミホノブルボン、2馬身3馬身開いて岩早秀。8番並びかけてきた。内から3番少し後ろから11番5番続いている。それを見るように9番、その後3、4馬身開いて10番13番並んでくる。グラスワンダー並んできた。そしてその外を回って4番さらに内、2番その外並んで16番その内並んで6番。間もなく第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
互いに足を溜めている展開。これは直線勝負になるか。各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
さあ内から先頭を狙うのはマルゼンスキー。マルゼンスキー
This is a joke.
岩早秀前を狙っているぞ。マルゼンスキー突き放せ。マルゼンスキー逃げる。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのはマルゼンスキー。リードを開いていくマルゼンスキー。最後は2人のつばぜり合いだ。岩早秀一旦抜け出したのはマルゼンスキー。だが後続も追いすがる。残り200。熾烈なデッドヒート。マルゼンスキー足色は衰えない。どちらも一歩も譲らない。熾烈な
I might have been 5th.
今ゴールイン。勝ったのはマルゼンスキー。
士気の調整が求められる。
Oh, thank God. That's so bullshit.
Na. よし。繰り返すこと。始めようか。トレーナー君。よし。
服は引けを取りません。2番人気は
Alright, let's see. We might get fucked over here, but at least this won't kick us out of the career no matter what placement we get.
さて行こうか。
上空には灰色の空が広がる東京レース場。天気は何とか持ちこたえ、両馬場の発表です。
天気持ってくれるといいですね。
現在1番人気はオグリキャップ、3番人気には2番、2番人気はビワハヤヒで真っ向勝負に注目だ。
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
芝からダートに入ります。先行争いは1番、11番、4番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気オグリーキャップ、1番会長に飛ばして行きます。花を奪っていったのは1番、続いて4番。激しい先頭争い。
God, I'm so bad.
さらに11番
Would it be in like 18?
内から2番、外12番、7番。
How is this character worse than Rice Shower?
15番、さらに内3番、オグリーキャップ追走。その外並んで13番、少し離れて5番、後方2番手に6番、最後方9番、1番、先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
1番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
最後のコーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのは1番、外から上がってきたの
I'm
は
in
2番。
last place.
目指して加速する。栄光まで400。並んでくる2番、2番、突っ込んでくる。前は2人がしのぎを削る。
This is rigged, guys. This whole game is fucking rigged.
2番、残り200。
Bullshit.
まだ勝負は続く。続いている2番、勢いよく上がってくるぞ。2番、ここで抜け出した2番、足色は衰えない。2番、今1着でゴール。
Look how far behind I am.
勝利を飾った。2着はオグリ
You're going to the fucking glue factory,
導
bitch.
いた回は誤り。
I'm just gonna pick this one because I might actually be able to win it.
注目の2番人気8番。
This is so dumb. Get the banner character. Banner character can't even get past the beginning.
さて行こうか。
輝く太陽の下に開かれている中京レース場。両と発表された馬場にはサージンが待っています。
馬場が乾いていますから力のいるレースになりそうですね。
このレース最も人気を集めているのは待機シャトル1番人気です。人気と実
And I'm
力を
still
兼ね備え
favored
た
number
5番
2,
今日は3番
which
人
means
気です。
absolutely
2番人気
nothing.
はビワハヤヒで十分に勝利を狙えますよ。
気合十分いい顔してますね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは
Bullshit.
1
I'm
番
just gonna lose,
芝
aren't
からダー
I?
ト。
How am I so bad? This is insane how bad I am.
導いた回は誤り。
I didn't know you could be this bad. Total bullshit.
トレーナー君ありがとう。
I think that's like PvP. With like all these great supports. But I can't do anything with it. True, Callie. Level 3 speed right off the bat. What skills can we get? Okay. Alright, let's see what happens.
各馬娘の構想が期待できます。
人気と実力を兼ね備えた3番、今日は3番人気です。2番人気を紹介しましょう。7番、威風堂々とスタートを待つのはこの馬娘。1番人気、岩早秀。
気合十分、いい顔してますね。
各馬娘、ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタートです。各馬娘、揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは7番、岩早秀。2番、さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのは7番。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは岩早秀。それを見るように3番、さらにその内からは2番。この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。7番、快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭は7番、関心で飛ばしていきます。続きました岩早秀、1馬審査。2番、少し離れて3番、後ろ。8番、外を通りまして9番、内には5番、さらに内から1番、少し後ろから4番。7番、先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
7番、彼女の客室には合っていますね。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
この直線で勝負が決まると、まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。岩早秀、前を狙っているぞ。まだ牽制し合っているのか、互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
Oh my god, it's so close! Oh!
完全に抜け出した。さあ、これから坂。2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。岩早秀、リードは1馬身。2番手争いは2番、7番。抜け出したのは 通過ビワハヤヒデ足色は衰えない食い下がる2番先頭
ナイス。
ビワハヤヒデ1着でゴールイン実力をいかな
予想繰り返すことが始めようか。了解した。トレーナー君、よし。
Watch this.
了解した。指先にややし体調が良くないサインだな。
No thanks.
慎重に様子を。繰り返すことが重要。
Being Chinese for me, so I don't understand. No, the game is in Japanese.
了解した。
Yeah, we're just going everything into speed.
先ほどあるか。始めようか。すまない。了解した。調子は良好。すべて
注目の
Game seems a little laggy at the
6
moment.
番ビワハヤ
さて行こうか。
クラシックへの登竜門朝日杯フューチュリティ
And
ステークスここから道
break.
は始まる
I need to grab a drink. I'll be right back.
3番人気は
Hopefully we
ハイネスフージ
fucking
2
win.
番人気を紹介しましょうミホノブルボン
Against
さあ
ミホ
今日の主役はこの
ブルボン
馬娘を置いて他にいない1番人気ビワハヤヒデ
私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いましたスタート各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはマルゼンスキーアイネス・フージ12番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気ビワハヤヒデマルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきますさあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのはマルゼンスキーアイネス・フージ並んできた早くも激しい競り合いさらに外からミホノブルボン内から11番外を回ります12番少し後ろからビワハヤヒデそれを見るように3番外を回って7番グラスワンダー並びかけてきた外には13番内から5番1馬身離れて9番少し離れて10番4番並んでくるすぐに続いて8番17番追走まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
勝負どころ、最後の直線へと。
これだ。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞビワハヤヒデまだ抑えたままだビワハヤヒデ外で足を溜めていますさあそこから先頭を伺うのはビワハヤヒデ前を狙っているぞさあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのかビワハヤヒデ2番手につけ様子を見守るビワハヤヒデ並んできたビワハヤヒデ突っ込んでくるさあこれから坂2側の舞台はこれから坂があるビワハヤヒデ抜け出したのはビワハヤヒデだが後続も追いすがる200を通過先頭ビワハヤヒデしかしその差はわずかビワハヤヒデ B は早きで足色は衰えない。B は早きで今ゴールイン。勝ったのは B は早きで。この子こそ来年のクラシックの台風の目となってゆくのか。2着はマルゼンスキー、3着はグラスワンダー。
Alright. What place did we come in?
どうだ見たかって近いぞ。
First! Nice. Nice.
夢のゲート開いて輝き目指して行こうみんなで Go to the top 誰より速く走りたいハートが加速するドキドキしてるしさせちゃうし毎日がスペシャルレースとびきりを見せたんなら自分のらしさを自分が一番信じてあげなくちゃね風を切って駆け出すもう行動止まらない本音も終わるも君に一直線夢と希望と尻尾にかけ Get just 誓うよ Go to the top 夢のゲート開いて輝き目指して完成と地響きと光るしぶきと愛とロマンがここにある見よう一緒にエンドレス芝の匂い大好き終わらない夢を連れてどこまでも
Two shoes!
「論理的かつ効率的にそれがと始めようか。よし。すまない。トレーナー君、了解した。指先。
Come on! How did I fail at 21%? Fuck off, game! 21% my fucking ass! That's so bullshit!
Na, mo.
Game's fucking rigged, guys. I literally failed at 0%.
これ思いの力か。準備は整っ。さあ
Let's go. I could be much faster than I am if I hadn't failed those two. Completing our bullshit.
Saて、行こうか。
最も速い馬娘が勝つという皐月賞。成長を見せつけるのは誰だ。このレース最も人気を集めているのは成田大臣1番人気です。続く2番人気はウイニングチケット。ここまで無敗。ジュニア王者岩早秀、現在3番人気。実力は間違いなく上位です。若き王者が実力を証明するか。各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはセイウンスカイ、テイエムオペラを6番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気成田大臣、セイウンスカイ快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭はセイウンスカイ単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは6番。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。さあ花に立ったのはセイウンスカイ。このままリードすることができるか。続いて6番1馬身離れてシンボリルドルフ、外から岩早秀、さらにテイエムオペラ王1馬身差16番内9番、その後3、4馬身開いてウイニングチケット、さらにはエイシングフラッシュ、その外並んで成田大臣、さらにその内からは2番3番続いている。そして外目をつきましては7番8番並びかけてきた。向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ12馬身。順位を振り返っていきます。依然としてセイウンスカイ続きました。6番3番手シンボリルドルフ、4番手テイエムオペラ王、16番追走少し離れて岩早秀内を回ります。9番3馬身離れて2番、それを見るようにエイシングフラッシュ、内から3番外を回って成田大臣、さらに外からウイニングチケット、内で7番内から行く11番、そしてその外17番外目をついてゴールドチップ第4コーナーカーブ、
勝負どころ最後の直線へとかけていきます。
まだ先頭は動かない。このまま直線での争いになるのか。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきこれだ。じりじり詰める岩早秀、ここで抜け出した岩早秀、見事なごぼう抜きを見せる。200を通過。2番手争いはシンボリルドルフ、テイエムオペラを岩早秀、
ナイス。
足を衰えない。先頭は変わらず岩早秀1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを制した。勝ったのは岩早秀。
どうだ、見たか。
光の速さで駆け抜ける衝動は何を犠牲にしても叶えたい強さの覚悟。一度きりのこの瞬間にかけてみろ。自分を信じて時には運だって必要というのなら宿命の旋律を引き寄せてみせよ。走れ今もまだ終われない、たどり着きたい場所があるからその先へと進め。涙さえも強く胸に抱きしめ、そこから始まるストーリー。果て
epic. Nice. 2 more shoes. Shit, we're fucked. 2 turns? But we get like super training. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm scared, guys.
さて行こうか。
すべての馬娘が目指す頂点、日本ダービー。歴史に定石を残すのは誰だ。1番人気はもちろんこの子、ウイニングチケット。この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子、成田大臣。ここまで無敗。皐月賞馬娘、三輪早秀、3番人気です。下克上は起こりうるのか。2冠目をかけてダービーに挑みます。各馬娘、ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウイニングチケット、美穂のブルボン、快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭は美穂のブルボン、単身で飛ばして行きます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は三輪早秀。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。さあ花に立ったのは美穂のブルボン。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは7番、外からジンボリルドルフ、さらに外三輪早秀、3番内から行く、さらにその外からは18番、4馬身離れてウイニングチケット、1馬身離れて9番、少し離れてウォッカ、その後スペシャルウィーク、さらにエイシングフラッシュ、外11番、内を回って6番成田大臣、外から行く、そしてその外16番、それを見るように8番、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ12馬身。順位を振り返っていきます。美穂のブルボンまだリードをキープしています。続いて7番三輪早秀、並びかけてきた。その外並んで18番ジンボリルドルフ、5番手その後ろに3番1馬審査ウイニングチケット、外には9番、そして内目をつきましては2馬身開いてスペシャルウィーク、そして外目をつきましては11番、そしてその後ろから行くのは成田大使。
We can all, I think we can do this.
残り 1000m を通過。後から6番外を回ります。14番、さらには8番、後方2番手に16番13番、最後方からという体勢であります。美穂のブルボン
See that all?
これは正解でしょうか。
Yes.
これだ。美穂のブルボン、彼女の客室には合っていますね。
大欅を越え4コーナーへ、まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。美穂のブルボンここで抜け出した。
What? Even with my ultimate? What?
前を狙っているぞ。最後のコーナー。
Come on. Speed up. No. Third. Fourth. What the fuck do you mean fourth?
ウイニングチケット、完全に抜け出した。ウイニングチケット飛んでくる。ウイニングチケット、先頭はウイニングチケット。
Oh my god, I'm gonna come in like 8.
ウイニングチケットリードは
What the fuck?
強さを見せつけてウイニングチケット、ゴール板を駆け抜けた。
What?
これは
Wow, you failed, bitch. 7? What the fuck?
注目の3番人気15番。
This is some bullshit.
さて行こうか。
すべての馬スタートです。
式の調整が求められる。
Okay, we made it. 5th.
楽しみだな。トレーナー君。
慣れ合うわけじゃないから。
指先にややしびれ。いい天気だ。
慣れ合うわけじゃないから。
すまない。いい天気だ。なあ。了解した。
Failure! Sinister. Yeah, no, this is bullshit. That's the third time I failed it under 8%. So bullshit. The game's fucking rigged. Yeah, man. We're going hard, right? Just keep your stream going. Keep it going 24/7. No, I hate streams that are like that because then you never know when the streamer's actually on, right? I like having the set schedule. If you're gonna come here, then it's like, you know I'm here, right? The 24-hour stream is just kinda, because it's my 1-year anniversary of streaming, so it's just like the big, you know, the big thing. But normally, yeah, I'm not really a fan of those kinds of streams. Unless it's like an actual 24/7 stream. Like, if I had like an alternate channel that was 24/7 that just ran all of my clips and all of my highlights, I think that'd be different than just keeping the stream up 24/7. As a man, we need you to keep it going 24/7. The women have that one idiot that's been doing it for 3 years. Can't you rep the men? You mean Cypher? You're talking about Cypher?
菊の舞台で残りの一冠を手にすることはできるか。各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。
Emily CC? I have no idea who that is. Oh my god, I'm in 17th place.
1番人気ウイニングチケット10番会長に飛ばして行きます。長丁場のこのレースですが10番早くも先頭に躍り2番並んでくる半分の先頭争いスーパーウィーク3番手1馬審査メジャークイーンスペシャルウィーク追走3馬審査7番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう前から大きく開きました。間延びした展開です。
Oh, I'm sure she has.
そしてここで先頭は2番続いて10番その後ろにスーパークリークメジロマックイーン4番手少し後ろからスペシャルウィークまずは1周目正面スタンド前に入った内で7番
If you donate enough money, I'll show myself, right?
ウイニングチケットそしてその内から行ったのはゴールドシップそれを見るように岩早秀1馬身離れて6番内を回って1番12番並びかけてきた内には9番外マンハッタンカーフェさらに13番後方2番手に18番成田大臣最後方からという体勢であります意気揚々と先頭を行きます10番どうでしょうこの展開
Not sure what you mean by that.
一息つけるといいですが
第1コーナー回って第2コーナー順位を振り返っていきます現在1番手は10番すぐに続いて2番内スーパークリークスペシャルウィーク続いているメジロマックイーン5番手さらには7番2馬身3馬身開いて4番その後ゴールドシップそしてその後ろから行くのはウイニングチケットその後ろから岩早秀あとは12番2周目の向こう上面に入って変わらず先頭を突き進みます10番先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか
10番彼女の客室には合っていますね
There's, like, you know, the ones that do like the OnlyFans, and then they'll have like the Twitch stream, and they won't show themselves. They'll be like, you know, it'll be like an empty hot tub, or like their hand will randomly move inside of the stream. And it's like, oh, donate a certain amount of money, and you know, maybe I'll pop up on the stream. It's just the enticing thing. And people are like, oh, maybe we see girl with big booba if we give money. Fourth magazine to report on her, and in 1 month between donations and sponsorships, she clears anywhere from 125 to 200,000. Oh, I'm sure. Look how far behind I am. 12. Try again. Strange part is it's she really not all that attractive? Well, of course. It's not really about being attractive, it's about having the promotion. Wait, did I come in 4th? I came in 2nd! What the fuck? Okay. Oh, we have 11 turns. This is gonna be great. One speed. Yes, super trading. Friendship trading.
No.
6% failure. Yes. I got a carrot. Nice.
君にメニュー始めようか。よし。了解した。
I was worried 18%. It's pretty high. Oh, our speed is fucking unbelievable now. Hell yeah. Inspiration. Let's go. 35%, but we need it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Yes! Yes! Woo! Break out of the pack when positioned toward the front. Velocity when breaking out of the pack on the final straight. Think. It's the farthest we've ever gotten. We're just pumping absolutely everything into speed. It's what's important. It's just getting speed.
最長距離 G1 天皇賞春このレース最も人気を集めているのは成田大臣1番人気です。この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子スペシャルウィーク注目の皐月賞馬娘岩早秀8枠17番での出走。
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
ゲートイン完了。 出走の準備が整いました。
Damn it.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは6番18番メジロマックイーン。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気成田大臣6番快勝に飛ばしていきます。先頭は6番三振で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは12番2馬身3馬身開いてスーパークリーク、外には岩早秀、そのうち並んで10番、それを見るように4番メジロマックイーン並んでくる。マヤのトップガン並んできた。少し後ろから2番、そして外目をつきましては18番、そしてその内から行ったのは16番、さらに内からスペシャルウィーク少し離れて9番成田大臣並びかけてきた。マンハッタンカフェ追走。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。前から大きく開きました。間延びした展開です。
各自自分のペースを保っているようですね。
順位を振り返っていきます。6番まだリードをキープしています。続きました12番3馬身離れて岩早秀、メジロマックイーン4番手、5番手にマヤのトップガン、外を回って2番差がなくスーパークリーク、外を回ります。10番まずは1周目正面スタンド前に上がっていく。1馬身離れて16番、その外並んで4番1馬身差18番、外からスペシャルウィーク、後から成田大臣、さらに1マンハッタンカフェ、さらに9番外からゴールドシップ、後方2番手に13番最後方1番成田大臣。果たしてどうでしょうか。
馬場状態を確認しながら走っている感じですね。まだ本気ではないですよ。
We're
1
halfway
コーナ
there.
ーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。現在1番手は12番、続いて
Corner
6番
recovery.
3番手メ
Nice.
ジロマックイーン4番手10番5番手には岩早秀、そしてその外から行ったのはスーパークリーク内16番、外目をついて2番外、マヤのトップガン外でスペシャルウィーク18番、続いている外を通りまして4番、その後マンハッタンカフェ、さらにはゴールドシップ、あとは成田大臣。2周目の向こう正面、各馬娘たちの動きが激しくなっています。12番先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
12番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
意気揚々と先頭を行きます。12番どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
残り1000メートルを通過。
Ah, shit.
さあここで目覚めるか。
Wait, there we go. We're pulling ahead. We're pulling ahead. Ah, shit. What the fuck? What the fuck was that shit? Look at her fucking go. What the fuck? She's like, yeah. Okay, now it's time to put on the show. What the holy shit? I'm gonna come like 9. She's fucking retarded. Ninth. 10? Oh my god.
17番岩早秀。
さて行こうか。
いいスタートを切ったのは10番第4コー。
導いた回は誤り。
13th, even worse. Fuck. Well, that sucks. I have 7 out of 15.
岩早秀だ。よろしく。 これ思いの力。君にメニューの相談楽しみだな。今の私ならば君の期待に十二分に了解した。思考は楽しみだな。なあ、よし。トレーナー君、今のうちに了解した。始めようか。なあ、了解した。トレーナー君、よし。始めようか。よし。
Nice. I was scared there.
調子は良好。すべて
Not worth it.
注目の一番人気4番。
さて行こうか。
ゆったりと流れる美しい雲、青空広がる阪神レース場。前日に降った雨のため絶好とは言えないやや重発表となりました。
このくらいの馬場の方が合っている馬娘もいますからね。
3番人気には9番、2番人気を紹介しましょう。3番、威風堂々とスタートを待つのはこの馬娘。本日の1番人気、琵琶早秀。
気合十分、いい顔してますね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。さあ、ゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは2番、3番、琵琶早秀。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気、琵琶早秀。2番、早くも先頭に躍り出た。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは琵琶早秀。内の方から3番、4番手に5番、そしてその外7番、外を回って8番、さらに外9番、それを見るように1番、その外並んで6番。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。2番、どうでしょうこの展開。
分かってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
先頭2番、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。続いて琵琶早秀。3番手、3番、4馬身離れて5番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
さあ、いよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
琵琶早秀、前を狙っているぞ。2番、先頭は2番。これは強い。最終コーナー、先陣を切ったのは2番、琵琶早秀。食らいついていく。突っ込んでくる琵琶早秀。飛び込んできた2番、2番。リードは2馬身。抜け出したのは2番。だが後続も追いすがる。200を通過。2番、琵琶早秀。追いすがる。差を詰めた琵琶早秀。2番ゴールイン。2番レースデビューを制しました。2着琵琶早秀。3着3番。
1着への道筋が見えた。すまないトレン。 論理的か。了解した。先ほどある風。よし。君に始めようか。繰り返す。了解した。トレーナー君。よし。
注目の1番人気2番。
さて行こうか。
曇り空の下、東京レース場芝2000、2勝利戦、9人の馬娘たちが挑みます。3番人気には1番、2番人気を紹介しましょう。5番、スタンドに押しかけたファンの期待を一身に背負って1番人気、琵琶早秀。
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
各馬娘、ゲートに入って体勢整いました。さあ、ゲートが開いた。各馬娘、綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは3番、5番、琵琶早秀。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気、琵琶早秀。3番、快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭は3番、単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは5番、3番手、7番、琵琶早秀。並んでくる5番手、1番、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ11馬身。さあ、花に立ったのは3番。このままリードすることができるか。続いて5番、そして琵琶早秀。外には7番、3馬身差1番、さらに9番、そしてその内から行ったのは8番、さらに内6番、その後4番、3番、先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
3番、彼女の客室には合っていますね。
順位を振り返っていきます。先頭は変わらず3番、続きました5番、琵琶早秀。この位置につけています。そしてその後ろから行くのは7番、1番、5番手、外から9番、内を回って8番、後から6番、あとは4番。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。
I believe
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。さあ、いよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。琵琶早秀、まだ抑えたままだ。琵琶早秀、前を狙っているぞ。琵琶早秀、外で足を溜めています。
求めるこれだ。
さあ、外から先頭を伺うのは琵琶早秀。最後のコーナー。
Go Ultimate!
琵琶早秀、負けられない、負けられないぞ。
I believe!
リードは3馬身。琵琶早秀、強すぎる。完全に抜け出した。200を通過。2番手争いは5番、1番。先頭は
All that training paid off.
強い。琵琶早秀、足を衰えない。琵琶早秀、強い走りだ。このレースの主役は間違いなくこの子でした。琵琶早秀、見事に制しました。2着は9番、3着は1番。
予想的中だな。なあ、よし。調子は良好。
Wait, what? You've been streaming for 20 hours? Yeah, it's a 24-hour stream, Beezus. You didn't know? I mean, I've been promoting it for like 2 months. You know, I thought people would have figured it out. But hey, it is what it is. How's it going, Beezus? You missed the sleeping stream. I passed out for a couple hours.
5番人気12番ビワハヤ
I was out all yesterday closing escrow, so I was busy. Yeah, no worries, bro. It's all good. Don't worry about it. We still haven't done the house tour. We have to do that within the next couple hours.
クラシックへの登竜門朝日
So
杯フューチュリティステークス
stick around for the house tour.
現在1番人気はミホノブルボン実力は負けていません2番人気マルゼンスキー注目のビワハヤヒで6枠12番での出走
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いましたスタートです
Late start. Fuck.
みんな集中してましたね好レースが期待できそうです
先行争いはミホノブルボンマルゼンスキー16番ミホノブルボン快調に飛ばしていきますさあ期待に応えてミホノブルボン
What are you doing? You've been doing good, Beezus? Gotten any more writing in?
マルゼンスキー序盤からやりやすい
Or just been too busy?
になりそうですね
We managed to get 3 scenes written today in the entirety of the 20 hours that we've been streaming. But we did. The story was woman falls in love with her AI phone, but it's presented as if he's real, and then it's like the twist is that oh yeah no it's actually just the phone, and she's crazy. Over 25k words over a week. Nice. Way more productive than me, bro. Oh my god, I'm coming like 4. Fucking 4th. Time to put her down. She's not performing. Yup. Glue Factory. And this is the banner. I got the free roll banner today and she fucking sucks. You'd think the banner would be OP. 17% failure. Nice, we succeeded. %. Yes. Okay, now we need to rest. Did I just fail? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How are you supposed to win anything?
ヒヤシンスステークス16人の馬娘たちが挑みます虎視眈々と上位を狙っています3番人気は2番人気を紹介しましょう
My training is never what it needs to be.
この馬娘1番人気ビワハヤヒで
気合十分いい顔してますね
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いましたスタート各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
They try and make it enough of a grind to make you want to pay. True, Beezus.
芝からダートに入ります13番快調に飛ばしていきます
That's where the trick is, to just pretend that your horse is the one that won. Then you always win no matter what.
少し離れて4番外から7番2番並びかけてきた後方2番手に10番6番最後方からのレースになりました。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。13番どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが、
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
Keeping up with
し
them.
合っているようですね。
Oh my god, I am keeping up with them.
最初に仕掛けるのか。最後のコーナー最初に立ち上がったのは13番。突っ込んでくる岩早秀。残り
We get our ultimate, we might get in first.
2番手争いは桜
No ultimate, we're gonna get in like fourth.
桜庭不信用並びかけてきた。
Ooh, this is bad. This is bad. No, we're getting kicked out. Wait, wait, everyone's falling behind. I'm gonna come in second. Wow, that was so close at the end there.
会場の強さを見せた見事な勝利です。キアシンスステークスを制しました。桜庭不信用の完勝でした。2着はビワ早秀、3着は16番。
1着への道筋が見えた。
注目の2番人気17番。
I have to do more races and more races because I don't have enough fans.
さて行こうか。
美しい青空が広がる中山レース場。ターフの絶好の両馬場になりました。
I need to stop getting hyped up watching a horse girl race.
成田大臣
Why?
と上位を狙っています。3番人気は星雲スカイ、2番人気はビワ早秀。実力は1番人
Let's
気にも近づいていません。
go!
気合十分いい顔してますね。
ゲートイン完了。
What else is there to do in the first world with the rest of your life, Beezus? Other than cheer on some anime girls.
スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは星雲スカイ、12番ビワ早秀。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気成田大臣、星雲スカイ快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭は星雲スカイ単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは12番。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。さあ花に立ったのは星雲スカイ。このままリードすることができるか。続いて12番一馬身差ビワ早秀。さらには8番アグネスタキオン。続いている1馬身離れて1番外を回って11番2馬身3馬身開いてウイニングチケット。さらに10番13番並びかけてきた成田大臣。この
We're catching up.
外を通りまして9番内から行く5番キングヘイ
Okay, now we're falling behind.
その外15番差がなく3番第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。順位を振り返っていきます。依然として星雲スカイ
Just passing halfway.
3番手にビワ早秀、そしてアグネスタキオン。8番5番手その外並んで11番内で1番。そしてその後ろから行くのは10番少し後ろからウイニングチケット成田大臣。ここにいた後ろ13番それを見るように5番9番並んでくる。すぐに続いてキングヘイロー3番追走。そして外目を突き出しては15番内を回ります。16番星雲スカイ先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか。
星雲スカイ彼女の客室には合っていますね。
求めているのはこれだ。
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのはビワ早秀。ビワ早秀速い速いもはや独走状態。100を通過ビワ早秀。
Can you keep it?
強い。
Let's do it. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about. Number 1, bitch!
ビワ早秀これは完璧な勝利です。他の
Kick
追
your
随を許
asses.
さなかったぞ。弥生賞を制しました。ビワ早秀の完勝でした。2着にはウイニングチケット。3着はアグネスタキオン。
予想的中だ。
Two shoes! Super important.
すまない。
Race day inspiration! Fuck yeah.
これ思いの力。 調子は良
Alright, here we go. Can we do it?
3番人気8番。
さて行こうか。
最も速い馬娘が勝つという皐月賞。成長を見せつけるのは誰だ。さあ1番人気の紹介です。成田大臣、実力は負けていません。2番人気ウイニングチケット、岩早秀。3番人気です。下克上は起こりうるのか。
気合十分いい顔してますね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは10番、9番、14番、成田大臣。現在最高峰、失策。はたまた狙い通りか。
直線勝負にかけているんでしょう。終盤に期待です。
花を奪っていったのは9番。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。さあ先頭に立ったのは10番、続いて9番。早くも激しい競り合い。その後ろ岩早秀、さらに12番外、13番外から行く、14番外からアグネス・ターキオ。内には2番外目をついて、15番内をついて、6番2馬身離れて1番ウイニングチケット。外から行く、そしてキングヘイロー、そしてその外を回ってスペシャルウィーク。少し後ろからエイシングフラッシュ。内成田大臣、後方2番手にチンボリ・ルドルフ。向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身。9番快調に飛ばして行きます。順位を振り返っていきます。9番まだリードをキープしています。続きました10番少し離れて12番岩早秀並んでくる。そしてその後ろから行くのは13番、それを見るように14番アグネス・ターキオ。並んできた内の方から6番、さらに内2番1馬審査、15番外を回ってウイニングチケット。さらにその外からはキングヘイロー、成田大臣ここにいます。さらに内から1番、まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
先頭は見合ったまま。
Yes, here we go.
これだ。
ビワハヤヒデ、ここで抜け出した最後のコーナー。先陣を切ったのはビワハヤヒデ。成田大使外で足を溜めています。ビワハヤヒデ強すぎる。完全に抜け出した200を通過。スペシャルウィーク追いすがるビワハヤヒデ。リードは5馬身。
Now you ain't catching me, bitch. I'm too fast. What are we talking about?
ゴールイン。圧巻の走りでレースを制した。勝ったのはビワハヤヒデ。皐月を制し3冠の一角を手に入れました。2着はスペシャルウィーク、3着はアグネス・タキオン。
どうだ見たかって近いぞ。
Nice. Nice. Now we're actually getting some stuff, boys. Let's go.
Na. Yoshi.
Come on, yes! That was so crucial. Meant to be. We need to get first.
注目の3番人気17番。
さて行こうか。
すべての馬娘が目指す頂点、日本ダービー。歴史に定石を残すのは誰だ。このレース最も人気を集めているのはウイニングチケット。1番人気です。実力は負けていません。2番人気成田大臣、皐月賞馬娘岩早秀。現在3番人気、下克上は起こりうるのか。2冠目をかけてダービーに挑みます。ゲートイン完了、出走の準備が整いました。 さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
14番とテイエムオペラオ、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウイニングチケット、14番会長に飛ばして行きます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かって行きます。先頭は14番単身で飛ばして行きます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は三輪早秀、10番内から行くテイエムオペラオ、並んできた。外を回って16番、この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。
A little bit of a longer race, so might be a little bit scary coming up.
3番手4番手三輪早秀、その内並んで
But we're
16
keeping
番、
pace.
34馬身開いてメジロライアン、その外並んでウイニングチケット、少し後ろから成田大臣、そして動くか。それを見るように15番2コーナー回って向こう上面、依然先頭は14番、続きましたテイエムオペラオ、あとは10番少し離れて16番外を通りまして三輪早秀、さらにメジロライアンウイニングチケット、ここにいます。さらにその外からは18番、そして内目をつきましては15番外を回ります。12番すぐに続いて成田大臣、4番続いている。さらには動くか。差がなく6番13番追走、1番並んでくる後方2番手にゴールドシップ、ライズシャワー最高峰だ。残り 1000m を通過。14番先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
14番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
現在1番手は14番、その後からテイエムオペラを大けやきを越え4コーナーへ。先頭は見合ったまま、果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。三輪早秀前を狙っているぞ。ウイニングチケット外で足を溜めています。テイエムオペラをここで抜け出した14番2番手につけ様子を見守る。じりじり
Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Going to the glue factory. She's going to the glue factory, guys.
残り200、食い下がるテイエムオペラを12番追走、先頭は依然ウイニングチケット、これは強い。先頭はウイニングチケット、ウイニングチケット、これは完璧な勝利です。他の追随をまるで許さなかったぞ。やった、見事。
導いた回は誤り。
13. Try again.
注目の3番人気1番三輪早秀、
これ以上ない。
さて行こうか。
全ての馬娘、いいスタートを切ったのはメジロライアン。
導いた回は誤り。
7.
注目の3番人気
We're gonna get lucky.
三輪早秀、
このメンバーの中でも見劣りしない仕上がりです。
さて行こうか。
さあ三輪早秀、
導いた回は誤り。
注目の3番人気9番
さて行こうか。
すべてさあテイエムオペラ王、いいスタートだ。大けやきを
指揮の調整が求められる。
5th. Yes. Woo! We made it. That's huge.
Oh, 指先に論理的。了解した。すま。
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes.
いい天気だ。練習はテンポ。了解した。いい天気だ。なあ。よし。論理的か。了解した。君にメニューの相談をするのも日々の
Come on, 1% failure. We can do this.
準備は整った。
Here we go. The farthest we've gotten.
実力は引けを取りません。2番人気は
さて行こうか。
クラシックロードの終着点、菊花賞を制し最強の称号を手にするのは誰だ。現在1番人気はウイニングチケット、3番人気にはスーパークリーク、2番人気は皐月賞馬娘琵琶早秀。真っ向勝負に注目だ。菊の舞台で残りの一冠を手にすることはできるか。各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
ミホノブルボンと6番、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウイニングチケット、ミホノブルボン快調に飛ばして行きます。さあ、
Looks like I might have a chance. Straight descent. Nice.
すぐに続いて6番、早くも激しい競り合い。大きく離れて琵琶早秀、マヤのトップが4番手、5番手にライズシャワー。第4コーナーカーブ、前から大きく開きました。縦長の展開だ。
各自自分のペースを保っているようですね。
現在1番手はミホノブルボン、続いて6番、3番手に琵琶早秀、マヤのトップが続いている。2馬身離れてスーパークリーク、1馬身差ライズシャワー。1周目の直線、スタンドの大歓声に迎えられながら馬娘たちが走り抜ける。テイエムオペラを並んできた2番追走、1馬身離れて7番、少し離れて9番、2馬身3馬身開いて15番、2馬身差ウイニングチケット、内から3番、そしてその外から行ったのは成田大臣、そしてその内を回って4番、5番、並んでくる後方2番手に18番、17番、最後方からのレースになりました。6番、先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
6番、彼女の客室には合っていますね。
1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。順位を振り返っていきます。さらにはミホノブルボン、その後から6番、その後3、4馬身開いて琵琶早秀、その後ろにマヤのトップガン、後からライズシャワー、その後ろスーパークリーク、その後ろから7番、後ろ2番、それを見るようにテイエムオペラを、そしてその後ろから行く
my old favorite. She's still my favorite, but you know, this is the new banner, so I figured the new banner would be good. And I mean, I guess she is, but you know, we've just been pumping straight speed. It seems to be working. Why would you train anything but speed?
そして外目をつきましては成田大臣、内4番、意気揚々と先頭を行きますミホノブルボン。どうでしょうこの展開。
Damn, that person's coming up super fucking fast.
成田大臣、徐々に
Oh my god, number 8. Yeah, everyone just passed us.
スーパークリーカー、ここで抜け出したこの直線で
Some
勝負。
fat ass
じりじり
bullshit.
詰める成田大臣、まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。栄光まで400、最終コーナー、先陣を切ったのはスーパークリーク、抜け出したのはスーパークリーク。だが後続も追いすが200を通過、並びかけてきたのは成田大臣。成田大臣、ぐんぐんと上がっていく。成田大臣、ここで抜け出した。成田大臣、1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮し、レースを制した。勝ったのは成田大。
導いた回は誤り。
Nice. Goal incomplete. D? I didn't even get C? Last time I had C.
That's 確認を忘れずにな。 デイリーレースでは強化アイテムなどがムーンライトショーではマニーをたくさん獲得できますよ。
お、このゴールドシップ様を呼んだか？
ビワハヤヒデだ。よろしく頼む。
ここは負けられない一番人気18番。
さて行こうか。
晴れ渡る空の下行われる京都レース場。芝1618人の馬娘た
Guys,
ちが
I
挑
think I
みま
just
す。
figured
人気と
something
実
out,
力を兼ね備えた6番。
but I'm
今日
not
は3
100%
番人気です。
sure.
2番人気を紹介しましょう。ダイワスカーレット。さあ今日の主役はこの馬娘を置いて他にいない皐月賞馬娘ビワハヤヒデ1番人気です。
気合十分いい顔
When
して
you
ますね。
rank those, that's what those characters get. So you're not 1, 2, and 3. You want to have your highest possible ranking. I got a late start.
みんな集
Fuck.
中してましたね。
But yeah, no, I'm just gonna completely destroy them. I don't even think this is gonna be fair.
9番。さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのはビワハヤヒデ。9番続いている激しい先頭争い内を回ります。3番少し後ろから12番さらに外から16番ビワハヤヒデ。ペースが速い。
冷静さを取り戻せるといいのですが。
9番快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは9番。このままリードすることができるか。ビワハヤヒデと9番序盤からやり合っています。
2人がレースを作りそうですね。
現在1番手はビワハヤヒデ。続いて9番1馬審査12番すぐに続いて3番外を回って16番少し離れてダイワスカーレット1馬身離れて10番7番並びかけてきた。さらに内5番外から8番2馬身3馬身開いて14番そしてその内から行ったのは11番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。ビワハヤヒデ花を進む残り400。最終コーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのはビワハヤヒデ。ダイワスカーレット食い下がるビワハヤヒデ。これは決まったか。後ろは大きく離れたぞ。残り200。余裕の走りだ。2番手との差は縮まらずこれは勝負後。ビワハヤヒデ足色は衰えない。ビワハヤヒデ谷差で今ゴールイン。圧倒的な実力差を見せつけレースを制したビワハヤヒデ。見事に完勝。レースを制し、
予想的中だな。
ムーンライトショーではマニーをたくさん獲得できますよ。
ビワハヤヒデだ。よろしく頼む。
注目の3番人気7番。
さて行こうか。
晴れ渡る空の下行われる京都レース場。芝1618人の馬娘たちが挑みます。このレース最も人気を集めているのはオグリキャップ1番人気です。実力は負けていません。2番人気キングヘイロー皐月賞馬娘ビワハヤヒデ3番人気です。下克上は起こりうるのか。
私が一番期待している馬娘気合い入れてほしいですね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
ビワハヤヒデ落ち着かない様子。
ちょっと前に出ましたね。
先行争いは桜爆心号12番1番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気オグリーキャップ12番先頭に立ちました。続きました5番外を通りまして桜爆心号内で8番ビワハヤヒデ追走。外から10番さらには15番外から16番11番並んできた。さらに2番そしてその後ろから行くのはキングヘイロー内から1番その外並んでオグリーキャップ内には9番13番並んでくる。そしてその内から行ったのは6番後方2番手に4番ポツンと1人17番12番先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか。
12番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
ここで先頭は三輪隼秀、続いて桜爆心号。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
ここからスパ
I'm
ート。
holding up pretty well. That's what matters, right?
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは桜爆心号。栄光まで400。さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入った。外から
Get out of here!
並んでくるオープニキャップ。ここで先頭に立った
Yes!
桜爆心
Triumphant pulse!
2番手争い
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! No! I'm gonna come in like 4th! Fuck! That's so bullshit.
差し切ってゴール。オグリキャップ勝利をか。
Straight to the fucking goddamn horse factory, bitch.
ムーンライトショーではマニーをたくさん獲得できますよ。
ビワハヤヒデだ。よろしく頼む。
4番人気2番ビワハヤ。
さて行こうか。
曇りスターク馬娘。
式の調整が求められる。
4th again. Fucking kidding me.
4番人気14番
さて行こうか。
キングヘイロー。
式の調整が求められる。
Oh man, I'm not gonna get better than 4th. This is bullshit.
ムーンライトショーではマニーをたくさん獲得できます。ジュピターカップではサポートポイントをたくさん。
このゴールドシップ様をビワハヤヒデだ。よろしく頼む。
注目の1番人気12番。
さて行こうか。
晴れ渡る空の下行われる中山レース場。芝2018人の馬娘たちが挑みます。人気と実力を兼ね備えた14番。今日は3番人気です。この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子ミホノブルボン。さあ今日の主役はこの馬娘を置いて他にいない。皐月賞馬娘ビワハヤヒデ1番人気です。
私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。スタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはビワハヤヒデ15番10番ビワハヤヒデ上がっていきます。
冷静さを取り戻せるといいのですが、
やはりビワハヤヒデ2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはミホノブルボン。ミホノブルボン落ち着かない様子。ビワハヤヒデ早くも
I always start out strong, but then I just kind of fall off because I have like no stamina.
まとまって混戦状態です。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
ビワハヤヒデ先頭に立つのか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はミホノブルボン。そのうち並んで4番内から続いて2番、そしてその外を回って8番、それを見るように14番内で10番、少し後ろから1番外目をついて3番、その外並んで15番、少し離れて5番7番追走11番並んできた6番続いている。向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ13馬身。順位を振り返っていきます。先頭は相変わらずビワハヤヒデ、続いてミホノブルボン、そしてその内から行ったのは4番外14番1馬身差9番、さらには15番差がなく10番、さらに
I'm so far ahead. How could I possibly lose this?
13番外から11番2番並びかけてきた。外を通りまして6番、さらにその外からは18番、さらに3番、そして外目を突き出しては16番内から行く1番。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。余裕の走りだ。後ろをぐんぐん突き放して、これはセーフティーリード。残り200。ビワハヤヒデ、これは強い。余力を残したまま2番手争いは11番14番ビワハヤヒデ。足色は衰えない。ビワハヤヒデ大差で今ゴールイン。圧倒的な実力差を見せつけ
True absolute domination.
ジュピターカップではサポートポイントをたくさん獲得。
ビワ早秀だ。よろしく頼む。
This is the last one I can do, I think. Last ticket that I have.
3番ビワ早秀、4番
さて行こうか。
晴れ渡る空の下行われる中山レース場芝2018人の馬娘たちが挑みます。現在1番人気はシンボリルドルフ、2番人気を紹介しましょう。スペシャルウィーク注目の皐月賞馬娘ビワ早秀、2枠3番での出走。
私が一番期待している馬娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
ゲートイン完了、出走の準備が整いました。今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはビワ早秀、10番15番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気シンボリルドルフ、先頭を行ったのは10番、続きましたビワ早秀、10番ビワ早秀、2人の競り合いは続いている。
いいライバル関係になりそうですね。
さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。10番快調に飛ばしていきます。各馬娘一打となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
先頭は10番単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは1番2馬身離れてビワ早秀、差がなく15番、5番手に12番、そしてその外から行ったのは13番、そのうち並んで8番、内には2番シンボリルドルフ、ここにいますメジロライアン、並んできた。それを見るようにスペシャルウィーク2コーナー回って向こう正面、順位を振り返っていきます。先頭は変わらず10番、続いて1番、2馬身3馬身開いてビワ早秀、4番手に15番、2番並びかけてきたシンボリルドルフ、この位置につけていますメジロライアン、並んでくる。その外並んで14番、すぐに続いて12番、さらにその内からはスペシャルウィーク13番続いている。そしてその内から行ったのは8番、1馬身離れて9番、少し後ろから17番、1馬身差7番、外から18番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
シンボリルドルフ、ここで抜け出した。まだ先頭は動かない。このまま直線での争いになるのか。最後のコーナー
Not even fucking close.
3番手争いはスペシャルウィーク、2番シンボリルドルフ、リードは1馬身、残り200。
I'm too weak, guys. I'm just too weak.
追いすがるシンボリルドルフ、このまま押し切れるか。お見事、シンボリルドルフ、100歳以上の強さを見せた見事な勝利です。シンボリルドルフ、見事に完勝、レースを制しました。2着メジロ。
導いた回は誤り。
ジュピターカップではサポートポイントをレースにエントリーするのか。レース楽しみですね。全力で受けて立ち
ビワ早秀だ。よろしく頼む。
18番人気17番。
Alright, the last one.
さて行こうか。
晴れ渡る空の下行われる東京レース場芝2400レジェンドレース、18人の馬娘たちが挑みます。注目のビワ早秀、十分に勝利を狙いますよ。さあ今日の主役はこの馬娘を置いて他にいない。スペシャルウィークゲートイン完了、出走の準備が整いました。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは13番、1番、7番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気スペシャルウィーク13番快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭は13番単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは15番、第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。さあ花に立ってのは13番、このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は15番、1馬身離れて岩早秀、内で7番、外18番、そのうち並んで1番、そしてその外から行ったのは11番、すぐに続いてスペシャルウィーク8番、並びかけてきた。さらに12番、10番、追走9番、並んできた。少し後ろから2番、外を回ります。16番、内の方から3番、6番、続いている。後方2番手に14番、5番、並んでくる。向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ11馬身、順位を振り返っていきます。依然先頭は13番、続きました17 15番、そしてその後方には岩早秀4番手、7番、5番手に18番、内を回ります。1番、少し離れて11番、内を回って8番、差がなく9番、内からスペシャルウィーク、そしてその外を回って10番、それを見るように2番、その外並んで6番、内3番、そして外目を突き出しては12番、外には16番、残り1000メートルを通過。さらには5番、最後方14番、意気揚々と先頭を行きます。15番、どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。まだ1馬身以上の差があると、ここから捉えることができるのか。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。スペシャルウィーク、まだ抑えたままだ。岩早秀、前を狙っていると。最終コーナー、先陣を切ったのは15番、15番、早い。もはや独走状態。400を切りました。7番、後逸がある。15番、先頭は15番。
God damn, I'm coming like 9.
ここから一気にちぎるか。15番、足色は衰えない。
W Talk, let's go. Chris AM, welcome. How's it going, brother? Hell yeah, brother. We going hard. Except apparently, holy shit. We came in last? We came in absolute last? Wow. What a joke.
全力で受けて立ちます。
We're just so bad at the game, guys. Well, that was fun. I am, like, burnt the fuck out, though, so we gotta find something to watch. What do you guys think we should watch? Watch Mr. Ballin.
Today, we're going to look at 3 stories about 3 normal people who at some point made decisions that at the time didn't really seem like that big of a deal, but those decisions quickly changed their lives forever and affected the lives of millions and millions of other people. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and dump out their Mountain Dew and replace it with pickle juice. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. One afternoon in 2009, a 38-year-old man was sitting inside of a manga cafe in Seoul, South Korea. So a manga cafe is a lot like a normal cafe. You can go inside and buy snacks or drinks and socialize, do whatever. But also, in manga cafes like this one, they have these big in-store libraries that contain manga. And manga are like comic books. Now, this man did not have a lot of money. And so when he went inside of this cafe, he didn't buy any drinks or food. He just went up to the in-store library, grabbed an edition of his favorite manga series, and just sat down and began to read. Now, this man had read this particular series multiple times. He just kept coming back to it because he thought it was like the best manga you could possibly read. Now, a lot of people actually didn't know what to make of this particular series. It was actually kind of controversial because it was so over-the-top violent, like well beyond any other series. But to this man, that sort of made it stand out. It made it sort of special, and he loved it. In fact, it was so crazy, this series, that every time he read it, it allowed him to sort of leave his life for a second and just totally escape into this wild, violent story. And right now, in this man's life, he really needed that escape because his real life was pretty terrible. He had spent practically his whole life studying and working to try to become a professional writer and director. But in Seoul, the entertainment industry was pretty unpredictable. And so this man had successfully landed a couple of jobs here and there, doing some writing and, doing some directing, but they were small gigs and they typically fizzled out at some point. And so over and over again, like right now in this man's life, he found himself back in the same position he always was in, which was unemployed. At the moment, this man lived with his mother and his grandmother. But even though all three of them were pooling their resources, they still struggled to just pay for rent. In fact, recently, the man had to sell his laptop, the thing he used for all of his writing. It was like how he was going to eventually crack a career in entertainment for real. He had to sell that just so that they wouldn't get evicted. And if that wasn't bad enough, the man had also begun taking out all these short-term loans with high interest rates just to pay for basic needs. Forget rent, like just food and basic necessities he was taking out loans for, but he had no way to pay them back. And so the debt was just piling up nonstop. And so for this man, the stress was like unbearable. And the only way he could find to even begin to cope with it was to escape into his manga books. And even though he knew that didn't solve his problems, he didn't care. It was like, life is so bad, at least briefly, I can read manga and escape. And so that's what he was doing today. And so he took his favorite manga booth, he sat back inside of the booth, and just allowed himself to get sucked into the story for the 20th time. He's read this thing multiple times. And so as he was reading this manga book, he suddenly has this epiphany. Now, this man all the time came up with various story ideas that maybe he could write and would be the next big thing for him. But for some reason, it was like, wait a minute, what if I write a story that's sort of, loosely based or at least inspired by my favorite piece of writing, this manga series? Like, wait a minute, I think I have a really good idea that sort of transcends any other idea I've ever had. And the more he thought about it, the more he realized there were other elements of his life that he could sort of attach to this story that's sort of beginning with this concept that came from this manga series. And so before long, he had put the manga book aside, got a pen and some paper, and just began writing down some ideas, general ideas for this new story he was going to try to write. And for hours and hours, he sat in the booth just writing like crazy. And by the time the cafe was closing,
that's a writer for you.
He had this amazing outline of a whole world, this whole story he was going to write. And he just knew this was the one. This was the thing that was going to break him out of poverty and officially make him a successful writer. Several months later, this man had transformed that amazing outline into a fully realized project. And then he went out to try to sell it. And he's thinking, everybody's going to want this thing. This is like an iconic, unique piece of IP. People are going to be clamoring to buy this. But what he found very quickly is every buyer he went to hated it. They told him, this is simply too weird and way too violent. Like, this is well beyond what's reasonable. This is not something anybody's going to want. Like, you will not have an audience for this. And the man was sort of crushed. Because to him, it was so clear, this is an amazing idea. This story is so good. People that have experienced real poverty, who understand the lengths that people will go to make money when they're desperate, they'll relate to this. Like, there's a huge audience for this. But the buyers, they didn't see it that way. And so for the next 10 years, this guy kept trying to sell this story. I mean, he really genuinely believed in it, and he figured someone's going to take a chance on this. They have to. It's too good. But for 10 years, everybody just kept saying, no, it's not good enough. No one wants this. But then, sort of out of left field, 10 years later, a major production studio actually said, you know what? This looks pretty good. We will buy it. This man's story was converted into a TV show, and it premiered in 2021. 12 years after the man originally conceptualized of the story inside of that manga cafe. And when this TV show aired, it was basically a global phenomenon overnight. It became the most talked about show anywhere in every corner of the internet pretty much immediately. It also made the production company that bought this story $900 million. And the man who actually wrote the story, he also got paid very well, and he won an Emmy. The manga series that this man read that sort of inspired all of this to happen was called Battle Royale. And in this series, these students are forced to fight to the death by a fascist government. And so what this man did is he combined that concept, fighting to the death, with something that he himself was dealing with in his own life, which was poverty. And he knew firsthand, the lengths he was willing to go just to make a little bit of money to make ends meet. And he knew other people who, were dealing with poverty were also sort of desperate. And they would go to great lengths just to make ends meet. And he said, okay, let's marry those two concepts. Poor people who were fighting to the death for money. The writer's name was Hwang Dong-hyuk, and the name of this TV series was Squid Game. As many of you may know, aside from telling stories on this YouTube channel, I also tell stories on my podcast, the Mr. Ballin Podcast, Strange, Dark, and Mysterious Stories. But that's not all. In addition to that podcast, under the Ballin Studios umbrella, there is a whole host of other podcasts that you can binge right now, and their content, all of them, fall into the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious category. For example, if you're into baffling and horrifying medical mysteries, well, you should go check out my other podcast called Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries. Or maybe you want to hear from some other voices within our studio, like Luke LaManna. Luke LaManna is a military veteran. He has a super iconic, really deep radio voice, and he has two shows. One is called Wartime Stories, where he basically looks at strange, dark, and mysterious wartime stories, and his other show is called Redacted, where he looks at information that used to be classified, and he dives into it with his military expertise and experience, and he basically shows you the lies and secrets and half-truths that the most powerful institutions in the world have been keeping from us. We also have shows that are just plain creepy and unsettling, like Bedtime Stories, hosted by Richard Weil, where he dives into the supernatural and cryptids and mysterious deaths. I mean, basically his whole kind of niche is things that keep you up at night. And then two other shows that fall into that sort of unsettling, creepy vibe are Late Nights with Nexpo, hosted by the famous YouTuber Nexpo, where he dives into true, crazy, scary stories. And then we also have another show called Run Fool, hosted by Rodney Barnes. And Rodney is like an icon in the horror genre at large. And on his show, he just dives into this wild, chilling lore, like horror lore. People love that show. Or if you're a history buff and you really want stories that are really rooted in the fabric of our timeline, I mean stories that are truly historically accurate but still strange, dark, and mysterious and crazy, well, check out A Twist of History, hosted by Joel. He's great voice, he's a very thorough host. Those stories all have really cool endings, big plot twists at the end. So if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, go check out these shows. You can look for them either by name or simply by looking for Ballin Studios on any podcast platform. They are available right now. Enjoy. One day in the summer of 1953, a 30-year-old man named Sam Phillips was cleaning up his recording studio, which was located in a fast-growing city known for their vibrant music scene. Sam had just finished recording a church choir, and now he was getting ready for his next client. And so he was resetting all the equipment and cleaning up. But Sam didn't actually know who his next client would be or when they'd show up, because Sam's recording studio was pretty unique. Because he was always on the hunt for new talent to sign, he had opened up his studio to anybody who wanted to come in at any time. All they had to do was show up, give him $4, and they could be recorded professionally. This did mean that a lot of times his clients were not very talented, but he felt like it gave him the biggest opportunity to cast the widest net to potentially find his next big star. So that day, Sam finished cleaning up the studio and resetting everything, and then Sam just sat down and waited, hoping that, another client would come through the door. And eventually, another client did. This young kid, he was 18 years old, he came strolling inside, he had a guitar slung over his shoulder. Sam had never seen him before, and right away he could tell the kid was pretty shy. And the guy came up to him and he just said, hey, I work as a truck driver, but I love to sing, I love to play the guitar as a hobby, and I just wanted to come in here and, record a couple of ballads for my mom. And so Sam, again, he took all kinds. He's like, absolutely, give me $4 and we can record these ballads. And so the kid handed over $4 and he went into the booth, and Sam's like, all right, you're on. And Sam basically expected this kid to do what most other clients of his did, which was, they'd begin playing and be sort of like not that good at their instrument, and they'd sing off key, and, Sam just kind of sitting there listening to this terrible music, just waiting for it to end. But with this kid, it was different. Once he began strumming his guitar and singing, it was like he totally broke out of his shell. I mean, he was, at first glance, a very shy, sort of reserved guy, but in the booth, he was electric. He was amazing. And so Sam sat there listening to this kid record his ballads and was just so blown away by how talented he was. And then when it was all done, the kid said thank you. He took his recordings with him and he left. And then once he was gone, Sam just made a point to make a note about this kid that just said, "Good ballad singer, save." Basically, remember this guy because I think he's going to be something special. About a year later, in 1954, Sam was back in his recording studio and he was working with another client. It was this band and they were trying to record some songs. But as they were playing, they decided that they were really lacking another vocalist to round out the sound. And so they asked Sam, like, "Hey, do you know anybody?" Sam's studio manager, who was in the room and overheard the request, immediately chimed in and said, "Hey, Sam, what about that 18-year-old ballad singer from last year? He was great. Maybe he could be the vocalist." And so Sam was like, "Yeah, I'll give him a call." So he called this young man and he was like, "Yeah, I'll jump in there and record some vocals. That'd be great." So the young kid, the truck driving, beautiful ballad singing kid, came back to the studio. He hopped in the booth with this band and they began playing together and they sounded terrible. Now, the young man was still very much a great singer. Like Sam could clearly hear his voice cutting through all the noise, but it was like the kid and the band had no chemistry. I mean, they've just met each other, so it's not that surprising. And the music that the band was trying to play just didn't really line up well with this kid's vocals, and so it just wasn't working. And so Sam clearly could see that. He couldn't really tell if the band or this kid could see that, and so he said, "Hey guys, for right now, just take a quick break." And so Sam ended the recording, and the band and the kid, they left to go get a drink, and Sam left the booth and went into the control room, which is basically right next door, but does not have a line of sight into the booth. And he was just in there to sort of collect his thoughts and just kind of reset for a second. But then at some point, he hears the sound of music being played back in the booth where he had just come from. Except the music was different. It was really upbeat, it was fast, it was loud, and Sam could clearly hear the sound of that kid, the truck driver, the amazing ballad singer. He was just going to town, like he was singing at the top of his lungs, and it just really sounded like something was going on in there. And so Sam left the control room, ran into the booth, and he goes in there, and when he got in there, he saw the band and this kid just totally rocking out. It was like they suddenly had amazing chemistry. The kid, the truck driver, the amazing ballad singer is jumping all over the booth. I mean, he's totally into the song. And the band very clearly was sort of following the kid's lead. They were basically playing music to match the kid's energy. And Sam is watching this and listening to this, and he's thinking, I have never heard music sound like this before. Like, this is a new type of music that I'm witnessing. I mean, it gave him goosebumps. He couldn't believe it. Like, this is a brand new thing. The sound was sort of a cross between blues and rock and roll. It was a little bit too fast for blues and too slow for rock and roll, but it was something really unique. And all Sam could think as he's watching this happen and as he's listening to this is the kid, the truck driver, the ballad singer. He's the star. It's so obvious. Like, this is coming into being because of him. That's the person I've been looking for. That's the star that I've been trying to sign ever since I started this recording studio. And so that very night, Sam and this band helped the kid record his first ever single, which was called That's All Right. And once that song hit the airwaves, that kid did become a star, practically overnight. He catapulted into music fame that few ever achieve. He literally would become one of the most famous musicians to have ever lived. Sam's studio was called Sun Records, and it was located in Memphis, Tennessee. And the young kid, the truck driver who sang amazing ballads, was none other than Elvis Presley. On the evening of March 31st, 2012, a 40-year-old man named Justin was standing in the corner of a boxing ring inside of a convention center in Ottawa, Canada. He could hear the screams of hundreds of fans in the stands all around him, and he knew thousands more were watching him on TV. And Justin was pretty nervous, because this was not only the most important boxing match of his whole career, but it was also his very first boxing match of his career. His reputation and his future were riding on the outcome of this match, and Justin knew he was massively the underdog. Justin looked across the ring at the other corner, and he locked eyes just for a second with his opponent, whose name was Brass Knuckles Brazeau. He had served in the Canadian military, he had a black belt in karate, and he was notorious for packing an insanely strong punch. hence the name Brass Knuckles Brazeau. And pretty much everybody who had been following this fight up to this point didn't just think, oh, Brass Knuckles is gonna beat Justin. No, the thought was Brass Knuckles is going to destroy Justin. And not just because Brass Knuckles has a reputation for a strong punch, but because Justin had a reputation for being totally soft and pampered and just not somebody at all that was viewed as being tough. I mean, the idea that he was even in the ring at all, about to, fight anyone, was a huge shock. I mean, Justin didn't seem like the type who could win any fight, let alone against this guy. And in fact, as soon as Justin had even entered the ring, the announcers, who were trying a little bit to stay neutral, couldn't help but begin making fun of Justin. They even quickly nicknamed him the Shiny Pony as soon as he came into the ring. Like, they couldn't even stop themselves from being like, who is this guy? Like, he's going up against Brass Knuckles. Like, there's no way he wins. But what nobody knew was that Shiny Pony had actually been training really hard for this match for months and months. And he felt like, despite what people thought of him, given the fact that he's nicknamed Shiny Pony here, despite his reputation, he felt inside like he was just as tough as Brass Knuckles, and he did stand a chance here. So, when the bell rang for the first round, Shiny Pony got up, and he charged across the ring and immediately just started swinging at Brass Knuckles. And none of them landed. Brass Knuckles avoided every punch and just managed to counter and destroy Justin pretty much immediately. I mean, he was pummeling the crap out of Shiny Pony, and the announcers are like, oh my god, he's getting mauled! But they knew it was coming. They were kind of laughing as they were saying it. And like Justin, he knows he's getting destroyed. He's not even trying to throw punches at this point. He's just trying to stay on his feet. And at some point, Brass Knuckles really squared him up and hit him right in the jaw with one of his famous right hooks. And Justin's like about to fall over, and right at that moment, the bell rings again, the round ends, and somehow, Shiny Pony's still on his feet, but barely, but he survived the round. And so Shiny Pony kind of stumbles his way back over to his corner, and Brass Knuckles, very calmly and casually, walks to his, barely affected by that round. And so for the next several seconds that the two men were sitting in their corners, Brass Knuckles is basically just relaxing until the next round starts. But over in Shiny Pony's corner, like, the medic is working on his face because he's bleeding everywhere, and, Justin's coach is telling him, oh, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. But for Justin, it was like he had gotten so smashed during this round he could barely even think. But despite all the noise and the chaos, all he could think in his head was, I can't give up. They think I'm that guy that's gonna get pummeled and beat, and no one's gonna ever let me live this down. I have to go into this next round with reckless abandon. I have to find a way to just stay in the fight. I have to go all in. And so the bell rang again, and Justin, the Shiny Pony, gets up, and again, he goes across the ring over to Brass Knuckles, except this time, when he starts throwing punches, they land. And surprisingly, it was like every single punch he threw, it was rocking back Brass Knuckles. He was taking hit after hit, and Justin knew, like, this is working. And Justin, like, he can't believe it, but he's just riding it out, like hitting him as hard as he can over and over. And the announcers, they don't even know what to make of it. Like, the Shiny Pony is coming out here, being the Rumble Pony here, just destroying Brass Knuckles. And so when the bell finally rang after round 2, it was Brass Knuckles who was barely on his feet, stumbling back to his corner, and it was Shiny Pony, who was, winded, but totally fine. And he went back to his corner, and it was like everybody was in shock. Like, wait a minute, now it's 1-1? Like, this guy's supposed to be a coward, a weakling. Like, how did he do that? And so this time, in the few seconds between rounds 2 and 3, Shiny Pony is in his corner, and he's looking across the ring, and he's staring at Brass Knuckles. And Brass Knuckles was kind of like averting his gaze. He looked totally gassed. He looked scared. Like, he couldn't believe he was potentially about to lose to the Shiny Pony. And for Justin the Shiny Pony, that was all the motivation he needed. He knew mentally he had an edge in his opponent. And so when that bell rang for the third round, Justin got up and he went over there to Brass Knuckles and just pummeled him. Just over and over, blasting him in the face, and eventually he struck Brass Knuckles in the nose hard enough that his nose kind of exploded and began bleeding everywhere, and the ref actually had to step in and separate them. And even though, both men actually were down to keep on fighting, the ref said, nope, this is too much, and he ended the fight. It was a technical knockout, and Shiny Pony had won. Now, as much as this victory was huge for Justin, the truth was, Justin was not trying to become a professional boxer or really be in the boxing world in any capacity. This was actually just a charity match. And, Brass Knuckles Brazeau also was not a professional boxer. These two had just simply come together to have this match in order to raise money for charity. But Justin had another goal. He knew that his reputation in Canada was of being this sort of soft, pampered, weak guy. And he thought, if I can just get in the ring with a really formidable opponent in Brass Knuckles Brazeau and hold my own and maybe even beat Brass Knuckles in this fight, even though it's for charity, if I can do that, that could potentially sway the public's opinion about me. He was hoping that this fight could basically transform his image and people would see him as, tough and a serious leader. And that is exactly what happened. After this fight, when he won the fight out of left field, nobody could believe it. It was like he was the talk of Canada for a little while there. They're like, oh, look, Justin the Shiny Pony is actually, a little more serious than we thought he was. He's a pretty tough guy. And so Justin would use that momentum from the fight to eventually land the one thing he wanted more than anything else. He would get elected as the Prime Minister of Canada. The Shiny Pony's full name was Justin Trudeau.
The son of Fidel Castro.
Now, I know what you've all been wondering. Where the heck is Seagull Lung? And what's he up to this summer? Well, let me tell you, he has been very busy. He recently graduated from pilot school, and apparently he was so good that he not only graduated at the top of his class, but upon graduation, he was immediately asked to come back and be one of their top instructors.
Game on, boys! Game on!
Okay, Classic in the bottom right, Gumiho in the top left here.
And already one SCV out on the map, Tasteless.
Oh, I actually missed that. I'm glad you pointed that out.
That's why I was dancing earlier. I'm excited.
Yeah, I saw you wiggling around. I was like, man.
Do we have a second SCV?
He is feeling it. Is it just one?
Oh, it's just the one. So likely going to be a Proxy Reaper. I was wondering for a moment, is Gumiho in game 1 of the specified going to whip out the Proxy 2X Marauder?
Yeah. If my Marauder hits your attacking unit, you die. Is he going to send this into the trajectory? Wait.
Where are you going, Classic?
No. That's
barely out.
Oh,
he spots it.
Wow. Now that's what I call StarCraft 2.
I've never heard such.
Yeah. If you want to get your friends into this game, you show up this moment, guys. You're going to have it hooked.
I don't know if that showed up on the stream, but the crowd just got the most disappointed sigh. I think we all wanted to see what Gumiho was cooking. I'm sure Classic is feeling giddy with that one.
Oh, that's the best feeling in the world.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay.
All right. We are already getting derailed a little bit here in game number 1. This barracks is going to be quite a bit late here. Back at home. Window.
I didn't get it either. I'm not sure. It must be a meme on the Korean internet here.
Yeah, maybe. I'm still thinking about it. I got to stop. I'm not going to solve this.
You have to let it go. It's going to be a mystery for the rest of your life. So, look, I mean, this is rough for the Terran. Obviously, having your first important building denied, I guess having any building denied is going to be bad. But he's going to be playing from behind. This should make it a little bit smoother here for Classic. So we've got Command Center on the high ground, obviously because there's no unit to defend the Command Center on the low ground yet. Classic with his Nexus, it's going to finish quite a bit before the Command Center will. We do have tech coming. I wouldn't be shocked if we have like a starport and like, I don't know, maybe a Widowmine drop, something like that from here.
Tasteless, I figured it out. Classic's name is Kim Do.
Yeah.
Window.
Oh. Okay.
That's a creative pun. That took me a minute, man.
No, I would have just never gotten it, man. Okay, that's so funny.
It bothered me not getting it, but no, that's clever. All right, Reaper coming across the map now.
They had this thing in GSL where they used to always ask Sue, you know, if it was Wednesday, they go, "It's your day. So are you going to win today?" And he's like, "I know it's my day." I had no idea what's going on. And then someone explained that Sue Yoil is Wednesday in Korean. But this was going over my head. We would say it, and I go, I don't know what's going on here. But.
Me and Sue actually have the same birthday, and so whenever he would play in GSL on his birthday, he'd be like, "Oh, happy birthday, man!" And then he's like, "Thank you." I'm like,
"No."
He doesn't know. Anyway, it's a two barracks factory opening here for Classic. He's opening up with the Cyclone. Actually, really fast charge here from Classic. I think this is smart. I like this adjustment a lot. You already know that your opponent's going for a 2-gas opening. It's likely going to be some kind of push. We've seen players, especially Hero, really like leaning into this charge first opening early on because sometimes this just stomps early pushes that Terrans want to do. And oftentimes, even if they don't go for that kind of early push, setting in 6, 7 charge lots with just a couple of other gateway units assisting them at a timing where Terran might not necessarily expect, might not even have a bunker with an actual expansion, can usually trade really favorably with the Protoss. And behind it, look at this. Classic already throwing down the Templar Archives, so he is powering hard on 2 bases.
So he's going to just set up for a 2-base push, unless this is a very, very late 3rd base, which is not impossible, by the way. He's going to have kind of an unusual tempo in this game here. He's going for the disable. So I guess the idea is maybe Protoss takes a 3rd, maybe there's some kind of tech like, you know, I mean, the truth is if you're going to go for Psystorm, the disable doesn't really help that much, right? But if it was Colossus, you could shut that down.
I think he might have actually canceled it. I wonder if that was a feign for Cloak Banshees. But
I think you're right. I think you're right. He's abandoned that tech, so that's no longer as much of a factor now. He also might have scouted or scanned the Templar Archives and gone, oh, okay, I can't really use this.
In any case, Classic with that very, very fast robo is not going to mind having at least 1 or 2 observers out on the map this early anyways. He's powering up now to 3 bases. Storm, by the way, we're at barely past 5 minutes and Storm is halfway done. There is 1 Templar, so it's already gathering energy. And I feel like for Gumiho here, signs are pointing towards a timing attack, but let's not forget that the first barracks, the proxy barracks, is getting scouted and stopped. Oh, feedback coming in.
This is so bad for Gumiho now.
Yeah.
Because
he's going to be saying Gumi-no after that Raven guard.
Gumi-oh-no after that. I mean, this is kind of stuck over here now. It's going to be a while before it has 50 energy to even cast an auto turret. The medevac drop, you know, I don't think there's actually that much defending the 3rd base. If you got in there fast enough and stemmed this down, maybe you could get a kill on that.
Perhaps, but it's very far along already, Tasteless, and these are Marines without combat shields, so with 4 Templar out like this, the Cyclone actually pulling the gateway units away. Can he get the snipe on this Nexus? It is about to be done. No, he's just gonna play it more conservatively, instead opting to take down a pylon, get at least 1 probe, and then peace out. I think that's smart.
Yeah, he just zaps the medevac, so he takes the energy out of that. A late 3rd base here. I think at this point in time, Gumiho concluding, all right, I can't attack yet. We're going to have to slow play this. It's just going to be a more difficult later game. But this is the price you pay when you proxy and get scouted, you know?
The fact that it slows down everything, not just the Reaper coming cross map, but also the factory, also the starport going for a 2-gas opening like that.
It's also not a double Rax, right? A lot of times the other SCV can kind of protect that one, and you know, you might slow it down, but it still gets to go on. When it's 1 SCV making 1 barracks in the middle of the map, all you have to do is get that SCV removed, and they have to cancel.
All right, Templar loading up into the Warp Prism. Classic, if he wants, there isn't really that much pressure that's going to be levied on him for at least the next couple of minutes, I think, besides these medevac drops. If he recognizes that there is a possibility he can find some damage with some Templar drops, but it seems for now he's more content just to stay really safe at home. He's adding in additional shield batteries. He is setting up spotter pylons all over the map. Probably gunning for a 4th base pretty soon.
Yeah. Again, I don't feel like there's a lot of pressure for Classic to actually attack in. I think he can just keep growing and basically force the Terran to try to, you know, stop it before he gets too far along. Remember, this is not a meching game, by the way. We talked about this a lot, and that may be entirely because the proxy Rax was spotted. I know that might sound like a stretch, but for the amount of mech we've had from Gumiho here, it may be like, well, this is the build I do when I get spotted off my 1 racks. And, you know, it feels safe, but it feels well-rounded. Now, I said he might not have to attack in regards to Classic, but he is moving up. And this base is pretty much not defended. There's a lot of Templars, some even inside the Warp Prism. And this is a barely defended base. There's like 1 bunker here.
Yeah, those siege tanks, they are going to be able to hit these Zealots coming in. Oh, that's so many mules and SCVs are going to have to vacate immediately right now. Oh, they're actually getting lifted by the Medivacs. Love that flare there from Gumiho, able to save all those workers. At the end, only 4 SCVs going down. And we do have Zealots and Templar getting warped in here. Oh, man, energy recharge, I think. Able to actually kill 1 of the Medivacs and all of those Marines?
And I mean, at this point in time, 4 bases to 2.
Yeah, wow.
You know, these attacks are just not getting anything done. In fact, they're getting wiped out everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a 5th base thrown down here. And I don't know that Terran can even comfortably retake the 3rd. I guess he's going to try, and he's going to go to a different location. He'll have to remake the refineries of the gas over there if he does do that. But, like, it doesn't just seem like Protoss has so much more. Is there any way to fight this?
There's 3 ghosts, but the storms have already rained down with no EMP in sight. Oh, the ghosts even getting isolated here on the bottom side. Storms on the bio, reinforcing from the north. 2 more storms. Oh my goodness, so many storms. Tasteless, this is crazy. Those Templars are so high energy. And Classic with a great win in game 1. Just the momentum building off of spotting that counter, or the proxy barracks with a double gas build was just huge there for Classic, because when Terran try to go for 2 gas builds, if they're leading up to a timing attack, it's usually a difference of seconds that decides whether the push is going to work or if it is going to fail. And that was, I want to say, maybe 5-10 seconds, plus all the lost binding time of that SCV getting sent out so early. Just down the drain there for Gumiho, and never was able to build up into a timing attack. He kind of pivoted into a macro game, which it seemed like he didn't want to go into.
Yeah, I mean, it's the butterfly effect. It all goes back to that barracks that one does trickle out here to make a barracks, but we don't see it so far.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be more of a standard opening here for Gumiho.
And I think that was probably the easiest game that Classic will have all day today. He just had a sense of where the hidden racks might be, and then he just got to play a game where he got to expand. He got to hold off harass that was all late because he denied the first barracks, and you know, it was basically a tech and build order reset. Texas loves GSL. GSL loves Texas. Let's make our own sign. Pass it back over. Welcome. So, you know, I want to see if we're going to have that weird mech stuff we were talking about here before with Gumiho.
I feel like we might see, I mean, we almost certainly will see some Cyclone play coming in from Gumiho, but it feels as though TVP is probably the hardest matchup by a lot to make mech work. If anyone can do it, I think it's going to be Gumiho, but at the same time, you know, with Charged Zealots and with Blink Stalkers, you don't really have the same kiting potential that you would have against Zerg, per se, where it feels like until they get fungal growth, they basically cannot catch you.
Right.
So we'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Cyclones mixed into the early game and then some kind of siege tank push behind that, but in terms of a battle mech composition, I feel like it would be pretty innovative if Gumiho is able to somehow make that work here in this TVP, because at least in the games that I've been seeing from this matchup, it seems like it is one of the ones that is the least unchanged from the current developments in the meta that have been shifting more and more towards Terran mech.
So for now, we're waiting to see what that big tech is going to be. You know, it's funny, like a lot of games in this matchup kind of look like what we're seeing here from Gumiho, but then when the Terran gets their the factory and the starport out, there's just so many different kind of games they can bring you, you know, and different add-ons they can swap on. So I think out of all the races in StarCraft 2, I feel like they have the biggest branches as far as the tech decisions, where, you know, and they can have all their tech kind of up in that regard, or most of it, and then kind of pick and choose what they want. Where Protoss, it feels like you get your cybernetics core done, and then you have to pick a very definitive tech that makes for a very specific type of game. And it gives you certain advantages and strengths and certain disadvantages and weaknesses. So, you know, we've got the Adept coming in here, just trying to see if the CC's down there yet. It's not. We've got the second gateway coming. Wouldn't be shocked if Classic went for a third Nexus off 2 gates. There is, of course, Forgate, you know, with Blink and Hallucinate, stuff like that, although I don't know if this is the strongest map to do that on.
Yeah, the map will a bit weaker for that strategy.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah.
Terran players have gotten just so good with their sim cities that...
yeah, and knowing where to put every tank and, like, having a bunker in their main and stuff. Yeah, it's nowhere near as strong as it was. We had, like, I don't know, 18 months at GSL where, like, Terrans are just getting whooped by that. So this is going to be the third CC with the second gateway. And, you know, you're a little flimsy early on as Protoss. Like, the drops are scary, and you got to be ready, and you never know where they're going to come from. Sometimes Terrans will even fly in from, like, a counterintuitive spot. And he's got the Cyclone here with the Marines.
Gumiho could just drop right on top of this if he wants to.
Yeah, this is a weak army right now. I mean, none of this is going to be great against fighting what Terran has, and he doesn't want to let this cancel. He's going to go for the Sentry. He procs the Guardian Shield and basically sacrifices that. The Stalkers are just not quite strong enough to kill the Marines, but the damage spread is good enough. The Cyclone's weak enough. He drives it out regardless.
Yeah, those last couple Stalker Warpins stabilizing there for Gumiho, and Gumiho, he does have the second Cyclone joining forces here, but with the first Cyclone so low on HP, I guess he's going to move back in, but I feel like it'll be a challenge to get much more done, especially as Blink just finished here. For Classic, he's coming in with 5 Stalkers, 3 on the bottom side, and he's immediately blinking on top of that medevac, not able to snipe it right away. And one of these Cyclones actually going to be able to work its way into the natural expansion as the 4 Stalkers will clean up those Marines by that third base. Gumiho is trying to get any damage he possibly can done.
He's bleeding, guys. He's lost a lot. And without seeing much for it. You know, we did have the Sentry and the Stalker and the Adept killed. There were some workers killed, but, you know, the medevac, 2 Cyclones. The third base basically unimpeded.
No bunker done yet here at the natural expansion, so some room for micro here with Classic Stalkers. Only 4 of them. Ooh, actually microing really far forward. Oh my, okay,
that was a blunder by Classic. Classic just for sure thought that Raven wouldn't be right-clicked all the way back, and it was.
That auto turret also, I think, took down 2 Stalkers, got the killing blows.
Yeah, auto turrets, you just, if you can, just don't engage with them at all, because they last for such a short amount of time. But like, he was just in the middle of it, so he ate a lot of shots. And a lot of times in this matchup, that's all it takes. So, I mean, he lost a decent amount of Stalkers. I don't think he killed anything of real significance back there either. He's going to come in again, and, you know, the tank is kind of hanging out here. It doesn't have to be this far forward, but it was.
Yeah, that's a nice pick off there for Classic. It makes up a little bit for the fumbled earlier attack, and behind it, he is powering up something awful. Storm's coming in, or Templar Archive starting in, I should say. 10 more gateways. Charge, I believe, just finished. +1 ground weapons is here. And although things aren't perfect in the world of Classic right now, given how many Stalkers he bled out just a moment ago, he has been able to slow down Gumiho quite a bit. And Gumiho, he is now starting to eye potentially a timing attack here, but with no medevacs on the field just yet, those Marines already really low. This Banshee not able to get really anything done because the shield battery is there at the third base.
Is he gonna take a third, or is he gonna push?
I think he's gonna push, but Classic feels like he's getting very well equipped to deal with this. Oh no, there actually is. Wait, do we have a third command center this whole time? I feel like we didn't get a shot of it.
I missed that too, actually. Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, I see it floating in on the mini-map right now. Okay.
Yeah, right there, smack in the middle.
I was just completely missed
I thought he was gonna do some kind of a 2-base timing. He's gonna have the third up here, which means he can just push a little bit later.
I was gonna say, looking at the army, I was like, surely the early game, like, it wasn't that bad for Gumiho. Why does he have so little with this push? But no, there is that third command center. That makes a lot more sense. Oh, that first series was so quick, it feels like we're still warming up here, you know?
Oh, I know. Well, the Banshees are denying the mining over here at this base. There's no observer, I think, with this mix, so there's no way for him to just come in there and blink underneath it and clear it out.
I think the first observer might have just popped. There's the second one out, so they're just scattered across the map. I still don't think there is one here for Classic, although he's trying to potentially catch these Banshees when they run out of energy. Ideally, you'd be able to kill one of them, but they are both going to be able to escape over here at the top left. Fourth base coming in for Classic. Storm nearing completion as a ton of upgrades finishing up on both sides. Gumiho, I don't think we have a fourth command center just yet. I'm watching the minimap again because I don't trust myself, and I don't see a big red square. So I'm thinking that it's probably going to be a 3-base push coming in here from Gumiho.
And we just got to see more tech. We've got the Psy Storms up already. Do we have a Robo that's finished?
Wait, I think
Classic just finished +1 ground weapons, and he started 2 more forges?
Yeah, this is really weird.
Is he going 3? Is he going 2-on-1? What is this?
I'm also surprised he's going to attack. This is walled in.
All right, Classic trying to breach the gates here, but that
this
is
is the worst thing I've
beautiful
ever seen.
SimCity. Listen, even he's disabling the Warp Prism and both sentries, so there's no Guardian shields.
That was insane.
That's pretty sick from Gumiho.
To be honest, man, when you have that many zealots, you don't attack into a wall of buildings. Like, that made no sense. So I'm a little bit shocked.
I'm waiting to see if Classic starts +1 shields. I wonder if he forgot that he already had +1 ground weapons.
This actually happens, or like they thought they didn't make a forge, so he's making 2 forges now, and so now he has to make the shield upgrade just so he looks good in the tournament.
He's like, oh, the casters are going to make fun of me if I don't do this.
If I don't do this, the casters are going to be on to me.
Ooh, even the Storm kind of whiffing a little bit there. Not the cleanest game number 2 here from Classic, but he's going to try and charge in another angle. This is a much better angle, but still with those siege tanks just immaculately placed from Gumiho. Oh, and even the Banshees coming in here to the third. Stalkers are going to warp in. One of the Banshees very low on HP, or very low on energy, I should say, but there is an observer. Still 5 probes going down. I think maybe not even 1 Banshee going down. Gumiho, I feel like the last 5 or 6 interactions that these players have had on the map have all been Gumiho-sided.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, my big thesis has just been that Protoss doesn't have to do a whole lot, and that Terran kind of has to end the game. So I'm confused. Less so by the second attack in, but by that attack at the top, where there's like a depot wall, I'm like, yeah, this is just never going to work. So I think he's allowed Gumiho to do a pretty good job catching up. Now, Classic is getting to that critical mass where he's going to basically be too big to fail. He's taking the bottom right base, and I think he might be taking the top left here too. And it just becomes such a slog to try to kill that off. So he's going to come in again, and I don't think you ever want to commit here. Okay, some nice Psy Storms, but again, it's hard to push in with Psy Storms versus siege tanks in siege mode. That kind of takes priority. It's always a little bit easier to defend with Psy Storms because they got to run up, they have to siege up and stim into you.
Jesus, we just had to look at the units tab. There's still only 2 medevacs on the field. This late in the game, that is really low. Gumiho is going to max with like 4 to 6 medevacs in total, which means that his army is going to have a lot of firepower, but not very much sustain. And meanwhile, Classic, he is powered up to basically every single base on his side of the map. And it looks like he is gunning for this 4th. The Planetary just finished morphing in. There really aren't any units that are capable of taking that down. With this attack, is he still going to commit? He is. He's actually going to blink forward. That Planetary with Mass Repair is not going to be an easy cookie to crumble, as they say.
I mean, he's just never going to get in there. Oh, that was sick.
The storms were huge, though. 8 SCVs going down. But this army from Classic, he's nearly maxed on 90 workers, and this is not an impressive army, Tasteless. I think we still have those 2 Templar that just spent their energy dropping storms on that 3rd base. But the standing army for Gumiho, with only 6 medevacs, we have 25 Marauders. This army has so much firepower that even though Classic has grown into this massive beast on the map, he's at, what, 6 going on 7 bases? If he doesn't have a very good engagement here against Gumiho, things could spiral out of control very quickly, and Gumiho able to take this base down. Classic, he is not recalling. He's going for the base trade. He's going to try to take down this Planetary, but again, there isn't really the high damage units to take that down quickly. He's going to bleed out a lot of gateway units, and now the Disruptors are isolated here at the 3rd base. Another Nexus is going to go down. These Disruptor shots, the Storm, although it is good, Disruptor shots not really connecting the way they need to. That Planetary only just now falling.
Now, here's the thing. It's going to be a bit of a base trade here, but there's more bases for Classic, so there's more to clean up here for Gumiho. Classic can recall his army back and maybe barely hold this off, so he can knock him onto 1 base, which is almost what Classic's on. He does have this outposted base in the bottom right. He can recall into the main, and maybe he can salvage this position.
And let's not forget, it's a very low medevac count for Gumiho. I believe 2 just more finished from that starport, but you see the ones right here with this army. There's only 4 of them. This bio cannot heal up. I guarantee he wants to stim again right now to try and lower all these gateways, but energy for Terran is a resource in this moment. You got to be very careful, because if we get into that scrappy situation where this goes full base trade and you are trying to close things out with this army right here, you want it to be as high HP as possible.
I mean, there is still place. Oh, just barely denied level 3. So here's the thing. You've got 2 bases that are mining. You could start to rebuild infrastructure. Oh my god, he snipes that too. And this is the problem. Terran really doesn't have a base. I mean, he's got 2 more bases landed that are barely mining, but like that can easily be denied. They're also not that mineral rich. Terran denies his base over here in the bottom. There's still the far bottom right base.
Classic has rebuilt some production there as he's charging in and clean this up. Will Gumiho be able to escape? Only 1 full medevac. You see how hectic the moment is. Gumiho just not really able to corral all those forces and evacuate them safely because there is so much going on. This is an immensely chaotic moment.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Gumiho back at home. He's still on 3 command centers, Tasteless.
By the way, Gumiho's actually mining more.
Right.
We should point out. For some reason, to me, it felt like Terran was mining more, but these storm drops are so nasty. And the problem is there's no real easy way for Terran to fight it. Now, the energy's going to regen on that. There's not a lot of heal or sustain here. If he targets down this command center, I mean, again, the pressure here is on the Terran to try to figure out how to get to this bottom right base. If he even knows that's the base that he has to go for, he might not be sure on the minimap where Protoss is.
So Classic has mostly rebuilt his production all the way down to the bottom right.
Both sides have 19 workers. He can drive that command center away. This makes the income down to 0, where Protoss is barely trickling in a little bit of resources. He's got another Warp Prism here. He's going to storm again. He's going to pick up over there. The medevacs are basically empty when it comes to energy, but I don't know if Classic wants to attack in here. He can always wait and try to pick things off from afar. He doesn't have to move into an entrenched position, which is exactly what this is.
Yeah, scans will also be
oh my god, he's going to move into an entrenched position. Okay, but he's unsieged.
Oh, the storms are massive, Tasteless! Some of the biggest storms we've seen here at GSL, catching the entire army as he retreated.
That was sick.
What a victory for Classic. That one battle might decide the fate of this entire game. So much bio got taken out, and now Classic is finally able to get back online. He's not trying to take another expansion. Instead, actually he is. He's building another Nexus, but also 7 pylons. In a moment, he will be able to start producing units again here. For a long time, his production has been stymied on his side of the map.
Okay, he just needs to recall this back home, but he doesn't have everything grouped up together. He's going to scan. He sees the bottom right base. He knows that's where all the workers are, all 18 of them. Terran is not mining. Protoss is gaining energy on Templars that are still in the game. Medevacs are going to slowly regen their energy, obviously, but, you know, when you have this much infantry, the stims, they bleed out the energy on the medevacs pretty fast. He's going to send 2, I think. Oh, he's going to pick up some units over there on the side.
Oh, if Classic's able to find these, he is so close to spotting those siege tanks. The medevacs are flying over the army. It's only 2 stalkers, but they can take down these medevacs. At least one of them going to fall, and I guarantee Classic on the hunt. Yeah, blinking forward. One of the medevacs will escape. Oh, he can't go back for the siege tanks. Even the feedback, the killing blow on that medevac. It was solo on HP, and Classic is so confident now in this position. He's taking a 3rd Nexus.
Yeah, he doesn't even really have most of his infrastructure back here. He's at least not supply blocked. He actually went up to 190 supply available now. He just made like every pylon he could with the money he had. And the problem is Terran can't really hide a base. You can try to like move back out onto the territory that was given you at the start of the game, but you know, Protoss has more. And if Protoss dips in at the right position, you're going to get run over.
All right, another engagement coming in. Those Marauders in the wrong place at the wrong time. Only a handful of them escaping as the Zealots continue to charge. Classic, he doesn't need to take this fight, but he wants to.
I mean, great size storms here. The worker count now down to 1.
There's no mining here for Gumiho.
Maybe 1 mining gas in the main or something.
Disruptor shots coming in.
You know, Gumiho actually, hold on a second.
Wait,
wait.
How is this happening? How is Gumiho been able to, there's only 5 Templar right now for Classic?
Wait. Okay, he's gonna get some stalkers and some zealots. Could he like YOLO push this and win the game?
He might be able to. I felt like Classic had this in the. He actually bled so many zealots out, attacking up into those siege tanks. I think he didn't anticipate.
Yeah, I think he thought that was everything
he
had.
Done.
And then this tanks and infantry sort of came down from the high ground.
Well, this has suddenly gotten a lot closer.
Yeah. So right now, Classic has to win this fight. He's gonna throw the Psy Storms down.
No way. Gumiho, are you doing this?
Another Psy Storm.
The storms are pretty big, but there isn't a lot of follow-up damage. Classic with maybe 2 or 3 more storms available, but there's basically no bio left.
Oh my god, he's gonna barely beat it. Wait, hold on, there's more infantry coming, but zealots are gonna spill down.
How many more storms do we have? Do we have even one more storm left? Energy recharge. We're not sure if it's available. Oh, the medevac's getting taken out.
Insane.
How has this gotten so scrappy?
This is so crazy. I think he's just got enough. There's no heal.
Wow. I must say.
Wouldn't mind. Oh, good dodge.
I must say, Classic was in
just crazy.
A really good position. Gumiho with kind of a miraculous play to even bring it down to what it is right now. 15 army supply to 13. Now a big round of warpins here for Classic.
So there's nothing mining at the third base for Protoss, by the way. I think he thought he was like more ahead. He's like, oh, I actually have to. Okay, there it is. GG.
What a game.
What a sick game. Dude, that goes to show you do not want to get too cocky in a moment like that. Like, he stormed. Okay. Classic here in the bottom left. Gumiho here in the top right. Now, I really thought we would have more crazy mech madness here from Gumiho. I kind of thought it was going to be like, we're going to watch Classic like Sonic the Hedgehog, and he has to fight Dr. Robotnik on every single stage and beat his, and then right when he beats him, Gumiho jumps in that flying machine and he's got to go to the next level. But instead, it's been Gumiho with, kind of traditional, straight up, classic, conservative Terran play, which who knows, that might be the best way to play in his mind, but so far it hasn't produced the results. So I'm very curious to see if we're going to see a deviation here from Gumiho, or if he's going to come up, with a more clean version of what he's already been doing and one that would work.
Yeah, mech is just, it's hard to do it against a Protoss player of Classic's tier. It feels like you can never get enough momentum, especially if Protoss opts to go for Blink so quickly. If you lose your first couple of Cyclones or you just take too much damage early, you can't go for that mass expansion style that we see Gumiho love to do. Wow, 2012 GSCL Season 1 Finals in Las Vegas.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
I love that event.
That is an awesome cheerful.
That was the event, in my experience, that I had the most Gamba
I'm playing that long map from yesterday again.
That was fun, man.
Damn, Muffin.
Hotels we were in.
You gonna get past checkpoint 20 this time?
One of the least memorable finals, by the way. It wasn't actually a super close finals, but yeah, that was a fun time.
30, nice.
I get to see you in real time going through this nostalgia trip.
Yes.
I'm sure
planning on finishing
memories.
it.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
GSL is just such a storied history.
That's a journey, Muffin,
game,
right there. That's a journey.
Both sides are teching and developing.
Love it.
We do have the command center on the low ground this time. And Classic is just continuing to try to develop and probably get a second gateway with the Twilight Council, get a third. I really would be surprised if we see Classic try to, do anything super aggressive or super high risk.
And I'm wondering if we see a stronger timing push coming in from Gumiho. We haven't had any real two-base play. By the way, double Reaper here from Gumi, so he is going to be going into the Cyclones first.
I am tired
Twilight
as
Council
fuck,
on the
but I'm holding on.
Things. Will it be Blink or will it be Charge? We have seen Classic already in this series in game number 1, kind of brace for the impact of a potential push with Charge.
We've only got an hour and 40 minutes to go.
That might be his response to the really fast 2 guys openings that we're seeing from Terrans.
We've already said we've basically given up and we're just going to sit here and watch StarCraft. My brain is fried as fuck, and
sometimes you get these funny angles with a pylon.
I am passing the fuck out.
The wall, and that allows you to use a grenade to kind of propel yourself past it.
But it was a good stream.
With that wall in, it's a really tricky business trying to go for those grenades.
Yeah,
we had fun.
Yeah, it can be very tricky for sure.
I'm watching it. The viewers are.
Getting confirmation.
What viewers? I don't have any viewers. The hell are you talking about, Muffin? No one's watching this shit-ass piece of shit stream.
What buildings? Excuse me.
You're streaming your own stream, though.
And the Zealot Charge. So this is totally not a standard build.
This is a cute
move. I don't exist to you.
With a scan to try and confirm the kill there on the Stalker, but instead just using the Reaper to get vision on the high ground.
Oh, I'm like, but if you're streaming, you shouldn't be watching me.
I think. And then do like a. Maybe if the Terran gets a third,
I appreciate it.
It's going to be punished, but I think he's just going to have a bunch of Zealots with Charge that he can kind of try to run over warping in the main, maybe? I'm not so sure.
But yeah,
What
for
do you
some
think?
reason,
I'll have to
Muffin,
wait
you're
and see.
just
It could also
completely
just be for an
invisible
obs.
to
We
me.
have a Templar Archives getting thrown down.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's
then
like
maybe this is more conservative than I thought. I think in
you're
my head
just
I saw
such a
the Charger and the
casual
robot. I'm
now
like, oh, he's gonna get
that
a
I
Warper.
just
This would be
forget that
something
you're
weird.
there.
Charger's just really good against the 2 gas openings because they typically don't have as much bio with them. It's a much more technical.
That's how much
with
a
the
piece of
fact that
shit
they
I
start
am.
port units.
I guess you could just kind of overwhelm it with zealots, and they no longer.
My
get to
most
finesse
loyal
it on the ground.
viewers,
They
I'm
have
like,
to
oh, they're
finesse it.
loyal, I don't have to worry
It's one
about
of the
them.
better
Fuck
solutions
them.
that Protoss players have been deploying against.
Shit, have I become corporate,
the siege
Muffin?
pushers on 2 bases,
Have I
which
turned
been so
corporate?
deadly for so long.
Yeah, we've had a
Shit.
lot of games where it's just a full-on.
When did the
shutdown.
switch
They
happen?
just get in there and it's like you're out.
When was I bought?
So yeah, it's going to be the Psy Storm. It's going to be a few more gateways here. So we don't have that Nexus yet, but it could be coming.
Oh, it's mirroring the way the Classic approached this in game number 1. Just very conservative, making sure you already have the Templar Archives, you're already getting stormed by the time you throw in at the Nexus. It's not really, obviously it's not as macro-focused as taking a rapid third base would be, but it seems like Classic coming up here against Gumiho, his mantra is basically to stay alive, right? He's trying to deflect any potential curveballs Gumiho might throw his way.
He's slow cooking it.
Well, I can't
think
pause
he
the
almost
run because
feels
I'm on a
like
server
Gumiho's
and
gonna
no
try
one's
to win this.
watching my
He's gonna try to
stream, so it doesn't
basically
really
dismantle
matter.
me on my third base.
Well,
He's not
you
gonna try
never
to
know,
win the
Muffin.
long
There
game.
could be
So
people
I'm
that
gonna
are
take a
watching
super
multiple
slow third
streams, so
myself.
they don't
I'm gonna
count
have
as a
Storm
viewer.
super early.
But they could still be out there
I'm
lurking.
sorry, you're right. It's like what, 10% away from finishing?
Maybe 15 or 20 seconds.
Oh.
I always
think
just
Gumiho
pretend
recognizes
that
he's trying
there's
to take the fight right now.
100 people there. That way
Zealot's
they're
able to buy
all
a lot
just
of
lurking
time.
and
He is
chilling.
losing them, but once Psystorm is
It's a
done,
good mentality to have.
Just
They don't
don't
count
bother
to
not
views.
storm your own
If you're
observer
watching
here.
multiple
Honestly,
streams,
I don't think he minds too
you
much
won't
storming that
count as a
observer.
view
In
in
fact,
every
he does go
single
down.
stream. You'll only count
This
as a
is, like,
viewer
really
in
scary.
one of the streams that
Yeah,
you're
this is like
watching.
a war.
So it'll like
Oh,
bounce
yeah.
around
Too.
from
And
which
keep in
stream
mind,
you're
we've already
watching.
lost basically all the Zealots. Classic had to sacrifice them to buy time.
That's why the viewer count is unreliable.
Okay, he should not push in there. He should run back and force an unsiege.
So you should
Whenever
always
you're
treat
playing
it like
this, you
there's
wanna make
people
them
out
unsiege
there,
as they see-
because you
unsiege,
never
run
know
into
if there's someone
do
out
some
there.
damage. When you see them siege up, you run right back out.
And you could be
If Gumiho's
secretly
gonna try to go
talking to
around,
them and
he's
they
actually
wouldn't
gonna
know.
Completely.
I think that's like one of the
Possibly
first things that I
opposition.
tried to solidify in my mind.
Yeah.
Does it still count to ad revenue and stuff? Yes, it does, Muffin.
In a moment like this, where Classic
As long
wants
as
to
the ads are
restock on
playing
Zealots,
and their browser is
this could be
open,
very dangerous.
it'll count.
Oh, Gumiho, is he actually going to bring everything to the front for the push? It seems like it. Storm's going to drop down, mostly just zoning away the bio, only able to confirm a couple of kills. Wait, you're actually going to move into this Classic? That is very brave.
He's got to back up. The infantry is so squishy. Remember, there's no heal on the medivacs. Oh my god, the attack to the bottom with the Zealots.
Oh, the charge pretty good. Almost taking down that medevac. The Stalkers, there's just enough of them. Somehow Classic getting the better end of this trade. I was skeptical at first, but this is absolutely working in his favor.
Dude,
just able to push Gumiho back from that position.
These Cyclones are so low. Oh, I guess it's just one, and then there's 2 tanks in there.
When I'm streaming, there's an ad notification
I
every
don't think
minute, but the
there's a
viewers say
counterpuncher
there
for
aren't
Protoss
any
where you could attack the
ads.
third base. But, man.
I don't know,
So
maybe your
transfer the
notifications
SCVs
are
over here.
fucked.
He's going to pick up with 3 Marauders and 2 Marines, basically try to get some damage done.
But you can force
I'm not
ads
sure
by
what's
like
actually
pressing the
back home
button
here.
that says
Seems like
1
he's just
minute
saturating
ad.
probes. Protoss is actually going to go back, and I think he might end up just running right into this infantry group.
Yeah, it's a spider piling down here too. Those Zealots certainly going to spot it.
And Protoss going to grow into this position as well, feeling safe. And,
I know, why would I do
it's
that?
Sort of back to the basics here. The Protoss will continue to try to get the other tech
To be a
upgrades
piece
and
of shit?
especially
I don't know, to be a
Splash
dick.
and then the Terran
I was
wants
debating
to try
doing that at the
to,
end of the stream, being like,
you know,
okay
figure
guys,
out
we're
how
gonna
to
do
end the game or do
17
something.
minutes
I do feel like that
of
is the
ads,
dynamic of the matchup
so
right now.
stick around
The
because there's
burden
gonna
is
be
on
a
the
secret
Terran.
at the
In
end of the
RTS,
17
sometimes
ads,
that's how a matchup operates,
but
the burden
you
is
won't
on
be able
one
to
race
answer it if you
or
haven't
faction
watched
to
the
try and
17
figure out how to
ads.
come in
It'll all
and
make
stop the
sense
other.
by the end, so
And
just make
they're
sure that
actually
you
going
watch
around
all
each other. Now, this
17
is
ads.
not the
Okay,
moment you'd wanna
we'll
be
see you guys in
counterattacked
17
necessarily, but
minutes.
We may be forced into this position here just by where the armies are positioned for the time being.
Oh, pretty good SimCity right here with these barracks, but
Yeah.
there's so much coming in now for Classic as the Gateway units just storm in here to the natural expansion. And speaking of storm, a couple of Templar
Remember
are gonna
when I was
drop
messing
these
around in
storms
your stream and I typed
right
slash
on
run
that
ads or
bio.
something
Their
and got
next is
everyone
going
an
in.
ad?
The fourth, of course,
Yeah,
also was denied.
I have no
Defensively
idea
for
how
Classic,
commands
he
work,
can't
so
choose
know,
to warp in some
it is
Templar
what it
energy,
is.
recharge them on the defense.
Fuck
I'm
'em.
not sure if he's doing that or committing on the front. I think actually we might have just had EMP, I think, on those Templars. So instead they're just going to morph into Archons.
I don't know how many Templar we have left here.
Yeah,
for
this
Classic,
is
Gumio
a
pulling
wipe.
the boys defensively, trying to stay alive here in the main base. I think this time it is working. One more Templar goes down. That is the last storm that Classic has here on the front line, as another round of Zealots is coming in. But this army for Gumio, it is just continuing a rampage in the main base of Classic. Classic is trying everything to stop Gumio on Gumio's side of the map.
Oh my god, that almost killed the medevac.
Fucking 5 HP.
The question, though, is for Terran, I mean, how are you going to get in? Sorry, I mean, for Protoss, I mean, what is going to defend your base here? What? How is this thing not dead?
Oh, solo on energy, then medevac maybe on 1 HP right now.
Okay, Protoss is hiding a base on the Terran side. SCVs are going to be pulled over here. The third base is still mining, or no, it was mining, I think. He pulled out some of the SCVs there. The issue
is Terran can lift off their buildings.
Here. So money-wise, it's 600 minerals for
Commands are
Gumio.
annoying because
it's
you type
for Classic.
at the start of the save slash, so it doesn't send the message
right?
and says
If there's
commands
Nexus
aren't
finishing up at
available.
the center of the map, he would have loved to recall these probes.
Well, he just lost all of his workers.
Well, yeah, the Nexus just isn't done yet. He doesn't have the time. All right, Classic, it seems like he was able to work. Yeah, the Templar Archives is here in the main base. I was wondering if it was
Space Dot
in the
work?
natural expansion. We had another round of Templar warped in, so Classic's army just got a lot better.
Does it only work if you start the
Four
first
Templar in
letter
total.
or the first space with it?
Oh my god!
Warp Prism goes down. That is a lot of micro capability removed from the Protoss army.
Remember that there's a lot of medevacs, so there's a lot of places
Like
he can
when
try to
I'm
move around.
saying my time on a map, I only say
.6
0.6 or something.
Command center.
That's right.
Protoss might want to just like actually go back to their new Nexus and camp and start to make pylons so that he can make probes.
He's got 4
Unrecognized command,
I think 2 or 3
.07.
pylons before he can even start building more workers again. That's going to take a long time. This is just like a Brood War
But you
start
can
with
.06.
This is going to be
So you should
really
put the space
interesting. Now,
there.
if he can like snipe this, keep in mind full energy medevacs can be zapped and killed here if they're low enough.
When do you next have
the
work?
Templars are obviously positioned up. He sees this one coming around.
And he's a couple of
In 36 hours-ish. Like 34 hours. So I still have the entirety of Friday
killed
off.
all of the workers. You didn't see any recalls. You confirmed the kills on the probes in the main base.
He's got to play single player, basically. He's got to just like stay back. Now, Terran has some infrastructure. He's got a lot of depots, which like can be killed. But I think that you know, he's a little bit wary of being.
Yeah, as soon as
too far away.
12:30 hits, the stream's fucking over. I'm going to pass the fuck out for like 10 hours.
If 2 medevacs been killed, this would be a very different game. The fact that they're alive and they can be repaired, by the way.
And so we're gonna have 2 command center for Gumiho, Barracks Factory and Starport.
And then I got to do a
More
fuck
than 1
ton of
mineral line
editing.
worth of SCVs, and Gumiho just scanned the only Nexus of Classic. Now there is a little bit
Lots
lack
of
of
editing.
information here for Gumiho. He might not know that's the
Yeah, I
only
only got
Nexus. But I think
7 to
you
8
can
hours
surmise
last night.
that Classic is not in a good economic position. So right now,
I set
the
everything up to
onus
go to
is
bed
on
at 9.
Classic
I
to
was
try and
like
end this game. And Gumiho seems to recognize that. He is
9:30.
setting
I
up
was like lying
the
down.
structures in a nice defensive position here in the main base in case
Smokey spammed
nice
gay in
line.
the chat for
He's
an
got a lot of
hour and a
things as
half.
well there in the natural
I had the
expansion. 2
TV
tanks
on
in
so I
total,
could
some
hear the
Widow mines,
TTS.
a ghost
So
hanging
people
back.
could fuck with me with the TTS. But
Classic
Smokey
needs to
sat there
find
for
a
like
way
half an hour
to break
spamming
Gumiho.
gay. So I eventually got just pissed off and I just got up and turned the TV off. Because I was basically using the video as a timer for when to get up. And then like I lay there for like an hour and then I think I slept for like an hour and a half to 2 hours and I lay there for like another hour. And then I slept for maybe an hour and a half and then I got up at like 3. So in total it was like 6 hours, but I think maybe I slept for 2.5 or 3.
Would he be able to just send zealots over here and kill this off? Because you want to force him to make like a lot of depots again, right?
Like I said, I'd already been up because I planned on getting everything done at 5, but I didn't get anything done till 11, so I had 6 hours of sleep. So I was already up for 12 hours before the stream even started.
It's gonna be a while before he can afford that. He can't even get constant pro production just yet. He only just now got out of supply block. And you can see Gumiho looking at the minimap. There's a medevac that is just checking all of these bases. Gumiho obviously in the situation doesn't want to spend too many scans.
Right.
He's like, okay, there's no Nexus in the top left. There's no Nexus here. At 11 o'clock, is there one at 12? He's just slowly confirming that the game state actually is what
We'll be
it
playing the
is,
same
which is
map
that
for the
Gumiho
next
is in a
hour and a half.
tremendous
So
lead, building 6
raid.
more depots back at home.
I'll
He is
raid
not
you
in
when
the
I'm
supply
done,
block for
Muffin.
very
Hell yeah, I
long.
will. I haven't raided you in a while.
Classic, I mean, losing another Templar. There really isn't a path of victory here for Classic, but he doesn't realize that yet. You can't fault him in this situation. You know, you're one map win away from going to the finals. He's just trying to play it out. Gumiho is learning.
And my cat's puking. Typical.
Behind, but he probably cannot appreciate how dire the position is. And I think this should be a pretty slow game from here. Basically, Gumiho's going to get a couple rounds of infantry out, probably push out and win the game. Yeah, but I think even with perfect Psy Storms, you're probably going to have enough to endure.
I would say that push will happen in a couple of minutes. That's
so
because if you
fucked
lose
up.
this game, you're out. You don't
Animals are fucked,
Gumiho
dude.
should know this is a position that is unlosable if he plays it right. Just play it nice and slow here if you're Gumiho. Don't risk potentially moving out and Protoss having more army that you didn't see.
This is such a fucked up game, man.
Turn this around and kill
At least
you.
he did it in the shower.
Burning building, top right, to repair.
I completely missed that. What building was you repairing?
For the Ghost Academy.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, no, sorry. So he's going to come down again. And, I mean, at this point in time, I don't know. You know, EMPs would be handy here against the few Archons that are in the game.
This is so really fucked up.
Just adding in additional ghosts. This is the first gateway coming up here for Classic in quite a while, by the way. We are ways away. You start this game with 12 workers. Classic has 11 right now.
Oh my god.
All right, he's pushing. This could be a good engagement, but oh, those EMPs just melting the Archons. The Storm's fantastic here for Classic, but Gumiho just a little bit too strong.
GG.
He is going to end it.
Gumiho wins.
3, very hectic, very chaotic.
Series.
Back and forth with the base trades. I really
top left. Any SCVs sent out on the map? Any weird cheeses?
Fuck, I don't know how, but he got it all over the wall.
So far, I'm actually drawing little
projectile vomit.
For how to do it when I get home.
Oh god.
Feels like I'm watching one of those Gemini posts where he tells the Protoss players how to wall on every single map. Really nice SimCity from Classic here in these early games, and their early scouting has been very good too. If I'm Gumiho, you know, sometimes when you rewind the game, obviously in StarCraft 2, you play the match is over, you press W and rewind to see the game state. You might want to check on something like what the scouting pattern was or how active it was in a moment like that one. Classic has been really on top of it. Even after he spotted that initial barracks in game number 1.
It's been a hell of a day, guys. It's been a fucking hell of a day.
It's unlikely Gumiho goes for another proxy barracks in this series. I'm just going to play it really greedy and go for
big
a later
ass
scout or a faster scout. He is still checking his corners. He's making sure everything is where it should be.
Nice probe to come in here and delay that command center.
Just very solid, safe play coming out from Classic so far in this series. And honestly, I would almost be surprised if he was the one to mix it up. I feel like it's really Gumiho who might need to take the initiative to make a change here in game number 4.
Yeah, you know, Gumiho, the longer this goes on, the less I feel like we're going to get mech. It seems like he's kind of locked into this style, this approach. I am a little bit surprised he didn't try any real cheeses. You know, the proxy 1-Rax isn't like a true, it's not like a game-ending cheese, you know? But
you're just fishing for a couple probe kills is all.
Yeah, you're fishing for some kind of a tiny lead here.
Oh, is that a second barracks actually getting burned down? I assumed it was a factory, but oh, okay. Maybe a 2-on-1 opening here from Gumiho.
Twilight Council starting. Classic just kind of going with the flow that we've seen in the other games prior.
How many followers have you gotten from
by the way,
the new time frame?
A rogue.
Zero.
Shows you how different you get.
I think 2
different players, and it's like a whole other game.
A guy named.
So he's gonna run this one stalker behind here. No SCVs to
something Jessic. And
with the 2-on-1 opening here from Gumiho, he's going to have considerably more bio than he did in the other games. I'm thinking back to the games where Gumiho fast expanded, and I feel like they were all 1-1-1 openings? I'm not sure exactly. And so that usually leads to a much more technical army.
Something like that.
at least at the very early game. It leads to situations like the double Cyclones going in for some pressure on the third base of Protoss with Marines, as we saw in a previous map. Or oftentimes it'll lead to a siege tank push where the tanks are getting out very quickly, but there isn't a lot of bio to support. Here with a 2-on-1, we're going to have
we pretty much already did that, Muffin.
Much more rapidly than it normally would.
Well, I slept for like, I was in the pool for 6 hours.
Early on, you know, it looks like the third
Go
base
back and watch it on the VOD.
Unlike Game 3.
I'm going to do a time lapse of it.
In, ready to take a fight in the middle of the map. So maybe this is going to be the shape of this game so far is going to be one where maybe Gumiho can actually pull off some kind of a fatal blow. You know, basically taking the Protoss down before they get out of control. Because Game 3 was such a unusual game, and primarily in that it was an early game base trade. It was as early as you can get for base trades, right? And then all the Terran kept like 16 SCVs alive. So that's like, well, that's almost all you need to know.
Plus 2 orbitals to add insult to injury too.
Yeah, landing mules constantly. So brutal. It's like Protoss had like 3 probes or something when the Nexus was making. So, yeah, I mean, when Stim's done, it's going to be time to start to move out on the map here for Terran. Now, Protoss is getting Blink, but Blink is a little bit handier versus like medevac stuff. Well, hold on a second.
Ooh.
Is he just going to catch this? Now, Stalkers are actually good versus Marines when they're alone. Oh my God!
Some nice positioning there from Classic. Now with Stim, you can chase these down and get some damage done. Oh, Classic really wants to catch these. Almost surprised we didn't see a snap recall back at home. I wonder if the energy just isn't available right there. And on Classic side of things, we do have a third base coming in, but he is powering up. He's respecting this. They're going into a Robo Bay very quickly. He wants Colossus up to deal with this Marine-heavy composition. And most of the games leading up until this point, Gumiho has been playing very Marauder-heavy styles, but with this 3 barracks, 1 factory, and 1 starport, and double reactor on the barracks, there are going to be so many Marines. I think Colossus, very smart decision in this situation.
And Gumiho's going to come out swinging. He's positioned himself off and on in the middle of the map. Protoss does have that third base, drinking in the resources over there, but it's going to be a lot down to this 2-base push.
Yeah, there is a bit of a decision to make here for Gumiho as we're getting closer and closer to 300, 400 minerals. Do you add in 2 additional barracks and go 5 racks and try to end the game right now, or do you go for a delayed third base behind this pressure?
And I'm kind of hoping he's going to go for the 2-base play. I just feel like the way these games have sized up, he's not. He's going to go for the third base. Okay. So this game is going to go more into the direction of Game 2 and 3.
But I must say, I like the setup here for Gumiho a little bit more with this bio. I feel like this is going to give him a lot of opportunities to get some damage done. Stimming forward. No concussive shell just yet. That is going to start now. Of course, only 1 tech lab here for Gumiho, so these upgrades are coming in very slowly. And he scans, sees all these zealots, does not know when charge is going to finish yet, so he's going to retreat.
It's like 10 seconds out. So, I mean, he's going to have that in a moment, and then it's going to be really hard to do. Don't know if Protoss can counterattack, would even want to counterattack, but with a Colossus out, you might want to try. Especially with charge there, too. Now, charge could be used to attack in with the main army. We've also seen some moments where they just kind of counterattack certain locations and force the Terran to, respect the counterattack threats and come over there. This isn't exactly a well-defended natural either. It's an empty bunker. I don't think there's a tank there or anything. There's enough structures. Maybe it's kind of walled.
Yeah, I think it is a wall in, or at least nearly one.
Yeah.
He's working on getting that wall set up at least.
It's coming. Doesn't save the Stalker with a blink away, but sends the Zealots in here for the counter. But again,
there is a bunker, but nothing in it.
It's empty, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, not anymore. Just watch this state. Goes right inside. He's going to hit the third base, which will be forced, I think, to lift.
Yeah, this is a pretty good Protoss army, too. Gumiho on the retreat. Oh, he's going to try and full send into the main base. Not all the units. One of the medevac's actually empty. Didn't pick everything up, so that siege tank is going to get chased down. Gumiho in the heat of the moment trying to get here as quickly as possible. Luckily, that siege tank actually going to survive. We'll be able to siege up here on the low ground. Forges in a very dangerous position. +1 is going to get denied here. For Classic, Gumiho immediately just going to retreat back off. That was a dicey moment, but he got the best out of it. Still, back at home, that third command center has not been planted down just yet. Gumiho still waiting for the reinforcements to be able to dispatch those zealots.
Is he going to go in the
resaturate that base? Is he going to come in again? You got to be careful with these blink stalkers, even without +1. 7 Blink Stalkers can do a lot of work on those medevacs.
So the medevacs are going to be parked just eye shot, maybe out of eye shot, away from that position. And Gumiho's not, honestly, looking that great. Not mining from your third base, while Protoss was mining from the third base the whole time. And I think he traded pretty well. I don't know if this means that Classic can wind up for another attack here, or if he just needs to turtle and kind of camp it out. Now, this would be a good cancel, because I think he's just not expecting something so straightforward as a dive in over here. Yeah. Oh, did he not cancel that?
I don't think he canceled it, no.
Oh, wow, okay.
And he can actually take down this Disruptor and potentially even the Colossus. Keep in mind, this is, I believe, 1-1 bio against a Protoss whose upgrades got reset. We do not have +1 ground weapons. I don't think we have +1 armor, so this bio is going to scale very well against what Classic's got.
No way. He repairs that? All right.
I've played so many games that look like this. I never expect the bunker to die tasteless. Blink forward here by Classic. Only one Disruptor shot, and so Gumiho is just easily able to peel away, and he's actually loading up the medevacs again. Will he go into the main base? No, it seems like he is going to retreat, regroup his forces back on his side of the map. I'm liking this more and more here for Gumiho. Yes, he is a little bit behind on Eco, but with the upgrade advantage, with +1 only just now finishing here for Protoss, and the army trade's been very advantageous for the Terran player as well. It's only really SCVs that have fallen thus far. Keep in mind also the splash damage here for Protoss. 2 Colossus in total, only 3 Disruptors, and oh, is he even gonna catch this Warp Prism? I think it should barely just survive.
Yep, nicely done. He keeps it. Terran's not on the map now. There is that small counterattack with medevacs on the far right.
Yeah, top right side, we have a ton of loaded medevacs, and there's is there one Hero Zealot that's gonna spot this? And the Observer too. Oh, Classic, he's moving forward. Gumiho has not realized he's been spotted. The Stalker's gonna blink under this! Every medevac going down is 10 supply down the drain. That is 30 supply down for Gumiho in the blink of an eye.
I can't believe that just happened. I can't believe he was just there, hovering. Oh my God.
It just takes one small mistake. He doesn't notice the Zealot. He doesn't notice the Observer. The medevacs idle 5-10 seconds, and Classic's army was in the perfect position to capitalize. 30 supply down for Gumiho in just a number of seconds. Oh, that's a painful moment. The mid-game, the engagements, they were looking better for him, but 3 medevacs and all of that bio being taken down, even with Ghost now entering the field here for Terran, I feel like Classic, with upgrades equalizing with 1-1 done, he is going to have a hell of a counterpunch coming in, especially with 2-2 so delayed for Terran.
I mean, he does just roll him over here, right?
It depends on the Disruptor shots, but I'm right there with you. I think it's going to be a really good fight for Classic. It'll take some fancy micro from Gumiho.
I think he might want to even just move up and go in there. He's got Zealots he can drop in over here. He's going to blink into the side. Another Disruptor shot comes.
Ooh, gets a Ghost. One of those Marauders now very low on HP as well.
Yeah, and I love just having the Zealots warping in over here.
Yeah, that move into the third base allowed him to free enough supply to warp in those Zealots. Another big engagement coming in. I think only 2 more Disruptor shots off cooldown. That's going to be a big one, but it gets canceled. The other ones, at least one of them does have pretty good connections. Colossus are getting taken care of there by Gumiho. But so much going down in terms of army for our Terran player.
And Protoss, again, too big to fail. Too much of the map. Untouched. Completely untethered.
And Terran down to 3 medevacs too.
Yeah, and it's just Gumiho, you know, getting almost smothered, drowning in the Protoss units that just keep coming in here. No real way to drive him back anymore, as the Protoss army's just too sophisticated, right? I mean, he's got 2-2. That's great. He's going to knock the rocks down.
One unlucky Zealot.
Yeah.
I think Classic's ready to push
but, you know, if Classic had paid any attention to 9 o'clock, he could just go over there, too, and hit that.
That's a lot of landed Vikings.
Yeah.
Careful, Gumiho.
Okay, he's going to try to
Careful, Gumiho.
Match him over here. Very weird that he had landed Vikings just isolated over there.
Blink took one of them down, and Classic is just continuing to expand. Double expansions, 7 more gateways. Second robo is done. Dark Shrine nearly completed.
And we might be at the point of no return. I mean, when these probes get saturated at all these new bases, I mean, you can just run in and remake and just do it over and over again. Nice disruptor shots will take the tank out. The command center, I don't know that it can be saved. There's just too much damage coming out here. The SCVs can't repair it in time, it looks like.
Yeah, the disruptors don't get the good connections they need, but they are able to zone away the bio. And keep in mind, these stims incredibly painful.
I can't believe that got saved, by the way. But Protoss keeps growing. And Terran has to use everything that they've got to try to defend that base.
It's soon to be 8 bases for Classic.
Versus 4. And by the way, a barely functioning 4. We've had a lot of SCVs killed. We have the command center lift several times over.
I believe Liberator range is done, right? There must be.
Well, it certainly looks like it.
This. 4 Liberators on the field. This bio still not healed from the last skirmish. Only 4 medevacs. As Classic now pushing in. Disruptor shot zoning away the army on the right side as he focuses in on the natural expansion.
And this is the base that we were talking about the whole time. If Classic gives this base enough attention, he should be able to clear it out.
Yeah, 3 Immortals and all these disruptor shots. Oh, not the best engagement right now. That planetary is staying alive. A recall actually going to lead to 1 disruptor going down. These aren't the best trades for Classic right now, but he was able to kill a ton of SCVs, and his economy is just off the charts. He can afford to take trades like this. Look, he's taking another base in the bottom left.
Okay, so it's almost comedy at this point in time. He actually has almost run out of bases to take.
That TT is 16 kills, Tasteless. It wiped out the entire mineral line at the 3rd base.
Dude, that's insane.
I was wondering where all those SCVs went down. I thought maybe it was a disruptor shot.
I thought it was
on
like
the
a zealot
planetary.
hitting something somewhere, but yeah, no, he had the DT that got in there, and it got so many kills. Gumio's going to move out, and Gumio just doesn't have enough to push with. He doesn't have enough to remake either.
And look at the HP on these bio units, man. It is so
he needs
low.
some more fucking
Only 3 medevacs. Even with the energy upgrade, there's just no healing. Classic right now sitting on the world's best Protoss economy. Only 67 workers, but so many expansions. I'm pretty sure Gumiho could kill 2 bases, and Classic still couldn't saturate all these mineral lines. This
well, I
is
mean,
absurd.
we're seeing the counterattacks happen over and over again, and it's keeping Terran oppressed, and then Terran doesn't have enough to push out into the map.
Gumiho.
And this feels closer and closer to checkmate economically.
I think it just has to be. Gumiho can't even saturate a 4th base at this point. It's 16 minutes. Classic has almost the entire map. All right, Blinks forward coming in. Is this going to be the finishing blow?
Looks
Stalker's
like it.
taking down all these starport units, the bio. Finally, there are enough medevacs to heal them up, but now the Protoss army is just a little bit too strong. I think Classic's done it. GG has called a 3-1 victory, and we're going to have a Classic versus Rogue final.
Hell yes.
All right, and then we need Rogue versus Hero.
Incoming transmission.
Okay. Rogue in the top left, Hero in the bottom right. Remember that if Hero wins here, there's no other Zergs he has to worry about facing. Where, Rogue, it's a very different story. It's very possible Classic's going to take this. We've got a drone coming out on the map.
Yeah.
And, I mean, is there a gold base that would make sense to take here? I feel like
there is one by the watchtower, but it's a very awkward base to take.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
I wonder if we're going to be seeing a hatch block here from Rogue. Oh, is he going to go for a proxy hatchery here in the 3rd base?
Okay.
Wait, what are you up
this
to,
feels
Rogue?
like this is like the first year of the game being out. Like, I don't think we really get to cast stuff like this.
Yeah,
even when I said the gold base, I was like, do people still do that a lot? Like,
There's no way you go for a 3rd hatch right here. Is
No, I
there? Is this a Nexus block? Is he flipping
it's
this
going to be the
script?
Nexus block. I guess we just saw that 3rd base and we kind of decided, yeah, this is a Nexus block.
Okay, yeah, it will be a hatch block. All right, how many probes are we going to pull here from Hero?
I do want to say that usually any Protoss a pro, especially of the caliber of Hero, should just have an exact answer for this. So I'm very curious to see what the payoff is going to be here for Zerg.
Yeah.
It is very annoying when your Nexus is blocked. It completely messes up your build order, but normally you just have an alternative build order route memorized, and you're going to hit all those beats and come out okay. And remember, this doesn't come without massive sacrifice from the Zerg. There's no 3rd base being made because there's no way this hatchery will be allowed to finish in any meaningful way. And with the damage, 5 probes of the Zealot, that will snowball it. And so you lose you lose resources when you cancel a structure. But the question is, where does this put everybody economically and their trajectories economically as we move further along in this game? Because clearly Rogue knew, the moment that the 5 probes were there and the Zealot's going to come down, there will be a forced cancel. This is also forced 2 Zealots. And Zealots are fairly useless early on in PvZ. They're generally, you make 1 or they're skipped. But now we have these 2 Zealots. Let's see if he can try to come out on the map and get any damage done. I don't see... Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's 4 Lings. But 4 Lings, probably not enough. So he wants to make sure he doesn't lose any drones here.
Yeah, second Zealot now joining in while the Adept is working its way across map. It's getting closer and closer here as that Queen's about to pop.
How often have we ever even cast something like this?
I think we're going to have at least 1 drone.
We got one.
Yeah. Adept's able to take it out. Yeah, this Queen's taking a lot of damage. There aren't that many more Lings coming in from the natural expansion, so the Queen's going to reinforce from the main hatch.
Oh my
God. The Queen go down. Where did that Adept go? It's in the main base. Now, nice around here by Rogue is going to mitigate the damage, but already 3 drones and the Queen going down. I feel like if you're Hero, this is a very nice consolation prize to having a later natural expansion, killing a Queen, killing a ton of Lings, getting 3 drones.
You can see that Rogue didn't really appreciate that there was a second Zealot out. The first Zealot kind of led, and we know that he knows there's 1 Zealot, right? He saw it attack the hatchery, but when the second one got up there, he didn't quite have enough, and losing that Queen's actually pretty big. I mean, that's going to slow down your transfusions. And, I mean, things are kind of clunky right now for Rogue. There was a gas stolen, which is also an interesting idea. Rogue taking one of the Vespian gas geysers at the natural means it's just, you're going to have to go back and commit to damage on that if you're going to reclaim it. You can't waste probes attacking it. It doesn't look like he wants to send the Void Ray to attack that either. It seems like he wants to try to get a leg up, moving that Void Ray across the map, maybe to harass, maybe to just kill Overlords. But that does inhibit, more gas that you could have gotten for later on.
Yeah, the 3rd base is already most of the way done, so I think he hit the nail on the head. He's going to try and kill as many Overlords as possible. This one's certainly going to go down. No energy for Transfuse because these Queens, they're very fresh. One of the first ones went down, plus, of course, off-creep. Not able to let that happen. And Hero behind this just going to take a nice tempo, 3rd base, adding in a 2nd gateway. I'm imagining a Twilight and a Forge will follow this, but given an early game that could have been very rocky, I like the response coming in from Hero. Only pulling 5 probes allowed him to have the mining he needed to get the Stargate out this quickly, to hunt down these Overlords, to get those 2 Zealots and the Adept to kill the drones, to kill the Queens. Had he pulled more probes, then maybe none of that pressure actually mounts into anything substantial. But as it is right now, I think Hero's at a really fantastic position. He's powering up, going into these 3 bases. This is, the 3rd Overlord going down? That's so much damage.
I feel like... Rogue had some interesting ideas, but then when the little counterattack came in, it just really messed him up. And I'm really worried now, for Rogue's sake. I don't know that he can get a whole lot done. His 4th base is going to be late. I think the Protoss, there's literally no way to contest the 3rd base here as Zerg. And I feel like this should be one of the easier mid and late games for Hero. And I don't know what exactly can be done about this from Rogue's perspective. It's hard to emphasize how much that slows down economic growth when you steal the position of their 2nd nexus with your hatchery. So yeah, I mean, I'm very interested to see what Rogue has here. It is totally possible that this is a kind of a disappointing second half of this game where Rogue is just going to look smaller and weaker and eventually wither up and die. But let's see if he's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Now look at this Tasteless. We have +1 and Charge coming in here for Hero. Now this is a strategy that Hero has deployed against Rogue as recently as the GSL qualifiers here for Season 2. And he typically gets a lot of damage done, especially with there's so many Queens going down. I think this is the 3rd or the 4th Queen. Are we going to get a 5th one here? These Oracles really hunting for it. One Oracle is going to go down.
I mean, you never really see this in a game that's going correctly. So dropping Queens again, the gateway count is really kicking it in here. He's got the 3rd base saturated, Charge is finishing up, and I think this is going to be a lot like some of the straightforward TVZs we cast, where it's going to be a 4th base target for the Protoss, or maybe it's the 3rd instead, but basically a time and attack where the Zerg's we're trying to get onto 4 bases, and the Protoss is going to try to just mitigate their growth.
And this fourth base almost definitely going to cancel here from Rogue as the Void Ray is working on that while the Zealots charge in. Now they do have +1 weapons, so they are going to two-shot these Lings. Those Lings just getting vaporized in an instant right now. The first Queen going to fall here on the bottom side too. The Zealots excellent position on the ramp, really reducing the amount of surface area those Lings have in an already lopsided fight. And this almost feels like game-ending damage right now. Hero with even more Zealots coming in. This is on the back of just a couple gateways. This isn't like a 7 or 8 gateway timing attack. This is just a couple of them, and so much damage being done. 7 drones have fallen. GG is called, and Hero, after such a convincing early game where the momentum built up.
Okay, this time it's going to be a probe cross scouting here. And, you know, I do feel like that game 1 decision from Rogue, it was kind of a bad sign. You know what I mean? The counterpunch hit him really hard. All he needed to do was have like 8 Lings and then micro his Queen better, and it probably would have been okay. I do think losing that first Queen and getting, I think it was 3 drones killed, is pretty bad. This probe was not able to block the hatchery, by the way, which is a lot of times one of the only things it's for.
Yeah, that was a really fast hatch coming in from Rogue. And I don't mind the decision too much to go for that hatch block, because I think the game plan there from Rogue is just throw Hero off of his game a little bit, because he seems so rock solid in PvZ. Sometimes when a player is really, you know, kind of feeling themselves and just playing exceptionally well in any matchup, just adding in a couple of speed bumps to make things feel a little less natural can go a long way towards a victory. But Hero just had the perfect response. I mean, even down to exactly how many probes to pull. I was a little skeptical at first, and foolishly me, thinking I know better than Hero, seeing only 5 probes pull because that's not enough to kill the hatchery before the Zealot comes out. But no, Hero just wanted to have enough money that once that Zealot pops, he can queue up another one. His Stargate isn't that delayed. His economic machine is still in a pretty good spot, and then the counterattack was just perfectly executed with those 2 Zealots and the 1 Adept.
It goes to show you never really see Zealots used like that early on, right? I mean, it's funny because, like, in a lot of ways, the Zealots don't have any function until they have that charge upgrade a lot of times. And they're basically there to get in the way and die so other stuff does damage. But, like, yeah, there are moments you can send the Zealots across the map. And, you know, if the Zerg's not ready, they will get some damage done. And it's kind of funny that game ended the way it started, but this time with the Zealots with charge overwhelming the Zerg at the end. I mean, you slow Zerg down enough at the start, and they are actually very weak and pretty easy to kill off. It's why the best Zergs in the world, everything kind of bounces off of them, and they just continue to propel forward, growing and getting bigger and stronger. But this game's a very different one. This has been a very standard game, hardly any engagement at all on either side. The Stargate's going to come down, and we're probably going to see the Zerg throw down a 3rd hatchery here in a little bit. I would not be shocked if it's just Oracle coming across the map. And this is probably going to be a game where Rogue is going to be able to play a more standard style. And this, I think, will be a better overall kind of litmus test as far as where is Rogue at in this matchup. And maybe the best Protoss in the world. We know for sure the best Protoss in Korea right now.
Yeah, Tuling is going to be able to sneak their way here into the main base, spot that Oracle the moment it starts, and maybe get a little bit of worker harassment done. So, nice move here by Rogue. For a moment there, I was wondering whether Hero was going to try. Oh, he actually did get this around. I didn't even catch that 1 probe. It will go down, but it was hard to tell with that Stargate in the way if he was mineral walking through the Lings to try and get us around. But in any case, only 1 probe. You don't mind that too much there as Hero. As these 2 Adepts are going to work their way across map, Oracle nearing completion. We do have a 2nd gateway coming in from Hero, which is interesting to me. In a lot of the PvZs I've seen Hero play recently, he's usually quite greedy with his 3rd base timing, just going 1 gate, Oracle into a 3rd. So, the 2nd gateway here, a little bit of a mix-up. Is he going to commit to the Shade? He will, right on the ramp. Going to try and slow down, or at least mitigate the surface area on those Lings. And ideally, if this pairs up with the Oracle, can get some damage done, but Rogue is well prepared for this. He's got a Spore Crawler in position here at the main base. Not even a single drone going down, and these Adepts, they cancel their Shades. They're going to get cleaned up basically for free, Tasteless.
Yeah, a little misstep there by Hero, so he drops the 2 Adepts. It's going to be a lot harder to get anything done with the Oracles, but I say that, you don't normally see Oracles target eggs, but I guess if the base is that neglected, you can...
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
You can get kills on that. We have a Roach Warren coming down now as well. And the Zerg's just going up to the third base. Now, the Ling counterattack, I don't know. Okay, there are 2 Adepts, I was going to say. Sometimes, you see the 2 Adepts were killed earlier. Sometimes there actually isn't anything here defending. But he's got 2 Adepts at each location, so he can both harass with the Oracles and defend his third base.
I almost wonder if this is going to be +1 enclaves.
You could be right. I mean, the fact that he's already back up to 4 Adepts after losing 2. I think he might have been forced to kind of get a couple more Adepts just to play it safe and play control with the Oracles. But, yeah, I mean, they could play right into this. I do feel that Rogue has been historically one of the strongest players ever against Adept play. Like back when everybody was using Adepts all the time, I felt like he almost never lost to it. But let's see if this time is different.
All right, Oracles have a good eyeball on this small swell of Lings. Actually, we're not going to be waiting for Glaives at all. It's 6 Adepts coming into the third base, trying to work their way between the minerals. Instead, just going to be opting going for those drones, using the Spore Crawler even to block some of the surround here coming in from the Lings. So far, only 2 drones going down. Really nice handling by Rogue, just preemptively having the Queens in position. 2 Adepts fall for, what, 4 drones? I feel like Hero is looking for more damage than that. I think you're not really happy with this. It's actually going to be +1 in charge again here from Hero.
Okay. And, this is a great way to play. If the Zerg is cutting corners, the Zealots will they'll snowball the damage so fast, especially when you just have Queens and Lings, and of course drones, if they can try to help. The drones just get completely annihilated. And I guess if it's not broken, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, but going up against Roaches, this is going to be a little bit harder here for Hero, I'm imagining.
That's true. Yeah, well, Roaches are kind of the counter to Zealots, right? So if he's got enough, and he's only up to 5 right now, so it's not like he's just, unless he starts to, well, maybe he is. Never mind, I was going to say, if he's blindly massing Roaches, which he is now doing, then this is going to be really good for Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue is going for a timing attack. He's morphing the Dropper Overlord. Hero does see that with the Revelation, even sees it finish transforming. I think that's going to be the Queens there to try and deal with the Oracles. And Rogue is not droned up at all. It's still 52 drones. He replenished none after that. Actually even getting into the main base here. Only a couple Warpins available for Hero. Those Zealots should be able to deal with it. Oh! Uncharacteristic mistake there from Hero. He went to the natural expansion. I think he lost at least 1 Oracle, maybe even 2 to that Spore Crawler. So there's only 18 Zealots in 1 Oracle. That's a lot of Zealots, but against the Roaches Tasteless, I feel like this is a pretty good opportunity here for Rogue.
I mean, this is going to be really tough for Hero to hold off here. I mean, the Zealots are doing their initial damage, but the Roaches, they're starting to kind of build up over here. The Zealot count is thinning out. The Oracle's going to run out of energy. Man, he might actually have enough Zealots. This is starting to come down here, and I'm a little bit in disbelief. Roaches are so strong, but I guess if he's barely got enough. The micro, by the way, has been perfect. Juggling the Queens in and out. Everything's like damaged, but still alive.
Oh my god, the Oracle might be able to clean up all the Queens. They're so low on HP. I don't even think they have Transfuse available. So Rogue's gonna have to keep them nice and safe above that. Finally, another Queen coming in to reinforce. And now the Roaches, the pressure is mounting here. Stalker's getting warped in. Keep in mind, they do not have Blink just yet. Blink only about 1/3 of the way done, so probes are gonna get pulled. I think Rogue is gonna tie things up here in game number 2.
I mean, this is looking really brutal here for Hero. The Zealots, they stood their own for a little bit. If you have enough Zealots, the damage will kind of skyrocket up if he could start to get the upper hand, but he didn't. And eventually, Roaches and Ravagers, that counters Zealots. So he gets the upper hand there, and then he's got the sustain with the Queens and the Ravagers. And we're back to 1-1. We thought that was going to be some kind of an adept timing attack, but he switched it right back.
So exciting, and what do we have here?
3 drones? Oh, okay.
Oh.
I actually forgot this was on the map.
He's going for the gold base, I think.
Yeah. Like, no, he's going to make 3 hatcheries at the other guy's natural.
He's going to steal 2 gases in the main base and then steal a gas in the natural expansion,
Did you see what happened in game 1?
Oh, I love this timing. Hero's no idea. He's blocking. Oh, he's going to do this aggressively, too. This
he's
is so
do the
cool.
dyslexic expand. No, not behind that.
Where are you going?
Where's he going to go? You're going to go to the... Well, he's been fooled once before here. Yeah, he is going to make a hatchery there.
Okay, so this is an even more aggressive variant. He's not going for the gold patches.
Wow.
He's choosing instead to take this hatchery and aggress, I think, almost immediately onto Hero. He can mine out those gold minerals so quickly. Oh, Rogue, you can tell he's done a lot of prep coming into this series.
Looking back at this, there were a lot of games he did this kind of stuff. And then, he had his military service, and he wasn't here with us. And then now that he's back, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's very much back in the form that we're used to seeing. So you have to mine out the 3 minerals at that gold base to even navigate it through that area in the blind spot. And you'll obviously need to mine out 3 gold minerals again to activate the rush. But there's a lot of genius behind this because it's so close in an area that you can't just walk into and have access to. And, like, you know, Protoss doesn't have an Overlord or something like that that can glide into that area and scout. Now, at the same time, when you see what Zerg has, you are seeing that there's a piece of the puzzle missing. And if he goes down, okay, he didn't do it. If he were to go down with the probe, he would see the minerals, and that should basically, and from his position, telegraph what's happening. But instead, he's going to go to this space. He's going to see that's not there. When you're a pro gamer in a moment like this for Hero, there's a real sense of uncertainty in the pit of your stomach. You're like, what is going on? Where's that hatchery? But you've got to imagine he suspects. He suspects what's happening, right?
I mean, he thought it might be at the 3rd base location. It was not. He checked the gold. It was not there. He still hasn't checked these minerals. We have a lot of lings already done and more in production.
Wow, he sends the drones through.
Oh, Hero's checking now, but it's too late. Rogue's coming into the main base. 2 drones and 2 lings. Gonna start the harassment here in the main. You don't see that every day. As more lings now flooding in. Hero, he's trying. Oh, he blocks it with a pylon.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, that's so
Of course,
smart.
yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I mean, still, it's losing a lot of HP very quickly. The drones are continuing to mine. Pylon is going to get canceled. Hero was able to buy some precious seconds. He has his sentry out now. He was able to energy recharge it, so a couple force fields are available. Rogue, respecting that, is going to pull back. He wants to go into the main base. Hero, he blocks that path. Now warping in. A couple of shield batteries here, the natural expansion. He has to prevent the block. More force fields available. Is he going to use them? You have to be so smart here as Hero. Oh, the sentry spawning on that side. This is such a tricky defense.
Now remember that this one gateway here, I mean, this is the source of the units that are going to help him defend.
If he can work his way back to the shield battery, Tasteless, it's going to go a long way to holding this. Still, the DPS is not very high. Ling speed is now done. He's going to have to recall it to the main base, but the sentry falls, the high energy sentry. There is 1 stalker and 1 shield battery here in the main, and a ton of lings getting ready to flood in.
I think he can't stay alive. There's no way to get that up there. This game's over. He's just going to overwhelm him. What an insanely great cheese. And Hero just wasn't able to figure it out in time. Every probe is going to fall over here as this damage has snowballed out of control.
Big smile on Hero's face. He knows he got bested by a pretty clever tactic, and I gotta say, in a best of 5, where it felt like Hero was the overwhelming favorite, Rogue is now up 2-1, and he is the face of a stone-cold killer.
Scumbag Rogue. I love the move. And, you know, it's funny. He had, I think the most important decision that could have been made back there for Hero was to check the gold patches or to check the 3rd base. He didn't check the gold patches. If he saw that, he might have been able to do something preemptive to deny the initial run-in. Like, once you've broken through the defensive barrier and you're inside the Protoss, it's just, there's too many places to defend. Lings are too fast. The Queens are too strong. You know, Hero's just not able to play the game he wants to play, and it's a great reminder that, you know, a lot of times we think about Rogue as this kind of behemoth macro Zerg player that can, you know, grow and sustain and upgrade and do it all, get every unit that he needs in the matchup, but he's also a great planner. And he has just pierced the armor there in that last game. Hero, I mean, he might get knocked out. By the way, this is going really fast. We're like, yeah, like a little bit under a half hour into the show. And this is, I mean, as far as games go, we could be on the last game here if Hero does it. Sorry, if Rogue does it.
It is so exciting to see Rogue play like this. You could tell how much preparation went into this series. He's cooking up some dirty builds. I'm excited for map number 4 here on Ley Lines. What does he have in store for us? It is match point. Hero on the verge of being knocked out. Can Rogue do it? Let's go to map number 4.
Okay, game 4. Rogue, excuse me, Rogue in the top right, Hero in the bottom left. And, you know, it's been wild to see how, you know, kind of explosive these games have been. So many interactions early on. And really not a kind of drawn out PvZ macro game yet. I thought we were going to have more games like that. You know, I was talking about before the series started, is Hero going to have that style where he's running around with Blink Stalkers and Oracles like we saw before, and then kind of running back away and just trying to kind of outgrow and harass Zerg? Well, we never even got to that point. You know, on either side, one player is trying to decisively end the game immediately. It's either working or backfiring.
Yeah, it's been an explosive start to the series.
Yeah.
And I feel like against a Hero who seems like the best PvZ player in the world right now, this is how you have to do it. You need to completely throw him off. You can even tell in game number 1, Rogue was trying that same tactic with the proxy hatchery in the base of Hero. It didn't work, but it seems like his MO is just trying to mix things up, disrupt Hero's game plan, and make the game go on Rogue's terms. Allow Rogue to dictate the pace of the game, because Hero, one thing that he does exceptionally well is that he's basically never playing on the back foot in any game you watch him play. It doesn't matter if it's a PvT, a PvZ, a PvP, he's usually the one initiating, he is setting the pace, and you are trying to keep up with his aggression. Sometimes the best way to beat a player like that is to just throw it right back at them. Be the first one to pull the trigger and really start the fight, and it has been working beautifully for Rogue so far in this series.
You know, one of the things about Rogue is that he does have decent, like, strong timing attacks. He's also had these kind of crazy build order wins, like we saw in the last game. A lot of Hero is just good micro and timings, kind of window timing attacks. So yeah, let's see what we're going to get this time around here. When Hero is getting to play a normal game, he's just trying to get a third base quickly and use Stargate tech to basically survey what's going on and try to concoct a solution to what he's seen. Whether that's like a slow macro game or, you know, some kind of cutthroat move in to try to end the game right away.
As it is now, pretty standard development on both sides. Speed getting researched right now for Rogue. Was able to pull off with gas right after that. Just optimizing minerals here, trying to get his queens and drones out as quickly as possible. And for Hero, no second gateway just yet, so we might have a very fast third Nexus coming in.
Yeah. And you'll just take, you know, a few adepts and kind of squeeze them in between the Nexus and Pylon over there. Second gateway.
I feel like this is Hero showing some respect for Rogue's potential for aggression. It is considerably less greedy, just giving yourself a little bit more cushion defensively here as the Protoss.
A little bit of a more gradual growth versus kind of darting out on the map and trying to seize territory right away. Let's not forget that we had the game where the 2 adepts were killed off, and then I don't know if that forced more adepts back at home or if he was going to get that many adepts anyways, but we had kind of a bit of a stumble here from Hero early on, where he tried to come out here and attack in a previous game.
Yeah, Oracle finishing up back at home. We'll be able to usher these Lings away from the third base. And where is Hero going to branch off from here? We actually have 2 gases getting taken very quickly. The natural expansion. Ooh, Rogue's Overlord. Looking at the mini-map, just barely missed spotting that gas timing.
Got to cancel that shade up here. And right now, it's just development. You know, you can always try to run in with the Lings. The Oracle will take that out, but you're at least forcing the Oracle to stay back and try to defend.
And again, we have these early adept plays coming in. This time, 5 adepts for Hero.
And we have the Twilight Council as well. Now, we got to see, is this going to be Zealot Charge again? Or will it be Glaives or something else? I mean, it could very well be Blink like we've seen him do.
Right.
A lot. We were kind of talking about that happening, and it never really occurred here.
Oh, man, Lings
nice
get in again.
Job. I didn't quite see how that got in there. I guess there was nothing plugging up the entrance, so it's going to be blows on both sides.
Yeah, these adepts getting some work done, but 22 Lings are in production right now, Tasteless, and so if Hero allows that shade to complete, okay, it's going a little bit more defensively. For a moment, I thought he was sending him to the natural expansion, but
it's a moment back there where you really appreciate that Queens don't kill adepts that fast. You watch him just attack on there. Now, is he going to commit here? He is.
I mean, it's not a bad angle, but that's just so many Zerglings right here.
I mean, the thing is this an overextension because there's so many Lings that there is a counterpunch here. Blink has started, by the way.
It's an important scout, though, regardless. Seeing the Baneling Nest, seeing the Evolution Chamber, you know that Rogue is most likely going to be playing that Ling Baneling +1 melee style, likely into Hydras later on. And so for Hero to be able to see that and immediately decide whether he's going for Blink or Charge it is a bit advantageous because had he queued up Charge again in this game the way he did earlier in the series, Charge Zealots, they don't tend to do very well into Banelings, I can tell you that. So, yeah, Blink is going to be a lot more stable here for Hero. That Adept a little bit out of position. He does move it back. Normally don't pay too close attention to the positioning on the
OMG, come
Adept
back
of the wall,
now.
but Rogue's been able to get into the main base of Hero, I feel like,
Well, come
basically
back
every
now.
single game thus far with lanes.
Yeah.
I made a
been
fruit
pretty
bowl.
brutal.
Look,
He's basically got double links.
You got a
double
fruit
grifts
bowl.
on either side.
3 lings, 13 Banelings morphing in.
Yeah, I think he
Oh,
wants to try to
God,
crush
no.
this position down here on the third Nexus.
So many
'Cause
Banelings.
you can like blink behind your Nexus and just lose everything after that, right?
Yeah, these Banelings might just take down the shield batteries and then the lings flood in.
By the way, we've got the 4
Who's
gateways on the
Isabella
outside, so
Guzman?
this is that kind of
An
aggro
author?
blink stalker style we're used to seeing. He's going to come up. There's a cannon here. But how much damage can that realistically do? The Lings are going to come in, and the Stalkers are just trapped.
And do you know Nico
There's pretty
Jenkins?
good positioning here on the Stalkers, but with the
no.
Banelings dispatching
Zoink.
both the cannon and the shield battery,
Well,
this
I don't
third
know.
base, it's kind of toast right now, Tasteless. The Oracles, they're flying back. They've almost returned, but there's nothing blocking the wall.
The little Baneling slipping
Oh,
through.
Yeah, more
no.
Banelings coming in. He's got to focus fire those down with the Oracle. Gizzy trying to target it, but it's very tricky with all those Lings. So many drones. I mean, so many probes now following the natural expansion. 5 of them going down, more Lings flooding in. We only have the Oracles. There's nothing on the ground to absorb the damage. 17 probes have fallen. Rogue, are you going to defeat Hero 3-1 here in game number 4 with this Ling Baneling timing attack?
This is insane. It's totally worked. He hit 8 seconds before Blink finished.
No
and
idea,
the entire position crumbled.
I don't think Hero's knocked out just yet, but this is a dismal position to be in. 42 probes have fallen, +1 armor and charge now coming in. 43 probes. It is 75 drones and 32 workers. Now, if Hero loses this game, he is out. So he is going
You
to do his
search it and
best
send it to me.
to try and come back. But this is a gargantuan task against a Rogue who is more than double your worker count, who now has 4 bases, who is unlocking Hydra tech, who has barely been disrupted in his economic development, but has completely kneecapped by killing your third base, by having your worker count. I don't know if any player in
then
the
you're
world
SOL,
can come
bro.
back from the deficit Hero is in right now. It will take a miracle.
I mean, here's the thing, man. The third base, it's going to be a long time before he could safely take that. The probe count was shot down to the bottom. The Hydras being made here, I mean, this will just kill everything that Protoss has. Psystorm has started, but the attack is also going to hit before Psystorm is finished, the same way that the Banelings hit before Blink was done. And I've never really seen an anti-Blink timing attack from Zerg, but I guess, you know, every game I cast a StarCraft, we're going to get something new here. And it was kind of perfectly done here by Rogue. Now he's up here at the entrance. Even with a wall in, the Hydras could start to take out the infrastructure here. The Cybernetics Core, and the most important tech structure that brings you all the tech in the game, is going to be picked off here.
GG
is called, and a Rogue defeats Hero.
All right. Hero versus Zaun. Or is there anything else? Let's see if Asmund released anything, because we didn't watch his shit today.
Welcome to it.
Maybe he's got a good video. This is Sony's last chance. Story indeed keeps changing.
This is Amon.
Oh, it's a CoffeeZilla.
Stories on Jeffrey Epstein. Enjoy.
Bill Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein.
That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like
You have the names. Like, he literally just gave 2 names. In my opinion, that's so bad. I mean, did you make this shit up? Or are you protecting them?
an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list.
Yeah.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Who killed Jeffrey Epstein?
This doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a suit.
You know Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that? The person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure of that. His plane and that island, the cameras, there's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source.
Now, that is what I said, to be fair. That's the only way I can make everything make sense based off of what's publicly available. That's the only way any of this actually comes together and forms any sort of a story.
These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense.
You're
There are a
lying?
lot of people
I've
who
never
are
lied
knee
in
deep
my
in the
life.
Washington swamp
Ever.
who are not telling
I
you
don't
the
do
truth
that.
about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people
Man.
out there doing
This
things
guy
they
really
shouldn't have
fucked
been
up,
doing.
huh?
And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected
Yeah.
paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody
That's one
seems
way
to
to
want
say
to
it.
talk about it.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
There's a lot of these,
Would you
huh?
declassify the Epstein
Wow.
files?
Yeah, I would.
Wow.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But
Yeah,
I think
for
I
sure,
would, or at
guys.
least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It would be interesting to find
Sure.
out what happened there because that was a
Sure.
weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera.
I want to talk to you about the Epstein case. I have worked on this for years, trying to get those records of who flew on Epstein's plane and who helped him build this international
Interesting
human
question.
trafficking ring.
Absolutely, Senator. Child trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past.
Release the list.
It's like that meme of like the dog with big muscles, and then like the other meme of the dog that's crying and it's really small. That's like that dude before and after getting appointed. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Yeah.
The
it
DOJ
sure is.
may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's
Sure
clients.
is, guys.
Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now.
It's embarrassing we need to self-censor word to make Karens upset. It's just a bunch of again, like you don't ever let I don't the only words I don't say on stream are the ones that I will get banned for. I don't say those, not yet.
A lot of people are wondering,
We're gonna
because you
bring it
said
back.
last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk. When can we see them, and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. So we have, over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released.
What was this, like 3 months ago or something?
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the...
So, if there's so many videos, you're telling me nobody else was in any of these videos? It was all him the entire time?
The flights?
I don't
know,
know,
Are we going to
guys.
see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah, what you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
I love your alternate accounts, bro.
Absolutely, and he had help. That's for sure.
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals.
This is actually
So you have
crazy.
been lying. Now
makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the
Like,
burning
it is
pine-scented
shocking.
hairspray.
That is this big of a
Her
cover.
3-pack-a-day voice.
That's insane.
That were hidden.
What is this chain? What the fuck are you wearing? Really? This puts Rick Ross to shame. Oh my god.
And kept secret and not been held accountable.
White logs tied to accused
She a rapper?
trafficker
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein have been released to some conservative political commentators.
It's a jacket?
They walked out of the White House holding binders labeled the Epstein files.
There was an expectation that this was going to be bigger. You had the same expectation.
We all did. And the FBI handed over a couple hundred of pages of documents. But, you know, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept, Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m., thousands of pages of documents.
So let me get this straight. You were sitting around talking a bunch of bullshit about something you didn't even know about? So you were going and you were writing blank checks and you didn't even know what was in the account? Like, that's the best case scenario? You just sitting around making up bullshit?
Documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Cash is also, now that we have Cash here, it's a game changer, of course. And, you know, we're going to go through it as fast as we can, but go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein.
Now, is that the only thing that will be redacted? Will everything else be made public?
It's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know.
What we know.
Maybe we are losing our rights after all.
Is that this was a large network of high-profile, high-dollar predators who abused...
Well, what the fuck, though, right? I mean, if Bill Clinton, like, Donald Trump called them out by name. Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew. He needs to come out and say, why the fuck were you saying their name if you can't pin anything on them? That's ridiculous.
Untold numbers of minors. Only one person has been
This crap again? Yeah, bro, this is a bit, as I said, bro, I said I was going to talk about this shit regularly. Because this is a big one. This is a really, really big one. And I view this as an inoculation. I understand that criticism, people don't want to see criticism of, you know, Donald Trump because they like Donald Trump and they agree with him about a lot of things. But sometimes it's important to have that criticism in order to prevent yourself from going off course in the future.
Executed for these crimes, and that is Ghislaine Maxwell.
What are you chasing? What? I'll tell you exactly what I'm doing. I think that continued, ongoing, unrelenting expectations, support, and demands for this information to come out publicly will eventually put enough pressure on the government that at least they will throw us a bone. They will at least give us a few customary sacrifice people. And I'll take that, at least, right? Like, at least we might not get the whole list, but we can have a few sacrifices, right? I mean, fuck. Yeah, I mean, just one that, yeah, we need some sacrifices. We do. It's not happening. You're delusional. Winning looks a lot like losing until you win. I think that you're probably right, but I think there's about a 10% chance that I'm right, and that's pretty good.
Video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island, and I'm in charge.
Yeah.
Don't you think you'd see it?
If you have access to it.
If I have it, period.
Right.
If I have it. If I have it.
Right. If you have it.
Right.
But you can't say that you have it.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
So far.
Everything we
Joe sees immediately, bro. Like, he knows what's going on.
have so far is
have
the
you guys
universe.
gone over all the video that's available?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
Did Jeffrey Epstein...
Name 3 things that don't hang themselves. Planners, drywall, and Jeffrey Epstein. This guy is a fucking legend.
himself or did somebody kill him?
You're usually right by using logic. Nice. I wish you recognized those 5% instead of doubling down. Do a bare minimum research. Just in general, most people can't even do close to that. Usually right. Listen, if you want to complain about me being wrong about a certain topic or something like that, then just structure your question or your feedback around that topic rather than just making these abstract claims that I'm wrong and I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'll listen to responses, but I don't want to hear like some, oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, what does that mean?
That's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
Did Jeffrey Epstein himself or did somebody kill him?
No.
Senator, I believe he himself in a cell in the Metropolitan Detention Center.
Are you going to release all the information about that?
Senator, we are working through that right now with the Department of Justice.
You said
That's not a yes or no, by the way.
Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed.
If you know a suicide when you see one, then why don't you show everybody all the evidence that shows definitively that it was a suicide? If you're so certain that the evidence is so unanimous and so definitive that it will prove that it was a suicide, logically, releasing that evidence, everybody else with this same background will come to that same conclusion. You see what I'm saying? Independent autopsy?
Himself. You want me to get? I've seen the whole file.
The Epstein files. What's the answer to that?
The answer to that is the same as everything else. I'm not going to...
The same as everything else. Yeah, I mean, fuck. Like, that's crazy, right? Like, wow. No, nobody's going to jail. No.
Withhold information from the American public ever. But I'm also not going to rush to get it out there in a format in which they can't rely on it. So on the Epstein matter or any other matters, we are diligently working on that. And it takes time to go through years of investigations, years.
But I thought they just said a minute ago that you looked through everything.
The Epstein files. What's the answer to that?
The answer to that is the same as everything else. I'm not going to...
Didn't he just say?
Listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, I rely on it. So on the Epstein matter or any other matters, we are diligently working on that. And it takes time to go through years of investigations, years of political maneuvering, and years of cover-up to get the American people what they deserve. And that's what I'm going to give them.
I think that if he just said that, I'd have been fine. Like, I understand it takes a while, for sure. But, like, for me, this is like a top 3 issue. And it's not an issue because of what it's not an issue in and of itself. Like, there's all kinds of, like, awful, horrible things like this that happen all around the world. And really, Jeffrey Epstein doing this is, like, less than 0.01% of the amount of evil like this that's in the world. That's just the truth. You don't like it, that's fine. Look up the statistics. But the problem and the issue is that it's a mining canary. It's a mining canary, and it's a frame of reference. That's the problem. It's a litmus test. Yes, exactly. It's what it means, not what it is. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, it's not. This isn't. I'm not vibe checking this. It's just it's a fact.
And you're going to get the video of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself.
We do have video. It's not the greatest video in the world. I don't want to set expectations on fire. However, the video does show in that specific block that he goes in, made a phone call.
See, they need to reconcile the fact that they said that there were no videos. Why did they say there was no video? And now they're saying there's video. How did that happen? You see what I'm saying? What's a mining canary? So, this is a metaphor some people might not be familiar with. Miners used to use mining canaries, and a canary obviously is a very small bird, and it has a very weak breathing system. So if any sort of poisonous gases or anything like that is in a mine, it will affect the canary much more quickly than it will affect a human. So deadly gases and fumes will kill the mining canary or cause the canary to start behaving erratically. And that tells miners, oh shit, if we keep going down, we're actually going to be going into these poisonous fumes. So they're basically using the bird as like a, like if it kills the bird, it's going to kill me. And so as soon as the bird dies, I've got to leave. It sounds bad, right? Because of gas? Yeah, it's like an alarm system, exactly. Yeah, like a scout, a gauge, yeah, definitely. And so that's the reason. And so like what the metaphor of that is that it is an indicator not of what is, but what is to come. And that's the point that I'm making with this. It's not the fact that the canary did die, it's the fact that people could die if they keep going.
You'll see 12 hours of guards going to basically check on them, come back. You'll see no one really comes out in that bay, in that area, than him. There's no one in there. When you combine that with the other evidence where we will be releasing in the coming weeks, we're still finalizing some of the products. I think it's pretty clear.
Overnight, the FBI and Justice Department releasing 11 hours of footage they say helps confirm notorious financier Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide in his Manhattan jail cell in 2019. But perhaps the biggest bombshell, investigators say they found no incriminating client list of Epstein's, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties.
Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency.
What a bunch of bullshit, bro. Like, what a bunch of motherfucker. I can't believe this. Why they censor suicide?
Whether or not he did.
The reason why they censor it is because YouTube does stuff like that. I don't know how to formulate. MAGA has been awesome up until this, but this is really bad. What do you think people should do in terms of seeking proper governance and following the election? What alternative to MAGA are there for DEI, BLM, and Antifa pro-trans kids movement? Well, here's the way that you should look at it. Every person has to make a value judgment on whether they want to take a idealistic, principled stance and refuse to choose the lesser of two evils, or vote for the lesser of two evils and play the game. Both of them have a lot of positives and negatives, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, I think the best thing to do is to just simply refuse to play the game. Do not play the game. Do not be tricked into accepting the lesser of two evils. The problem with this, that's kind of what I said before about like the Zoran Mandami, right? Is that I totally understood why people would vote for him because, again, like every other politician seems to be owned by fucking Israel, calling Israel the Holy Land. I'm sorry, but if you're a New York mayor, your Holy Land is New York City. It's outrageous that that's even a question. So whenever I hear about this, I'm like, it's obvious to me to make that decision. But I also do sometimes choose the lesser of two evils myself. And so you need to make a decision when you think that is the right decision for you and not. Like, for example, in 2012, I really didn't like how Obama continued the wars. I didn't like how he didn't decriminalize marijuana. And I didn't like the fact that he didn't do a number of other policies that I thought he should have done. I was disappointed in Obama. And I also didn't like Mitt Romney either. So I voted for Gary Johnson, which was the Libertarian candidate at the time. You know, and in other cases, like, for example, like 2020 and 2024, I didn't vote for either presidential candidate. For 2000, wasted vote? It wasn't a wasted vote. It wasn't at all, because the idea... So voting in itself is the value. It's not like everybody who loses a vote wastes their vote. And here's another really important component. I think that it's like 3 or 5%, but if a third party in the United States gets to that threshold, it changes the funding regulation and the way that elections are needing to be held. So I actually think that, and I'm also like, I'm not like a big person like, oh, the two-party system is like the biggest problem ever. I think that obviously like every country has different politics systems and every system has problems because the people are running the system and people are problems. So it doesn't matter. Like, you can change, you can reimagine it. It doesn't matter. You're always going to have a way for somebody to fuck things up.
And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the step?
Yeah, sure. If
Hey, Pam, could I just interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
I can't believe this.
That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration.
Look at this.
List, they're sitting. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. At a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
Jeffrey Epstein.
This guy got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey.
What a bunch of fucking bullshit. What a bunch of horse shit. Can you believe that? Shout out to CoffeeZilla. It's on his second channel. He put these clips together. Go ahead and give the video a like. Give him a sub. The guy's a fucking legend. He almost has 1 million subscribers on his second channel, man. Just like a politician? Yeah, I guess so, right? All theatrics? It's all bullshit. I'll tell you that.
True.
It's extremely fucking frustrating. Voting Democrat next election? Here's what's funny. One of the most effective ways to make them do this is to say that you're going to vote Democrat next election or to vote third party. Because again, these people rely on other people's inability or unwillingness to burn down the system. In my opinion, that's how they control you.
Yup.
If you don't want people to control you, you have to be willing to burn down the system.
True, brother.
Welcome.
Anything else we got here? Kill this last 15 minutes off. We're so fucking close, guys. We're so fucking close. I mean, we could watch a Mr. Ballin again. I'm down for watching another Mr. Ballin. Got a nice short one here. 16 minutes. Here you go.
Today's story is about one of the most haunted rooms in the world and what happens when you go inside of it. Now, this particular account is from 200 years ago, but the legend of what goes on inside of that room is still very much alive today. However, before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the Like Button's bathroom and replace their toothpaste with Novocaine. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Late one evening in 1840, a 30-year-old British nobleman named Sir Robert Warboys stood next to 5 of his closest friends on the front porch of a townhome in one of the fanciest neighborhoods in London, England. The address of this townhome was 50 Berkeley Square, and it was one of dozens of these beautiful brick and marble townhomes that surrounded this big garden. The whole square had been built about 100 years earlier, and since then it had become one of the most fashionable places for the rich and famous to call home. However, Robert and his friends had not come here to rub shoulders with important people. Instead, Robert had come here to win a bet. So Robert actually was a nobleman. He was like this proper guy, at least on paper. But in reality, at least to his friends, he had a total wild streak. He loved taking on dares. Basically, anytime anybody, challenged him to do something, he would do it, especially if there was money on the line. But it wasn't really about the money. It wasn't about, winning money by doing these different things. He just loved the challenge. He loved the thrill of taking chances. So that night, on the front porch of this townhome, Robert turned and knocked on the front door. And then as soon as he did, he turned back and looked at his friends and grinned at them. And he saw some of them looked really excited and some looked pretty nervous. But to Robert, he was purely happy about how things were going so far. Because he knew, come tomorrow when this whole thing was done and he had won his bet, he would have a great story to tell. A few seconds later, the front door of the townhome swung open and this middle-aged man stepped outside. His name was Charles Benson, and while Robert and Charles did know each other, they were not close friends. They actually only knew each other because they both were members of the same exclusive gentlemen's club in London. Plus, pretty much everybody in London had at least heard of Charles because of all the rumors swirling around about what went on inside of his townhome. Even though Robert had told Charles that on this night he and his buddies were coming to his townhome for this bet, even though he had clearly told him, Charles still seemed very surprised to see Robert standing there. But Robert nonetheless was like, "Hey Charles, how are you? I'm here for the bet." And Charles basically didn't react. He just stared at Robert with this very concerned look on his face and just said, "Are you sure you really want to do this?" And Robert, who knew what he was referencing, just kind of looked down at the pistol on his hip and said, "Yeah, I'm sure." A few minutes later, Robert and his 5 friends were inside of Charles' townhome in the dining room, sitting around a table, while Charles had gone upstairs to get something. And as they sat there, Robert kind of looked around the room at his friends, and he could tell they were clearly more nervous about this than he was. And so he tried to, keep the mood light by making some jokes and kind of downplaying what he was about to do, but it was like no matter what he did, he could just tell his friends were very uneasy about what was going to happen here. And then a moment later, they heard the sound of Charles coming down the stairs. And Charles, he came in the kitchen, still with a very serious look on his face. And he walked up to them, and he reached in his pocket, and he pulled out this old iron key, and he placed it in the middle of the table. And as soon as he did that, the room went completely silent, and everybody just stared at this key. And then Charles eventually broke the silence and explained to the group that over the last 10 years of living in this townhome, he had only used that key maybe 2 or 3 times total. And when the key was not in use, Charles said he actually hid the key just to make sure it never wound up in the wrong hands. But now, again with that somber look on his face, Charles looked over at Robert and said, "If you're really sure about this, the key is yours to take." And Robert, with no hesitation, reached out and snatched the key, showing his friends and showing Charles that he was not about to get cold feet. A couple of minutes later, all the men stood up from the dining room table, and then Charles led the group up the thin, narrow, creaky staircase to the second floor. And when they got to the second floor, Charles led them down this narrow hallway that came to a stop in front of this closed door. At this point, all 7 men were kind of crowded together right in front of this door. But it was obvious that even though Charles lived in this townhome, he was sort of hesitant to get even close to this door. Like he really didn't want to be anywhere near it. Also, all of Robert's friends were sort of reacting the same way too. I mean, they were the ones that actually dared Robert to do this in the first place. But now that they were actually here, about to go through with it, they were looking at Robert like he was totally insane. And also they were kind of hoping that, maybe he would just back out and they could just leave. But Robert did not seem remotely like he was about to back out. He had a very determined look on his face, and as everybody else was kind of cowering away from this door, Robert stepped up, reached into his pocket, pulled out that iron key, and put it into the lock. And as he began to turn the lock, everybody else took steps farther away from him, and then he pulled open the door, and as he did, everybody gasped, and Robert even took a step backwards. But when Robert actually looked through the now open doorway, he just laughed, because it was just a normal bedroom. It was filled with all this old but very expensive looking furniture. On one side of the room was this big wooden dresser with a huge round mirror above it, and then on the opposite side of the room was this big 4-poster bed. And right above this bed, dangling down from the ceiling, was this red ribbon. Now, Robert knew that in a rich nobleman's house, there were ribbons like this one that are known as bell pulls. A nobleman could pull on that lever, and it was connected to a pulley system that rang a bell down in the servants' quarters. And when the servant heard that bell, they would see what room it was coming from, and they would go up to the room to see what the nobleman needed. And so after taking in the sight of this bedroom, Robert took a confident step into the room. And as soon as he did, Charles reached out and grabbed him by the wrist and said, "Hey, Robert, this is your last chance to change your mind. Are you sure you want to go through with this?" And Robert kind of looked back at his friends and smiled and said, "I'm sure. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning once I've won the bet." Then Robert released Charles's grip on his wrist, walked into the room, turned, shut, and locked the door. At this moment, Robert's friends didn't really know what to do. they were still sort of shocked that Robert was actually going through with this. I mean, even by his standards, this felt particularly reckless. They also felt kind of guilty. I mean, they were the ones who ultimately put him up to this. So, if Robert got hurt, which in theory could actually happen here, it would be partially their fault. And so Robert's friends turned to Charles to see what he was thinking. And Charles had this very grave, resigned expression on his face. And he just told them, I have one more thing to show you before we go to bed. So Robert's friends followed Charles back down the hallway, down the stairs, past the dining room, towards the very back of the townhome. And when they got there, they found there was sort of like a studio apartment area back there. There was a kitchen area, a laundry area, and there were several beds. Charles explained this was where his servants lived and worked, but he had given them all the night off because he knew it was possible that Robert and his friends would be here for this bet, and they would need a place to stay. Charles pointed to a space right above the beds where there was this row of all these bells in a horizontal line. Each of these bells were connected to various bell pulls throughout the house, and he pointed to one particular bell and told them that that was the one that was connected to the bell pull in the room Robert was staying in tonight. And so he said it was their job tonight to constantly monitor that bell all night. So somebody had to be awake all night listening to that bell. Because heaven forbid, if Robert pulls that bell, that was going to be the signal that something bad had happened in that room. And so their job was basically to be on guard all night to potentially run up and rescue Robert if he needed it. Last year, we launched our very first graphic novel, and it went great. I mean, it made the New York Times bestseller list, so thank you all so much for making that happen. But ever since this book came out, we have been hit with so many questions about, hey, when are you going to do another graphic novel? When's book 2 coming out? Well, I have an announcement to make. Check it out. We are doing a second graphic novel, and this is the official cover art. Here it is. This is Mr. Ballin Presents Where Nightmares Live. It's going to have another set of 9 heart-stopping, strange, dark, and mysterious stories, and it comes out September 30th. But you can pre-order it right now if you go to book.ballinstudios.com. Also, there's a link right here and in the description below. There are some signed copies available, but they will go quickly. So please head on over to book.ballinstudios.com to pre-order a copy of our newest graphic novel. I know you're going to love it. Check it out. Your nightmares are waiting. Around 3 hours later, all of Robert's friends were sitting on the floor in the servants' quarters playing blackjack. It was almost midnight, and all of them were exhausted, but they were too on edge to sleep. They were so focused on this bell, and they were so worried about Robert and, wondering if he was really okay up there. And they also had become convinced that, maybe the bell would ring and they wouldn't hear it if they were making too much noise. And so they had made this decision to silently play blackjack and just focus exclusively on this bell. But it had really created a lot of extra tension in the room. They're basically all just staring at the bell, dealing one hand after another, paranoid it would go off, and wondering what would even happen if it did. And so hand after hand, the friends are playing blackjack, anxiously watching this bell being completely silent. And then suddenly they hear this sound that makes them all jump. But it wasn't the bell. It was a blood-curdling scream coming from upstairs. And for a moment, the friends just sat there in shock, and then they got up and began running out of the servants' quarters to see what was going on. And as they did, Robert's bell began ringing furiously, so loud it hurt their ears. And so they charge out of the servants' quarters and literally bump into Charles, who also is coming to figure out what's going on. And as a group, they begin running up the stairs to the second floor. And all the while, the bell is ringing furiously. There's screams coming from Robert's bedroom. And by the time they got to the second floor, suddenly everything went silent. The ringing stopped, the screaming stopped. They're in the second floor in that hallway, and it's just deadly silent. And up ahead of them is that closed door. And so Charles and the group, they begin walking down the hall, having no idea what to expect. And right as they're about to reach the door, they hear this loud bang sound. And then silence again. Seconds later, Robert's friends were at that door, pounding on it, screaming for Robert, come open the door, because Robert was the only one with the key. But Robert wasn't making any noise. The room was still totally silent. And so eventually the friends began kicking on this door to try to break it down. All the while, Charles is just kind of standing back in the hallway, watching this horrible thing unfold. And then finally, the friends manage to literally kick the door in. I mean, it's a 100-year-old house. The door gets kicked in, and the friends stumble into the room, and they look over towards the bedroom, and they all just freeze in shock. When Charles bought this townhome 10 years earlier, it came with a very dark backstory. The previous owner had apparently kept his violent and psychotic brother locked up inside of this second floor bedroom where Robert was. And after this brother died inside of this room, all these strange and frightening things began happening inside of this room. People began hearing these awful wailing sounds coming out of this room when nobody was in there, and then they'd go into the room and the wailing would stop, but furniture had been moved all around the room, even though, again, no one had been in there to do that. And then also, people began seeing this sort of amorphous gray figure sort of moving around inside of that room, especially at night, kind of slinking up against the wall and across the floor. And even though nobody had any idea what it was, it just felt like it was evil. And so they began calling it the nameless thing, and they referred to it as the physical manifestation of evil. However, not everybody believed this story. In fact, one person who absolutely did not believe the story was Robert Warboys. He thought this was just a tall tale designed to scare people. And so when his friends dared him to spend one night inside of that bedroom where supposedly the nameless thing lived, he happily accepted, because to him, it didn't seem risky at all. You know, spending one night in the haunted room was no big deal because it's not actually haunted. He'd be fine. And anyways, it would make for a great story to tell down at the Gentleman's Club. Unfortunately, though, the night in that bedroom did not go as Robert hoped. When Robert's friends burst through the bedroom door and looked inside, the first thing they noticed was the bell pull, the ribbon from the ceiling, had been yanked out of the ceiling, and Robert's pistol was on the ground next to the bed. And then on the other side of the room, there was a very obvious bullet hole in the wall. And so that was the loud bang sound they heard as they were coming down the hall. It was the pistol going off. And then there was Robert. Robert was laying on the bed, and he was totally rigid, and he actually was still clutching the red ribbon from the bell pull. And as they stared at him, they saw his eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and his lips were kind of pulled back in this horrible grimace with his teeth exposed. And for a second, his friends thought Robert must be having a seizure of some kind. That's why he was so tight on the bed like that. And so they ran to him, trying to snap him out of it. But as soon as they touched him, they realized that the reason he was rigid was not because of a seizure. It was because Robert was dead. That night, Charles would call the local coroner, who would come by and take Robert's body, and also he would open up an official inquest into Robert's death to figure out what had happened to him. And the verdict of this inquest was that Robert had died from massive heart failure caused by unknown circumstances. But to Charles and all of Robert's friends who were there that night and actually saw Robert in the room, it seemed plainly obvious that what had happened here was Robert had come in contact with the so-called nameless thing in that room, and it literally scared him to death. In the nearly 200 years since Robert's death, 50 Berkeley Square has had many different owners, and virtually all of them have reported either seeing, feeling, or hearing some sort of malevolent, ghostly presence inside of that second floor bedroom.
Holy shit, we had 24 hours, guys. We hit it. We did it.
The nameless thing apparently resides.
Holy fuck.
Is considered one of the most haunted places in the entire world.
That's crazy, guys. Okay, well, we did it. That's all that fucking matters. I'm out. Fuck this shit. I'm done. Alright, guys. 24-hour stream, complete success. 1 year anniversary. Fuck yeah. Let's do it, boys. Alright, well, I'm out. So, we got ads coming up, actually. So let's just chill for a second. We'll just let this ad play. We'll take another toke. And then we'll throw it all out. That was one hell of a fucking adventure, though. Woo! We could have done better, but hey, you know, it is what it is. We prepped as best we could. We tried as best we could. It was our first run at it. Maybe we'll do something else. Maybe next year we'll be big enough to do, like, a subathon. Who knows? Who knows? We just keep trying, right? That's what it's all about. Build it all up. All right. Most likely just gonna raid Muffin here. Alright guys, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!